welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way this one. We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. It is time for our second tournament of the day. I am Kenny, joined with me, Ark. It's great to have you once again. What a double header we've had today, and LATAM South is certainly going to be a fun one to watch, and there are a lot of possibilities ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a different scenery going on now that we're in LATAM South because, you know, we saw AC Milan Qlash last month lock in their golden tickets for the World Finals. We're still looking for 2 more spots, and honestly, there's a lot that could change today. Many events that could have a knock-on effect. Realistically, we are looking at teams today to really bring their best and give themselves a bit of an easier road next month to bringing things back around. There's a lot that can go wrong or well for teams today.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of control your own destiny kind of situations. And if you're new to Brawl Esports, or you just want to really familiarize yourself a little bit with the format that we've got going on, it is the Power Match format. This is very similar to what you're doing at home in your Power League matches, except at a professional level. Top 8 single elimination bracket. There is no room for error. Unlike our monthly qualifiers, there's no redemption. It's one attempt is all you get. Best of 3 in our quarterfinals, best of 5 in our semifinals, and the finals. It's the same thing we do every single month across all of the regions. It's going to be an awesome one here today. And taking a look at the bracket now, we've got so many good matchups today. Ark, can you just break down maybe a couple of your favorite or anything that stands out to you?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, I mean, one big one is match number 2 for sure. Vatra Gaming SA up against ZERØZONE. Not to discount any of the others, but those 2 teams are currently rocking very high on the leaderboard. ZERØZONE are in a World Finals placement in 3rd place, but Vatra Gaming in 5th place. So if Vatra were to get a win today, then that could be huge for them. Massively so. Obviously, Chasmac down the bottom there against Starline as well. Massively important. Chasmac are in 2nd place. Don't discount, though, Portuguesa Esports as well. They're a little bit further behind on the leaderboards, but if they can pull up some serious upsets along the way, and maybe some of the bracket results do go their way as well, I mean, they're not out of the running. They're in 6th place at the moment. Of course, AC Milan Qlash, as we know, already locked themselves in for the World Finals, but you can thoroughly expect that they'll be bringing nothing but their A game today.
Absolutely. And when I look at this bracket, I mean, it is absolutely stacked. I really feel like predictions could be a tougher one here today, especially as we're closing out in the regular season. And obviously, if you want to make your predictions at home, the best way to do that, to interact with the stream and obviously have the most fun along with Ark and myself, it's going to be event.brawlstars.com. Go in there, make your predictions, update your MVPs throughout the day and things like that to answer poll questions. It's a ton of fun. Definitely the best way to watch. Plus, why not earn yourself some free exclusive pins in there too? I know Ark's got his account decked out with every one of them through the year. I've got myself decked out as well. I went perfect in Sasa and ANZ earlier. I'm hoping to do it again. We're trying to lock up that pin right here, right now. So I think it's going to be an awesome one here today. And like we mentioned, when you look at the leaderboard for this region, it is crazy right now how many possibilities there are. There's only 2 matches, or excuse me, tournaments left this season for this region, including today. And the only one that is locked up is AC Milan Qlash. There's so many possibilities. Chasmac Gaming could boost up, ZERØZONE, Vatra Gaming. You know, there's some tough ones here too. Not everybody actually showed up here on this leaderboard this month, Ark.
Yeah, this is the thing with double points as well. That is going to play a huge role here. I mean, Starline, Portuguesa, despite being a little bit further down the lines, I mean, if they have a phenomenal monthly finals here today, that could very well change here. And Bernardos, as we know, they didn't qualify. So that's going to really change things dramatically around that kind of 3rd and 5th region. If Vatra, again, have a good result up against the ZERØZONE later, I mean, that could propel them forwards. There is still so much that can change here. No one realistically is that safe. And as we've known in the past, you know, this region, despite AC Milan Qlash really dominating it, I mean, 750 points, I mean, absolutely flying through. A lot of the other teams have had kind of sporadic results here and there, so you never really know what you're going to get with LATAM South, except for some very entertaining player cams, that's for certain.
They absolutely are some of the funniest and most entertaining to watch. And as this leaderboard kind of stacks up against the world as well, I mean, AC Milan Qlash, like we mentioned, really the only team that has managed to make it to Worlds so far. Chasmac Gaming, ZERØZONE, all of these teams are definitely in the hunt as well. I mean, when you look at somebody like Qlash compared to the rest of these teams, Chasmac Gaming, ZERØZONE for now, I mean, there are a lot of possibilities. We're even looking at teams like an EMEA. You know, we've seen some crazy stuff in double points. Reply Totem certainly comes to mind when you think of teams that have just escalated themselves in the second half of the year. That is definitely possible here. And in this current bracket we've got set up for LATAM South, oh my goodness, I mean, anything can really happen. I love what you said. Nobody is safe. You control your own destiny, and getting a win here today could really save yourself some heavy lifting this next month.
Exactly that. You've got to always be at your A game, and LATAM South is a region that will punish you if you're not. And you know, as we've already seen, some big front runners didn't qualify this time round. It's going to change things hugely here. I mean, they're not only going to drop off down the leaderboards, but it's going to open up more possibilities for teams to be able to really start to contest for those remaining 2 spots for the World Finals. One is locked in, but the other 2, realistically here, are anyone's for the taking.
Yeah, and speaking of locked in, our first matchup of the day is going to be AC Milan Qlash. We got Kyo Dog on the screen right now, a future Worlds competitor, and they're playing against AC Osasco Qlash. Now, this is an organization that maybe you haven't heard of this branch of Qlash yet, but they have some players that are very notable, Ark.
I mean, absolutely. AC Milan Qlash, no doubt they're going to be rocking that Qlash pin, as you see on the top left, and looking forward to seeing that, flaunted by their own team for the first time in the BSC. What's there to say about AC Milan Qlash, realistically? I mean, they had one loss back in July. That was to Chasmac. Arguably their biggest contenders after Arena Casito didn't quite really keep up their kind of early starts in the competition through April and March, and beyond that, we kind of saw a little bit of a drop-off. AC Milan Qlash at the moment, they just take no prisoners. Last month we saw them just annihilate Chasmac in the quarterfinals, and that was the one match that catapulted them into their golden ticket position. They are not going to be going easy on their oppositions today, I can assure you.
Yeah, just because they're safe for Worlds doesn't mean the other teams are safe, and they're going to be facing off against another Qlash organization. And look, maybe you haven't seen this logo of Qlash before, but these players are very familiar in the Brawl esports scene. Some are even coming out of retirement, it seems. We got Irig on it, Cam, along with Kyle, Zera, Tootie, Marcel. I mean, these are some elite names all banding together for one of these final months. And even though, they can't really get enough points, I imagine, to make a Worlds run, there's still some very talented players. Could make for a rainy day for some of their opposition if they get some good wins here.
It's almost like Qlash have got together and said, you know what, we need to create our own opposition, our own competition, and give our main team a run for their money. I mean, Marcel, after Renegado's kind of like stepped away from the scene and announced that they were not going to be continuing in the BSC because they were just too far behind on the leaderboards, was a huge shock. But then Marcel came out and tweeted that he was going to be retiring from Brawl esports, and that was an even bigger shock, arguably, considering how much he'd given to the scene. But here he is. He couldn't stay away long enough. I mean, 1 week, 2 weeks passed, and he went in for the quals and clearly came out on top. But Kaya Zero as well. We've seen a great deal from him, especially last year as he was with Aphelion Esports, and they did fantastically well, made the World Finals as well. So, let's see what Osasco are made of today. If they can, take down AC Milan Qlash in the quarterfinals, I think that will be a first.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think this will prove to be some good opposition for Qlash, just another formidable foe in their path, possibly, and especially in a best of 3. I mean, really anything can happen. These guys are very experienced on the other side. This is definitely no freebie for Qlash. With all that being said, though, are you feeling an upset, Arc? Obviously, Qlash is going to win in one way or another, but which side are you rolling with?
You gotta go with AC Milan Qlash here. I just don't see how there's any way you can't. I mean, we get to kind of see how this squad, this formation of Osasco is going to kind of work together, and sometimes those things take time to find that synergy and that perfect balance. I think that if you're over on event.brawlstars.com right now, I went with a little bit of an outlandish idea earlier in the grand finals and voted against Stalwarts. I'm not going to do it this time, but stick with the favorites here. AC Milan Qlash, they've been looking fierce from start to finish, and I don't see any reason why they would not bring the same fire today.
Yeah, I mean, both sides clearly have some talent, but like you mentioned, you know, just the amount of time that AC Milan Qlash has put into playing with each other, their success throughout the year, they are very reasonably so the favorites in this. And that's not a shot at anything that the opposition has done in the past. It's just right here, right now, AC Milan Qlash are the top dogs in this region, and rightfully so. They've won 4 out of 5 monthlies after all. Only CMG have taken 1 other than that. I mean, it's been pretty dominant here too. You know, you look at regions like Sesa, which we casted earlier. A team like Stalwart is leading the pack. Now we've got a region like this. And you know, these guys are competitors. They are not going to let up on their enemies. They are really going to try and win this tournament. They want to go as close to undefeated as possible. And people forget too, there's a lot of cash on the line here as well. Not just World Finals golden tickets, not just pride, some cold, hard cash. Now hopping into Backyard Bowl as well. This is a map that I feel like has been very interesting as of late. You know, we saw this a little earlier today, but I feel like the times where there's only sharpshooters have run out on Backyard Bowl, especially with considering the draft. There's so many bans that can go through, a lot of possibilities, and we recently had some balance changes. Are there any notes going into this, or maybe new brawlers that we haven't seen as recently that maybe you expect to see here?
Yeah, we saw the kind of first glimpse of how the meta's taking formation in the SSA and ANZ region earlier today, and definitely some similarities. Some brawlers that got nerfs that haven't really dropped off massively. We saw a great deal of Carl of Janet of Bonnie still, despite those nerfs, and I think that's kind of fair. I mean, trying it out myself, you know, it definitely felt like that way to me. I think as well, like a couple of brawlers coming into the mix. Bruno Qlash there, just a big shout out to him. Yeah, I mean, 8-bit ban though, didn't quite see that coming. I was going to mention 8-bit, but figured the chat would absolutely ruin me for the idea of it. I would definitely like to see the max ban here for Shaw and Bonnie. Penny, Janet, and Crow. Crow has dropped off a bit. We didn't actually see one instance of Crow earlier today, and that, you know, nerf was only to the gadgets of the slow sowing toxin, down from 5 seconds to 3 seconds. But again, I'm curious to see whether they're going to see any of those brawlers start to take a bit more of a shape, a bit more of a hold on this region. Poco, though, that is one that we did see a fair amount earlier today, Kenny.
Oh yeah, I'm all about the Poco action right now. We heard it earlier in an interview with our winning team, Stalwart. Poco's just dominating right now. B is somebody I'm also very much looking out for throughout the day. They're going to pair this with the Spike. Spike's a long-time brawler that can work well on this map. That feels very traditional to me. When you combine that with somebody like B and Carl, I think they got a lot going for him here. Surge for the final pick. Man, that is risky. I know it is a good Carl counter, right? It's something that people have been running for a little bit now to try and take advantage. One of the better matchups. However, Spike's life plant also does very well into Surge. This is a big long distance map. Carl has the range, Spike has the range, B has the range. So they're gonna have to be very careful about trying to charge up that first power level for Surge. Otherwise, he's just gonna be stuck at a very slow speed, very short range. You know, that's a big factor here. I would say that's a major win condition as we open up our first match.
Yeah, I think that B pick as well is a strong one. I'm surprised, to be completely honest, AC Milan Qlash allowed the Carl and the B to get picked up here, and already the push forwards is so strong. VT Sims just got to get past through. It'll reach Dog here. Nicely done. Didn't seem to deter them despite the draft. As again, I do feel like there's some big heavy hitters realistically here on the side of Osasco Qlash. So far, so good though. A very early goal for AC Milan Qlash, and that would be a nice sigh of relief early on. But you can just see how pumped up Dog was. And again, I don't think that AC Milan Qlash are going to be going easy. They want to tie up this first game, and look at them already going towards the goal yet again.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough circumstance. I mean, they're already on their back heels. That's a big pickup, though. They're going to get a nice takedown onto Dog there. VT Sim trying to hang in there with Zera, and he's not going to be able to do so. 200 HP is going to be enough to keep Carl alive. Kick forward. Now Dog already ready to play some defense. Motep forced to dodge very well here, playing into a tough matchup of Spike. A good pickup there. Marcel getting to finish on the right-hand side, and Dog continuing to press here. Pretty much a stalemate right now. However, Qlash are the ones with a 1-0 lead. We're going to have to see AC Osasco Qlash really make a step up here.
Yeah, this is the first real sign of aggression that we've seen from them so far. Flying hook, but the pickup was there from VT Sim to intercept it. The shot, though, was great on the B side, and this could be Dog really put to the test. He's only so much that he can realistically shoot here, and the body blocking was there perfectly so. Marcel will score it, and that was beautifully done, to be fair. You know, there's definitely an amount of DPS that can break down that offensive maneuver there, but everyone on the side of the Osasco Qlash just knew that they had to support the push.
Yeah, now they're going to have to regroup here. A little centering in the mid. Nice job there with a good super connection on the Dog. That's going to be a very difficult brawler to kind of deal with for just about anybody. Stu in a very powerful spot right now. Nice dodge from BTSim. They're going to need Yurik to hit some shots. Motep, though, is on the money. Left-hand side has a super available as well. He's at that power 3 surge. Going to be a force to be reckoned with here soon, and Kyodog needs to be careful or else he's going down 70 HP. All Marcel has to do is get a nice tap there. Motep still pressing, though, and as things get to overtime, I really feel like having B on your side is going to be a huge factor for the side of Osasco.
Exactly that, and especially if Motep goes down here and loses those stacks. I mean, you don't want to have a surge with we're not really able to bring much to the party here, but the ball stays firm in the mid, and it's pretty much anyone's to taking Kyodog, though. Just the chance to break away. He's not going to receive the pass just yet, and the slow from the B is very key here. Key pass, super pass away there as well for safety, but AC Milan Qlash not done yet. The takedowns there, Kyodog is going to find the pocket. Oh my word, he threads the needle!
Yeah, what a play right there, and there's a reason they're top dogs in the region. Kyodog is just a bundle of energy too. He's always very entertaining to watch on the player cam, very animated, and he's not hiding anything there. Back to the game, focused up. Now they got the speed zone down off the bat once again. BTSim in the mid, and having a nice tanky brawler that can actually dish out a decent amount of damage now with his most recent buff is certainly helpful. And once again, we're seeing the side of AC Osasco Qlash all the way on their back heels here with low HP. Motep on the corner now. BTSim is the only one left standing on the left, trying to get whatever he can. Yurik is just barely staying alive, hiding in the backhand of Spawn, and now Kyozera trying to deal with this very quickly. BTSim actually manages to win that left-hand lane as a Poco. The aggressive plays on offense from the healing brawler really paying off right now.
Yeah, it's incredible to see how Poco's just catapulted himself into the meta, and just kind of seemed like Osasco Qlash were all like just, you know, hunkering down the spawn, almost kind of scared about it because they know full well that if they feed into that super, it's just going to provide more survivability. Kyozera trying to seek out Kyodog, and Kyodog is able to get away safely. But again, this push is far from over. Marcel's going to do his best to hold on to super here and just time it correctly in order to defend this push. But everyone coming forwards now. That's a nice super bet. BTSim is going to be able to push forwards from it. There's a 3 versus 2 now. A great opportunity for Qlash if they can manage it.
Yeah, this is going to be a good pinch on the B here. BTSim with the super available too. All they really have to do is kind of just walk it forward if they can get a pickup here. Kyodog going to be trying to reach for this ball. Nice shots raining in from Marcel. They do manage to find a pickup though. And this is where sharpshooters can really struggle on defense. They have to peek around this wall and expose themselves, which can be very tough. BTSim not really afraid to kind of deal with that on the left-hand side. He's going to pay for it. Kyodog slides in a shot right there as well. Kyozera trying to deal with the dog on his right. And this is just a big back and forth right now. Still 0-0 overall with 45 seconds to go.
Kyodog has been such a pest on this top right and continuing to go on the gassy hill. Oh, and also there's the speed just being able to block on the gadget side of things to keep him in the mix. And he's not done yet. He's still going. A pass-through potential. BTSim wants to go for it, but I feel it's time that Osasco Qlash shut Kyodog down because he's still there and thriving in the top right-hand side.
Yeah, this has been a heck of a battle. I feel like it's been all offense for AC Milan Qlash, but they haven't quite got there. My goodness, Motep raining down shots as well. Kyodog now bobbing in and out with the Stu Super. 3 brawlers left standing, all for AC Milan Qlash. 5 seconds to go. The bucket for Kyodog, and that is going to be enough for them to claim set number 1.
Kyodog, take a chill pill. I know you're pumped, but my word. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, what a thorn in the side of Osasco Qlash in that game. I mean, star player for me. There's no doubt about it. It's just absolute annihilation, and there was only so much pressure that Osasco Qlash were going to be able to take in that circumstance. And unless they got him down, it was only going to go one way for me.
Yeah, I feel like Kyodog has been one of the most entertaining and spectacular players kind of to watch throughout the year. I feel like he's oftentimes doing some really good work, very talented, arguably one of the best, if not the best in his region. I feel like just putting on an absolute show here this month. I feel like in the past month as well when watching, he was just somebody that really stood out to me. And clearly he's been a big factor. Obviously his team's been doing incredibly well. They've had a great success this year. And now they're about to move into a map like Shooting Star too, where it's all mechanics. I can't wait to see what work he puts in there. But overall, I mean, just impressive stuff. I thought the draft was pretty solid, and again, Poco, I can't say it enough, is a very solid brawler right now. I know we got some feedback a little bit earlier from the previous chat, but I promise you all, Poco is somebody to be reckoned with right now. He may be a healer by definition. You throw a screeching solo star power on that guy, I don't know. He can get pretty aggressive, and we heard it from an interview from Stalwart Esports too. This is a brawler that they know is very good. They are willing to run him into hard counters, and especially in draft, that's very risky business. But if he really is that good, I imagine we're going to see him a lot in the ban phase here today.
Yeah, it's always an enjoyable time for me to just kind of gloss over the chat when we have got a brand new meta inbound, and there's brawlers like Poco that come around and everyone's like, Poco's terrible, what are they thinking? Kind of similar to how Carl was in the last meta as well, when Carl started to really shine through. And I was on the fence back then, but yeah, do not count out Poco, not for a second. Such a good spot now, and you know, in my opinion, not going to be even too strong, but we've yet to kind of see everything kind of take its form. It's still early days as far as the balancing change is going, but yeah, shooting star up next. Hopefully we get a bit faster into the games. In the last one, we found out that Marcel hadn't updated his game, so yeah, I mean, he didn't play badly under the circumstances, but clearly it's been a couple of days since he's had his thumbs on the tablet.
Honestly, for a second. Y'all hear me? I think I lost y'all for a second.
I think you're back now, Kenny. Yeah, I was going to take over for you, but I think you're solid.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I was about to compliment Marcel, the fact that he's playing the #1 team in his region with no way of really practicing if he hadn't updated the game. I find that quite impressive. They made that very competitive, even though they're on their back heels a lot of the time. You know, it took a couple overtimes there to really get things going, basically. So overall, he's still one of the best. He's still super talented, and I imagine with some practice and a couple games under his belt, he might even be better. And as we hop into Shooting Star, look, we've talked up Poco a little bit, but this certainly is not a map I necessarily expect to see Poco. It's Bounty. I would be very shocked on a map like Shooting Star, where historically sharpshooters have really run rampant. I mean, do you expect to kind of see any of the new balance change brawlers like Poco show up here, or are we going to see some more old reliable like we've seen in the past?
I think most reliable. It greatly depends upon the max pick, really, and whether that's banned or not, because Poco can work quite well harmoniously with Max, and maybe even combining a Gene with that. I think especially if they're going to be banning out, you know, the front runners like Piper and you know, sort of Nanny and Tick and, you know, Brock and like Bell and those kinds of things, and does seem to be the case. And it does seem as well like Osasco Qlash are valuing that same idea, banning out Poco and Max. So it's definitely got a place here for me on Shooting Star, but with his current bans in play, it is going to be that Gene early pickup for AC Milan and Qlash, and I think that's a really solid pair of hands, no pun intended. Ultimately, you know, being able to have that magic hand and have that effectively like a win condition there to have. Body, though, is a worthy answer to it, and I do like that from Osasco Qlash. How they follow up those is going to be quite important here. Obviously, the two viral's not what I expected. Gonna stop in my tracks right there, but I still feel kind of a bit underrated, actually, and I think it can absolutely work here on Shooting Star.
Yeah, I actually had a chat about this with a couple professional players during the qualifiers, Corey and Drage. And Drage was very much about Byron as an alternative brawler. Kind of when you see all these bans go through, you know, you're limited on what you can choose. And as a sharpshooter, he can do great. I like kind of pairing this with the Bonnie as well, who's a little bit more tanky, I think, than people give her credit for. You know, I think that can synergize pretty well, and all things considered, can be a good brawler under the circumstances. And he was certainly a big fan of that too. And I trust Drage. He's had a pretty good year, I would say. Other side's going to be picking up the B and the Feng. AC Milan Qlash have a pretty good draft on their hands. I think Fang can be a sneaky pick here as well.
Yeah, they definitely need to have an answer for it. I wouldn't even mind a Gale here. Some teams like to go with that hard counter straight away for the Fang and just stay on that lane. And, you know, a Twister, quick gadget to hand can really be the thing that you need to just buy yourself some time and create some distance. Depends how Osasco want to play this, but that Fang is a problem at the moment, and it can just come in when you least expect it and really cause a problem. And it's going to be Bell. They're going to try and mark it up and get it taken down quickly. Don't mind it. It's not necessarily a bad idea at all. Ultimately, Bell's a bit more versatile in that same respect and can get some good value by bouncing those shots between brawlers like the Bee and the Honey Molasses gadget as well to get it taken down. So it can definitely work. And I think Osasco Qlash have got a decent draft. I just love what AC Milan Qlash have got going on here. They've got some good long-range, hard-hitting brawlers, but also combining it with various things, the Gene as well. If they make this work, I think it's going to be quite a stomper, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think the guys in blue have a little bit more flexible of a draft, if you will, and Kyodog already has a super charged up. They're leaving him to play the Fang, which can be a very difficult brawler to play at times, especially when you're going to 3 sharpshooters. You gotta play that distance comfortably, and the dash forward, a triple as well. He does go down, but he does manage to get a stun. All of the kills being picked up, though. Motep there for the rescue, 8-2 now, and a commanding lead here for AC Milan Qlash.
mean, you got Dog just pinging around the map like a pinball, and then Motep gets a double kill with one shot. What is going on? 10 stars plus the blue star to 2. And like I said, I was worried. Oh, the roundhouse kick, beautifully done. And yeah, Osasco Qlash might well be thinking that they've got outdrafted here.
Yeah, our play of the game might be an entire game. I mean, this is crazy that Dog is just bouncing off brawlers like he is. They are up 14-2 and still a minute remaining. That's a high score in something like a professional game. This is the kind of score you see on your ladder games so far, but now Osasco Qlash really stepping it up. They are applying some good pressure now. Motep with a pull available, going to be using it on Yurig, and they do manage to pick up a kill there. Dog needs to be careful. Ooh, good connection from VT Zim as well. 14-7, still sitting comfortably, but 30 seconds to go. This is manageable.
Yeah, absolutely so. It's marked up still, and if Osasco can time this correctly and just try to allow Dog to get too comfortable, too aggressive in this position and keep those firing hills coming in. But now Zera very, very low, has to be forced back and has to then buy time to heal, and that's not where you want to be with 10 seconds on the clock. Let's see as the push coming in now. Dog goes in, and this could be a vulnerable spot for him. He will go down, but the trade-off is there. 20 starts to 11. Nothing Zera can do about this. It's a Milan Qlash moving on very, very swiftly to match point.
Wow, that flew by. I feel like there was just so much action. It was constantly jam-packed with Dog kicking every single brawler, it felt like, on the map. I mean, 22-11, I believe, the scoreboard at the end there. That's a crazy amount of points to put up, and they did it in such quick succession. I mean, we've given a lot of credit to Dog, but to be honest, all three of these brawlers play very different roles and have definitely shined. They have Motep to clean things off, Dog to put on the pressure, VT Zim hitting these crazy snipes. I mean, overall, just an complete effort by this entire team. Very impressive stuff, and now they have a 1-0 lead as well and can dictate the pace.
Yeah, this is the thing now. Just bring that pace down despite Milan Qlash holding that blue star. It's the takedown that's really going to count here, and if Osasco can get one, then that's going to place them in a formidable position. VT Zim, though, a little bit low, but then returns the favor onto Zera as well. Motep still hasn't got the magic hand either, but everyone else on the side of Milan Qlash has got their super, and that is a threat. That is a danger that you just cannot ignore. Amplify shot from VT Zim does not connect. The ricochets will be there as well, and the jumping from body was okay. It was decent, but nonetheless, what a ball from Motep. Puts the idea to rest and keeps Milan Qlash out in front.
It was looking so good for Osasco, and they had a good game. It's just AQM are on a different level. Now they bring it back 5-2, and VT Zim does have a super available. Dog is in the break of destruction here with his supers. He's got one in his back pocket once again. Marcel has coded this left-hand side and trying to play some good defense, but it won't matter. Dog is going right, picks up a kill there. Now it is 7-2, a little over 30 seconds to go, and things are getting very difficult. Irig trying to get a takedown. Dog and VT Zim are ready to react, though. 9-2, and things starting to get out of hand just a little bit for Osasco.
Yeah, that's another pickup. Beautifully done again with the roundhouse kick from Dog, and these G-Magic puffs are doing wondrous things for them. They're just able to keep healing accordingly and stay still so aggressive. The lovely pickup there extends the lead more. Just the 2 stars on the side of Osasco, and this could be all over here. I think Marcel knows it with the drop of the pin. Dog goes down, but it's still 8-16. A formidable lead here as Dog will pick up the scraps to seal it strong. Milan Qlash move on to the semi-finals.
I mean, just an absolute good effort there. I'm really impressed. I mean, obviously, this team is at the top of their game right now. They're #1 in the region. They've got a golden ticket to Worlds, but anytime you see a show like that, I mean, it's nothing but impressive. And these are against some guys that, hey, look, Marcel hadn't updated his game. Maybe it's been a few days since he played, but he is not a slouch. I mean, that is a tough thing to do to just about anybody. Overall, very impressed, and I'm assuming we'll see some more from those guys as well. Maybe retirement is out of the question at this point. They're very talented. Hope to see them some more throughout the year. Maybe we'll see them one more month to finish off our season, but for now it is going to be the favorites, AC Milan Qlash, moving forward.
And so swiftly. I mean, I had to second guess myself when I called it then, thinking they are through already, aren't they? Like, they are in the semis. Just absolutely great stuff, and it just shows that despite being locked in and affirmed for the World Finals, that they are just still keeping on top. And I think that we've seen that happen every now and again, as the years have gone by in the BSC. Once you've kind of locked yourself in, teams tend to relax a little bit, because why would you not? It's your chance to kind of just reflect and, celebrate. And everyone wants to do that in your team and take a little bit of downtime, because you've been working all year long for this goal. And once you achieve it, some teams like to take a little bit of a back step, a little bit of a resting period. Not AC Milan Qlash, clearly today. They mean business.
Yeah, they are not holding back whatsoever. I mean, 2-0, 2-0, and it really felt that way at times too. And again, their opponents are great. It's no disrespect to them. I just feel like Qlash were playing at a different level. You could see it, especially in Shooting Star. I mean, they were bouncing after kill after kill. There were pulls, there were kicks. I mean, there was stuff going on the whole way. Every single one of them were contributing. I think overall, it was just a heck of a match to watch, and I can't wait to see what they do in the future. And regardless of which opponent wins this next one, I think it'll be a formidable one for them as well. We've got Vatra Gaming SA playing against ZERØZONE, and this one has a lot of implications for the future of this region. Look, only 3 teams get to go to Worlds in this region. One of them already locked up. We just saw him play. 2 left to go, and both of these teams have a very realistic chance. Currently, ZERØZONE are at the 3rd place spot, but I mean, a loss here would be very detrimental for them. Vatra Gaming, of course, in the hunt as well, about 70 or so points behind these guys, and they're in 5th. So there's a lot going on in this region, a lot of possibilities. I mean, really anything can happen here.
Yeah, exactly that. And for perspective as well, locked in at 4th at the moment is Embenados, who did not qualify. So they're not going to gain any points this month. So that's going to change things hugely. If Vatra get this win, then they are going to be able to really work their way forwards. ZERØZONE, though, are still in a really, really great spot. Let's not, beat around the bush here. They're looking great. And if they win this, then that's going to be able to propel them even more further forwards. And especially if they go on all the way. I mean, who knows? We would love nothing more than to see someone other than AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac get a grand finals win in this region, because I think it's only good for the competitive scene in general. Ultimately, though, that is getting ahead of ourselves. This one, though, means so much to both of these teams. In fact, this could very well dictate what happens in terms of that World Finals placement. Everything is on the line when it comes to this one.
Each of these guys control their own destiny. It's a best 2 of 3, very evenly matched, I imagine. This one feels very much like a coin toss. In Vatra Gaming, a team formerly known as Arena Casito, had great success at the beginning of the year, but they've been a little inconsistent since, right? They really peaked, making several finals. They challenged AC Milan Qlash a few times there. They really seemed like the number 2 team at the time, but since then, CMG's really stepped forward. ZERØZONE's had great success. They've dropped off just a little bit in our leaderboard, but they certainly still got it in them. Ark, this does beg the question, which side do you feel like has the advantage here? Are you going with Vatra Gaming, who have, made it to some finals early on, but maybe as of recent haven't quite been at that level? Or are you going with the more recent guys, ZERØZONE, who currently hold that 3rd spot?
I've got to go with ZERØZONE. I mean, they are, on paper, the more consistent team. I think, Vatra at the beginning of the season, March and April, grand finalists, fantastic stuff. Lost to AC Milan Qlash, understandable, especially when you look at how they're performing and have done throughout the course of the year. But ZERØZONE have been consistently qualifying. And I think that is key here. Vatra Gaming have had some off months along the way. We kind of saw them drop off and wondered whether they were still a thing, actually, after April. But coming back in, they didn't really come back with the biggest punch that we were expecting them to have. They kind of failed in the quarterfinal stages, and that leaves a couple of question marks there. Unless they've been doing a ton of homework in the background and really working on correcting some of those flaws, which they could well do here today. Do not get me wrong. I think this is actually going to be a lot closer than maybe what I'm making it out to be. It's just simply that ZERØZONE are now in 3rd position. I think that when you are in a spot like that, you'll do anything to hold on to it.
Yeah, I'm rolling with ZERØZONE. I'm right there with you, but I do think this one could be very competitive. If you think about it, ZERØZONE and Vatra kind of have the same ceilings this season, both reaching finals at different times. They've each played AC Milan Qlash pretty closely. Vatra Gaming was even beating CMG at least a couple times early on in the year, and not only BSC but some third-party events as well. They were consistent to start, but for whatever reason, every team goes through their ups and downs, and at least over the last couple months, it hasn't been as much of the up on that roller coaster ride, but they've certainly got it in them. But yes, I'm going to go with the current 3 seed as well. However, we're getting our draft underway. It's going to be double swoosh, and this map is going to be an interesting one to see in the draft phase. What gets banned? I imagine Poco's in that mix, Max in that mix, heck, Stu, Gene, all very solid mids that could be options options here, and we'll see what they go with. It's going to be Buzz, Max, Colette on our left-hand side, Nita, Poco, and Janet. We only saw Nita once earlier today, but this is a brawler I've definitely had my eyes on since the balance changes. How do you feel about Nita overall in the current state of the game?
I actually think a worthy ban here, to be honest. I think anything with a lot of push is definitely rife territory for Nita to thrive in. So just not taking any chances on the side of ZERØZONE and showing a good awareness of how the meta has shifted. I think the Buzz ban from Vatra is maybe not quite the same as what I was expecting. I definitely think that these Colette and the Max are worthy bans for sure, but I feel like ZERØZONE are just a little bit more in tune with me at the moment. Janet being banned as well, yeah, no surprises there. Does leave Bonnie open for sure. An early draft here of Squeak, and was always a good thing for control, but they are lacking a mid on the side of ZERØZONE, and with the Max ban and the Poker ban, you know, I mean, they've got to be thinking Gene here, right? Surely. I mean, Stu mid is great. Crow coming in, though. Ooh. This is risky stuff here from ZERØZONE, leaving their mid for, unless they're planning on going Crow mid here, for the third and final pick here. It's going to give Vatra a lot of options.
Yeah, I mean, they could possibly get Stu and Gene on their roster. They're going to pick up Pam here. Very interesting stuff, though, to see the Crow. I mean, it's somebody we saw 0 times in Sesa, and this was a brawler that I would say has an argument to be top 5 in our previous last couple months in terms of just value. He does great into max combinations. He's really good on this map, don't get me wrong, but when you're slowing Toxic Gadget gets nerfed 40%, down from 5 seconds to 3 seconds, which doesn't seem like a lot, but I promise you every single second counts at a pro level here, and they're managing to pick up a Pam, and they get the Bonnie. Wow. So they're going to get their brawlers of choice. Heck, maybe they can snag a Gene here with a 6th pick. I mean, that would be a lot of value. I have just a question mark with Crow, right? I believe he's probably still a solid brawler, but is he the best option at this current moment? I think that's left to be seen.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of one of those brawlers we haven't really seen enough of yet, and just considering how much the play rates were in favor for him in SCSA and ANZ, and seeing how no one was even banning him or playing him this month so far, Carl's going to be the final pickup for ZERØZONE. So, I mean, Squeak mid. I'm assuming it's going to be Crow and Carl lane here, but it's just not the go-to kind of gem carrier that at least I'm thinking when I come in to draft for Double Swoosh. I feel like Vatra Gaming have got a really solid comp here. I think that ZERØZONE could well struggle against it, especially if the Pam can just consistently win that lane and get that healing station down. Against the Crow as well, I feel like once that lane is won, it's really going to struggle against it on the side of ZERØZONE, so they're going to have to make sure that everything else is on point here.
And Christian getting very aggressive here, going to be hopping out of that cannon form, diving in. Loco doing the same thing as well. RHZ as the gym carrier, though, very aggressive stuff. Needs to be careful as a Stu at mid. You have to find a balance between being an aggressive brawler and being the dominant carrier of gyms, because if you go down, you can really cost your team. Alchemical on this right-hand side going to be facing off against the Crow as well, and the Crow can siphon off some heals, so it can be a particularly good matchup in that sense, but still, I think Verdict is out on Crow. Like you said, I just want to see more of it to really get a feel for it. And so far, so good for Vatra Gaming, really strutting their stuff right now. They're going to be up 6 gyms to 0.
Yeah, now that healing station is in for Alchemical, this is where the Crow is going to struggle. I mean, the slow used to be so effective against these scenarios, but now it's not going to last nearly as long. Squeak, though, good connections there from no one, and I do like the way that was given priority attention in that respect. 7 gems, though, to 2. They are still very much in favor of Vatra, and now we see the aggressiveness of this comp come really into full circle. It's ZERØZONE that are struggling a little bit here. Alonso coming in for a last-ditch attempt, but there's the healing station coming in clutch, and it's Vatra Gaming on a countdown.
Yeah, Loco going for the dive, doing anything he can do to try and disrupt this countdown, but with 6 seconds to go, RHZ with the speed zone in hand, he's going to be dancing around a little bit too. Good stuff coming in from Vatra Gaming. I just think their draft seems very solid, all very consistent brawlers that we've seen prove it before. I think this ZERØZONE roster right now that they're running just kind of has some question marks for me. I think the verdict is still out on Crow, but I didn't feel like they got any particular upside from it, took any particular advantage. You know, it can be great for scouting out the bushes. It does well into Pam, granted, at least in the healing front, but RHZ on the Stu was a factor, and just when Gene's on the board or something like that, I can't help but question.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that in its entirety. I mean, I just feel like the draft is better on the side of Vatra. In these early moments, then, you know, this is where ZERØZONE got to capitalize, and you see now the lane switch, and I think you've kind of got to go with that. I think Crow's going to have a better time against the Bonnie. They're both kind of similar brawlers in that assassination approach, and There, Loco will pick up the takedown and stay in position for it. And now the pressure's starting to mount. And under these circumstances, you know, I think that ZERØZONE have just got to try to move a bit quicker, try to juke a few more shots, and just really keep that pressure on, because Vatra, after that last game win, they're feeling good about this. They know that they can get this set in the bag if they just keep things up. And Christian going on the aggressive, didn't quite come out though on top. Alonso knows it, comes in, gets the takedown, and keeps ZERØZONE in position.
Yeah, great step forward here for ZERØZONE, who have certainly made a good effort here in game number 2 to stay ahead. Aoki on this right-hand side is going to go down. Christian, the only brawler standing, is going to be forced to pick up these gems. And Loco is just a menace on this left-hand side right now, taking advantage of this shrubbery to hide. They're looking for a pinch here. He's actually going to be running the shield, I believe. I don't think my eyes deceive me. He's going to be going for that instead. Very interesting stuff, and maybe the reason why they think running Crow is fine here.
Yeah, it could well be, as you know, when things are nerfed, you know, people start to deviate and experiment and think back to a different time in terms of the meta. Quite like it. Didn't see it coming, and we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that one as things progress in terms of the meta. But this countdown is on. There's every chance of a takedown here if they can just get to no one, but it's not going to happen. ZERØZONE stay alive in the first set.
Yeah, I feel like they corrected a lot of things there. I think Crow was a big contributor in that one, just kind of sticking around on that left-hand side, causing some trouble there from mid to late game. Overall, a great job. I mean, they handled themselves very well early on. They got some control of the mid, and from there, they kind of just took the gems that they needed and moved forward. No one on the squeak as a mid is a very interesting call. I don't think it's been as dominant or as used lately, but certainly having that gadget to cut off that mid bush area right there, you know, it's 3 times a game for 10 seconds. That's a lot of time on the clock to really give your team an advantage. And even a brawler like RHZ, who's an aggressive brawler, you know, with a super, can really dash forward quickly, is even struggling into this right now. It's 2-2 overall, and they've already dropped another gadget. Alonso trying to gain some control on this right-hand side, but for now, each contesting for this mid control and just looking for their first pickup.
Yeah, it definitely is defense booster on the Crow. That is the first time that I've seen it this year, and it just goes to show how much the pro scene really favored slowing Toxin. But again, when things get nerfed, you've got to adapt, and the best teams in the world know exactly how to do just that. I quite like it. It's allowing Loco to go more on the aggressive, take more chances, and that is going to hopefully help Vatra be able to bring things back here, as they are looking a little bit bleak after that first game, but now starting to show signs of life. And there again, popping the gadget there just allows him to continue this assault on Taris.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to find that pickup onto no one, who's going to get right back on into action. 6 gems being dropped onto Vatra Gaming's side. They are okay for now, but they do need to make sure to play defense here. And even though ZERØZONE are down in the count, I feel like in terms of control, it's pretty even. RHZ already back into action here. Loco on the left-hand side trying to keep Christian at bay. No one landing 2 very good shots right there. And they're giving Stu a lot of trouble. However, he does have 8 gems to his name, and the slowing coming in there. Now ZERØZONE are looking to get a choke point going here in order to claim Vatra's gems.
So little win it. No one is in a perilous spot here and does concede to those taps. But Loco on the top there, just with a few shots of get back. Alonso goes with the flying hook. Lovely done. He's weak though. He can't really contest this too much. The countdown is there. I don't know if there's enough time for gems in the mid either. I think ZERØZONE have got to go full aggressive here.
And they do. Loco's actually going to pick these up along with Alonso. Loco walking away with 10 of these. Christian now trying to get there in time, and he does manage to get the double pickup. They're going to pick up all 18 gems, and now there is only one option. They must take down Christian.
And with 10 seconds remaining, there's so little that can be done. Loco needs super. Alonso, no gadget there, no flying hook. I just don't see how Christian is going to get taken down here in the amount of time there's left. Vatra able to cling on, and they will take this first set.
Yeah, really well played. There's Alchemical on the screen. Clearly just enthusiastic and thrilled by the looks of things, and of course going to be focused up. I think honestly just really well played. I like the Vatra draft a ton, and jokes aside, obviously they've been focused on the game and they've got some good stuff going in their drafts. I really like what they did. You know, ZERØZONE, the fact that they took a game there, I think impressed me as well. And also, like we mentioned, I did not see that Crow gadget coming, and I can't speak enough of how much of a kind of big deal that is, all things considered. I mean, slowing Toxin has been the wave for a long time now, several months, and I haven't seen that gadget in a long time either, but I do feel like it paid off from time to time. It definitely made Crow viable, and even though he's a brawler that I haven't seen as strong this week when watching scrims and testing things out, you know, that made him more viable. I'll have to keep an eye on that for sure, and I respect that ZERØZONE were willing to test that.
Yeah, and to bring it in such an occasion, I think it's definitely, you know, one thing to consider. But it didn't get them the win. That's the thing. And like, that is what they need right now. They need to bring things back in open zone and just kind of, you know, start to take back the control away from Vatra. Again, ZERØZONE are in the number 3 position on the leaderboard. Vatra in number 5. But if Vatra can just get this set in the bag, it's going to be such a painful scenario for ZERØZONE to find themselves in. They're going to be depending upon next month to really, you know, try to claw their way back in. If Vatra go all the way to the grand finals here today off the back of that, I know it's getting ahead of ourselves, but that could be disaster spelling for ZERØZONE here. They've got to bring things back in open zone. They've got to bring things to a third and final set here. Or this could be such an, I mean, this is arguably their most important monthly final of the year so far.
Yeah, I mean, everything just means more at this point. There's only 2 months left, including this one, and there's really no room for error. They have to get wins here, and even though they're in third, they have a little bit of a cushion. It's only about 70 points. I mean, just for showing up in quarterfinal number 1 with double points considered, you get 70 points. They're right there. And if they get to a semifinal, man, that's going to be tough, considering that's a big opponent they need to take down right here. Oftentimes, the best way to get yourselves a spot forward is to take down the people right in front of you, and I mean, Vatra are right here trying to claim that spot. Open zone going to be the map we're moving it to next. I think this one's been very interesting. Again, similar to what I said on Backyard Bowl earlier, it seems intuitive that, you know, sharpshooters would get play here. It's wide open, right? There's only grass on the left and the right hand side, a couple L-shaped walls, but to be honest with you, it is so much more than that. You could see Max, you could see Poco, you could see the Ambers of the world. Sharpshooters are not the only thing. Stu is a problem here as well, as we see that ban coming on the right hand side, a double Poco ban. Janet, Colette. This is not your everyday sharpshooter kind of map. There's a lot of flexibility in so many different brawlers that can show up.
Yeah, I think the double Poco ban kind of says it all for me as to how much that brawler's just pushed their way through in terms of the meta. Early draft there of Penny, quite like it from Vatra, but I don't know. I quite value the Pam here. I quite value the B here myself as well. The Max is a good thing to eradicate, and the Colette as well. I like that from Vatra. Thinking ahead, Bonnie, an early draft here from ZERØZONE, and how they match this is going to be quite important here, quite key, because they do need to bring back this set, and I think they've got to have something like that. A Pam would be great for healing, and you know, I mean, sure, the Penny turret will lock onto that, but sometimes it just helps you stay firm in the mid, and some aggressiveness as well. They kind of lack that so far. B, I like it. I love it from ZERØZONE. Vatra have got to respond, and this is going to be a good one, because I feel like B here is one of the best brawlers in this particular map.
I agree. I think B is a great pickup, and of course, somebody even before becoming more meta across the world, this region's been using it historically for a long time. I mean, it's incredible how one brawler such as, you know, running the B, that influences the Mr. P, and it's just, then the Jesse comes in. I mean, it's funny how one brawler can really shape things up. This region has a lot of experience with this brawler. It's going to be quite good right now, too. I love it on this map. I think it's a great sharpshooter option. It also prevents any tankier measures, and if Max was in play, it is oftentimes going to be the way to deal with Max at the current moment, but we did see Crow be successful earlier. That's something a lot of teams have strayed away from. Carl pickup, Pam pickup, two very solid brawlers. Pam, of course, one that you mentioned earlier, great for area control, healing station, not too difficult to land those shots as long as you're within range, since it's so widespread. I think overall a very good diverse comp for Vatra Gaming. I like what they've done, but Bonnie and B is a pretty hard start to beat.
It's got to be Griff. It's got to be Griff. I love the Penny combo with the Pam. That's a great, strong thing to have. And the one thing that's going to be standing between that and the wall is going to be the wall. They've gone for Lou. I don't know. I mean, I'm all for Lou here. I always vouch for it and never tend to see it when I do, but I feel like they needed a wall break there of sorts, and we've seen Griff just be so prevalent throughout the regions. We've seen it time and time again today in SCSA and ANZ, and on this particular map as well. Just, you know, being able to eradicate the effectiveness of turrets. You know, turrets is realistically here what Griff would have eradicated. But let's see. I don't mind Lewis got some great area denial and fantastic for buying time when you lose control. Let's see how it fares for ZERØZONE. But one thing's for sure, if Vatra win this set, it will be their best performance since April, and they are going to want this and take it with open arms.
And already no one is going to get a super off the bat. Alchemical going to be forced away, and both sides kind of contested right now. Christian is going to get taken down. Loco with the heavy hitting shot. Alchemical going to be forced back as well, and now it's no one's turn to claim this mid. Again, all eyes on Lou. If they can make that super work, it's going to be so valuable for them. He's going to elect to actually cut off this left-hand side, but now Alchemical's just going to walk forward. I don't mind that placement. It's going to give RHZ some problems, but they can't keep people off the hot zone unless they freeze them and keep hitting shots like they do. My goodness, a dive in as well. Not going to be to much success, though. It's all Vatra control once again as they have retaken the lead.
HZ there just rocking the Zeta pin, giving some love to East Asia. As now ZERØZONE starts to push back. Logan has that amplified shot, and that'll be doing a ton of damage to the healing station. And Penny Turret not far behind at all. There's another one available to RHZ, but he'll place down a salty barrel and just preserve it a little bit longer to get it into position. And I like that. That patience there is going to be rewarded. So the damage gear as well coming into play, allowing him to clear up the left-hand side lane. No one, again, though, knows that they're going to be losing control and places down the freeze. And that's going to buy valuable time here for ZERØZONE.
Yeah, that's why Lou can be such a big factor, and no one has certainly gotten value out of his super. I mean, he cycled it several times, and I kind of like this matchup when looking at it a little bit more into Pam, somebody who doesn't scream speed, is a little tankier of a brawler, slower walking. I think overall it can actually be a decent matchup to try and keep charging that super. Loco now trying to step forward as well, as this lead is starting to get out of hand just a little bit. 77% and counting, another super going down. Alonso needs to either step on the zone or find some value out of his dive. Went for a pretty aggressive play earlier into the bush, just going for some good game awareness, and it didn't pay off. No one going down once again. Christian going to be very weak here, though, and going to go down to Loco. Alonso diving in, does pick up Pam, but they need to get two brawlers, and good dodges right there. Even though they don't pick up that kill immediately, it's still going to lead to Vatra at 90%. They're going to have to play an insane defensive effort here if they want to take this one.
Yeah, big taps from Christian, and look at that, just 3% needed now as RHZ coming in, uses the Penny Turret for tanking. Love to see it. Vatra are looking so good in this scenario. It's match point for them so soon against the team that are higher against them on the leaderboard. If Vatra get this next game in the bag, ZERØZONE are going to be going home packing at the first possible hurdle, and it will spell disaster, especially if they continue on like this. ZERØZONE have got to shut this down, and now.
Yeah, we can't stress it enough. I mean, this is huge for the ramifications of a world's caliber spot. Both these teams are very much in the hunt, and Vatra clearly want it right now. Loco is going to fall. RHZ now flanking the left-hand side, while Chemical in all of her HP is going to be standing in the mid. Loco back in action now. Christian trying to deal with no one on the right-hand side. Loco landing some shots. Christian diving forward. That's going to be a trade as Alonso dives in now. Great gadget, but it's not going to be enough. Now no one and Alonso are trying to get a good flank here. Takedown and now super available for no one. They need to keep it up, but Christian's aggression paying off there, and nearly a wasted super, it seems.
Yeah, just able to flag hook through, and just, you know, that super needs to be on the zone. I mean, it really does on this particular map. It buys you so much time, and, you know, it's just not necessarily about the takedowns, but it's just denying the objective, though. ZERØZONE back on it, and that is a much better shot. Has Christian got any more gadgets? He could go on the aggressive. If he does, just getting some healing off that pad along the way, as Alonso's being caught out as a 2 versus 1. Pam healing station followed up by a Jesse turret, and this is where the Vatra gaming comes in, and, you know, ZERØZONE have got to get to those to really eradicate its power, and that's what I was saying about the Griff. It would have been perfect for it. A nice stun out from no one will serve to some avail as they start to continue to cap this zone. 70% now, only 30% needed.
No one has been bullying Christian on this right-hand side. He hasn't really had anywhere to move, been charging up the super as well from the Pam, and now all of a sudden it's ZERØZONE with the commanding lead. They even had it down at 2 Lou supers at once. Vatra finally clearing the room a little bit. Healing station going down behind that wall will give them a little bit of trouble in terms of maneuverability, but no one already with another super, and he's been a huge factor here, even in their loss in game number 1. I mean, countless number of supers. It's going to back them entirely off this hot zone. No one able to reclaim his spot, and they're approaching 90%. This is going to get close, but ZERØZONE are doing good work right now.
Yeah, it's a much better super for me from no one, and just completely denied any access, and you do have to make sure that you aim that correctly. We've seen instances where teams have left just a little shimmer, and it will allow you to still continue to cap the zone despite it, but that was a very important win for ZERØZONE. They know it. They've got to continue this way. They've just got to get through hot zone. At the moment, they are still up against a match point, and one more game and it could be all over for them this month, and maybe even for the entire year. So much rides on this next game, and who takes it?
Yeah, they can't leave anything on the table. This is where everything counts. If they want their tournament lives and possibly their World Finals lives to stay alive, they need to win this one. And both sides can definitely say that at this moment, especially a 5th place team like Vatra Gaming right now. Loco in contention, Alonso trying to get the fight going on this left-hand side, but Alchemical with just so much HP has been able to stay alive. Now a dive in from Alonso, desperately looking for the super tag going down, though. It's going to be a trade. Loco going to be falling weak, and Christian's going to get cleaned up. A couple good tags, but RHZ, some good dodges here. A couple nice shots as well. No one is going to fall, and Vatra Gaming popping off there. The penny plays were unreal. 43% to 5%.
The ice in his veins to not even lay down a salty barrel. I mean, that is displaying confidence. It really is. And now with so much utility to hand, Vatra can continue this, and no one places down the super. But again, it's not really on the zone. It's just to try to deter anyone from coming back from the spawn. But again, it doesn't serve that purpose. Christian's able to do just that. And oh my word, 66 to 70% now to 6. What a commanding lead for Vatra.
And Vatra are showing it that they want it. Alchemical is going to go down, and this is ZERØZONE's final opportunity. It is 82% to 9%, possibly fighting for their World of Finals lives, let alone their tournament lives this month. Looking ahead to the future, this one means everything. Loco trying to keep RHC back. The penny turret is going to block. Super going down for no one, but they're still skating on the hot zone, and it's left to Bonnie to try and defend. The healing station in play as well, 95% and creeping forward. And Vatra, a team that has had their ups and downs, have now clinched a spot in the semifinals, and ZERØZONE are in a world of hurt right now.
That is a disastrous defeat, and yeah, blowing the kisses. Vatra are confident, and so they should be. They have just knocked out the number 3 placement on the leaderboards and sent them home at the first hurdle. This could propel Vatra forwards. This could very well be the win that could bring them to the World Finals if they keep this up. I don't want to ring that bell. I don't want to be the one to say it, but a griff there was needed. It was just needed. If they were able to break that wall, they had the B. It's a fantastic combo. They wouldn't have had nearly as much advantage in that situation. True, they brought back a game, but as soon as they clocked onto the fact that they were feeding too much into the loo and stuff to be more, resourceful around it to juke the situation, it just went downhill for me, and Vatra deserved it. Their drafts were on point.
Yeah, I think Vatra played phenomenally. I think both drafts were very solid. I really don't have a problem with the way Lou played, though. I thought they got a lot of value out of that super. I think at times, sometimes when they would place it on that right-hand side rather than on the hot zone, it was to try and keep Carl away, but Carl has an escape mechanism with his gadget. I think they were really able to take advantage of that. Overall, I mean, very intense for games 1 and 2. And all of a sudden in game number 3, here comes Vatra screaming, and they just wanted it. They wanted it bad. They did their homework. They had good drafts. I think ZERØZONE played well too. I mean, it was 2-1, 2-1 after all. Very competitive stuff, and I don't think ZERØZONE are ruled out yet, but again, Vatra Gaming needed to take down the opponents in front of them, and that was one of them. Embanadas at the 4th place as well is not here this month. They have really shoved their stuff here, and they are going to have an opportunity. And when we look at the bracket, for today, there's some really big matches throughout this day. That was certainly one of them, and coming up, we've got Portuguesa Esports and 1FA, another big one as well. Don't sleep on Starline. Chasmac Gaming might have their hands full with that one as well.
Yeah, ZERØZONE will be resting just a little bit more comfortably in the knowledge that the next matchup for Vatra is AC Milan Qlash for sure. But again, a lot can happen in this lower bracket also. Portuguesa Esports looking for that win, and again, not out of the running by any means at all, as well as Starline in that 5th and 6th place spots on the leaderboards. Chasmac, though, we cannot sleep on them. They're not locked in yet. They're still mathematically not able to say we are able to attend Worlds. We've got our golden tickets, so they need to perform here today as well. And looking forward to the big things from them later on.
Yeah, I think this match will be pretty competitive here too. And even though neither of the teams are as close as, say, our last 2 matches, it certainly matters. Everything is going to take place and really take shape for Worlds. And again, this is one of 2 remaining months. This is where really, really, really every match counts. It counts every month, but especially now, especially in double points, especially when trying to claim a world final spot when there are 2 up for grabs right now. You want to give yourself as much hope as possible. And again, 1 monthly grand finals win gets you at 200 points. That can elevate teams through the roof, and especially with as close as some of these point spreads are. Anything is possible at this point as we hop into quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, if you're able just to bring the ice on the occasion and just get a grand final win. I know it sounds like an easy thing, and I can assure you it's not. But, you know, it can just be something which heroes are born from stories like that. Parsifal, as we know, a long timer in the BSC, and one which comes with so much experience and a little bit of a secure a spike and Bruce moment there in the corner. Love to see it. But yeah, Portuguesa Esports today definitely looking for a big win. They've got a huge roster. You know, Gugu, Parsifal, Pizinho, and Doritos. I mean, these are guys that have been in the BSC for a long time. They know how to handle pressure, and they're going to be bringing it today.
Yeah, these guys are definitely experienced and have had some good success this year. On the other side, it's going to be one FA, and these guys should be familiar as well. It's Luquitas, Enzo, JXCR, and Weepy. I mean, these guys are very solid players too, as we've got Weepy on screen now. Kind of a combination of two previous teams forming together and looking to have some success here today. I think this one could be a very competitive one as well. I mean, every match matters, of course, but I really do feel like there's no clear-cut kind of advantage in this one. I feel like both teams are very solid.
Yeah, Lucates and Jay coming over from the 6FA roster to combine in this format. And, you know, we didn't see them on the leaderboard. So that team's probably disbanded for that same reason as these players were with that roster. They were actually looking really good. Last month was a rough one for them and probably led to a couple of decisions along the way. I think this is going to be quite close to cool, to be honest. I kind of want to edge towards Portuguesa Esports, but at the same time, you know, 1FA have got experience behind them, and they're a new roster, and with that comes some unpredictability. You don't necessarily know whether it's going to be a match made in harmony or something that takes a bit more time to really find that that synergy, that chemistry. But I don't know, I'm kind of going with the blue side on this one. Kenny, what about yourself?
I put in Portuguesa Esports on event.brawlstars.com before this started. I have no reason to change my mind yet, as they haven't even played. But I am with you. I really do think it can go either way. I don't really blame anybody for picking either side. When in doubt, I'm going to run with the team that made it out of the upper bracket, though. Both these teams have had success throughout the year. Obviously, there's some good stuff on both sides, but nothing insanely standing out to me in terms of one team having an advantage over the other. I think this is going to be a good old shootout and could be very similar to what we saw last time, where there's a lot of 2-1 kind of scenarios in each of these sets. We're now hopping into out in the open, and immediately I think of Gene being a problem here. Crow used to be a problem here. It depends on what region right now that we're looking at, but I'm curious to see if anybody attempts to run that. We see the max ban Poco available. It is knockout though, and I don't necessarily know if this is the map where we will see him. Brock first pick. It doesn't surprise me to see Brock in this map, but I am a little surprised that he was picked 1 overall.
Yeah, exactly the words taken out of my mouth. Don't think I put it on a first pick in terms of priority level, but clearly wall break is what 1FA wants to really focus on. It was a 60-40 split, by the way, over at event.brawlstars.com in favor of Portuguesa Esports. So just a little bit more of an edge, but I like the Fang here. It can work wonders out in the open. Nani is one that you don't see every day, but can really do well here. The people can just kind of work around the map and find its way to a target, despite being maybe pushed back and trying to find some cover areas. It's going to be Daryl. I was going to say, I was hoping not for Eve. We do tend to see Eve played out in the open. It's kind of one of the maps where she is viable, but I think that's a better shout. The question is, you know, how is that sort of matchup going to fare between the Fang and the Daryl, and can Portuguesa keep 1FA at bay?
Yeah, I like this Daryl choice going into Fang. Having a shotgun brawler going against somebody up close and personal like Fang can go a long way. Also, Brock's a little bit more on the squishy side as well. Not a lot of HP for him. To kick things off, we got Portuguesa Esports on the bottom of your screen. There's their composition. They're running the Piper and the Bow as well. I think 2 really good, solid options here. Nani's going to be a great counter into Piper, though. They need to be careful. Already a pickup, though, and a roll away. Clean play right there as they pick up the kill onto Jay. Nicely done, as now Bo is looking to back away here. Super raining down just out of arm's reach, though. And now it's going to be the entire Portuguesa side up 3 brawlers to 2 and full HP.
Ooh, jump in as well. Could be costly. Zina's got to be careful here, but I do like the way that 1FA are prioritizing eradicating some of that bush. We've seen time and time again how useful that can be to hide when you're low HP. Let's see though, it's a 3 versus 2, but I don't think the 1FA are out of the running just yet. But now the 3 versus 1, yeah, this one seems unlikely. The best thing that you can really do here is try to get super and just give yourself off to the gas. Realistically, you don't want to feed into your opposition and provide them any more utility than they already have.
And Nani Peep incoming. They're going to be looking for Daryl to tank that as he just has the most HP on the roster. Doritos also running a shield, so could have very well tanked that. A couple good shots landing, though. Doritos is going to have to be careful here. Bazinho does have a role available. It can really stretch the field a little bit for them. They can create some space on their own, and Doritos landing a nice shot there. It is going to help out for sure if they back Brock away. But right now, they're playing this a little slower. No real aggressive Daryl plays. They have less utility to work with a couple of gadgets down the drain for him, but they can hold on to the super when the zone starts to close in. He's going to be a great aggressive option into both Brock and Faye.
Well, Doritos low there, but is tapping well. I'm not sure whether they'd like to eradicate that little block of wall or keep it, to be honest. It's either providing cover or getting in the way of what Doritos wants to be able to land. But here comes the peep coming in, and Bazinho is low, but Guigo is going to go for Doritos. He jumps away. The peep explodes just before impact. That could be crucial. It's the 3 versus 2, but the pressure is there still. Guigo is low, Doritos is low, and everyone for 1FA is staying firm and in control. That is them bringing back around. Nicely done, gotta say.
Yeah, what a good exhibition right there. I mean, all 3 brawlers managing to get to the job done. And now this wall is going to be opened up as well. I feel like that will give Daryl a little bit harder of a time. Shouldn't be too much of a factor for Piper. But again, Nani's going to be a great play into Piper in general. I do like Piper into Brock, though, as well. So win conditions for both sides. I feel like we're going to need to see Fang get a super here, too, in order to find his full potential. And there is the charge up. Now all 3 brawlers for 1FA have a super, and they also pick up a kill onto Piper. Fang's looking very tough here. Dive in now, and that's going to be a takedown. Bazinho trying to save his team and do whatever he can. There's 1 pickup, but he needs to get 2 more. Super coming in from Weepy. No connection, but a nice shot landed from Luquitas. And a good effort from Daryl, but game number 1 is going to go to 1FA.
I like the patience there of just holding back the Daryl roll, just in the instance that, yeah, you're able to just heal up a bit faster. But the shot that followed up from Luquitas was absolutely on point. And that's why I think the Nani pick here is actually a really good one. I mean, it not only is it good at shredding through tanks, but it's a hard counter to Piper. And I mean, like, it's just very rare that you tend to see Nani being played it, but it makes perfect sense in terms of the draft. And they were able to land it, and it's already proving problems here for Portuguesa Esports. And so far, they've struggled a little bit to sort of stay firm with themselves and just kind of, you know, feel confident around the situation. More often than not, they're caught in the back spawn area, and 1FA are, I feel like they're happy with the comp that they are running.
Yeah, you gotta be. I mean, maybe it's not every day you see Nani being run, but oh my goodness, 2 pickups there. Bazinho popping off. Nani could not move. Brock had 2 low HP, and that's gonna be a huge value play as well. And I was just talking about how good their comp was looking, and honestly, I don't think you can regret it by any means, but in that moment, it sure hurts when you get a double kill right there. And now they're gonna be able to charge up all those supers with the passive bow totem. They are gonna walk into next round with 3 supers available, most likely. Jay gonna go ahead and just run into the zone, throw in the towel, save his super for next round as well. And once again, Portuguesa Esports taking round number 1.
I was surprised that Jay was thinking about it that much. Like, I was just trying to read his brain. Was he really thinking that he was going to be able to 1v3, even as a Fang? I mean, he was trying to wait to see whether there's a possibility of a 2 versus 1 and whether maybe they were going to drop their guard just enough for him to try and do something incredible, but not going to be the case. And already straight back into the action. Jay has to heal up here, and the return to center pop from Luquitas, but no real value from it. Doritos jumps away, and that is a healthy pickup of Jay, making it a 3 versus 2, and Portuguesa looking like they're in a bit of a better circumstance until that moment in time. Weepy with the pickup, and now this is much more even.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2v2 situation. We've seen Bazinho pop off here already, and he's going to be a pretty good matchup into Brock over here. It does have the shield gear, but is shredded all the way down. Bo on this right-hand side, landing some magnificent shots here. Luquita is going to be left to try and play against the very healthy Daryl. A good connection there, a Brock shot as well, and now trying to apply some pressure. Luquita's with 120 HP, a roll in from Bazinho, and this is going to be pretty even. Weepy falls, though, and Portuguesa Esports are going to tie things up. This has led to a very intense match.
It's so close. It really is. I mean, there's so little in it, realistically, here. I do feel like the Nani Piper matchups should normally side on the Nani side, and I feel like, for me, 1FA have got the comp to do it, but they've just got to stay more composed with it and time these Fang runs just a little bit better. Little Doritos is so low already. Bazinho's standing still as well, which could mean a disconnect here. Doritos is going to have to try its best to try to body block this. He's back now, but that was a little bit of a tense moment for me.
Yeah, he could have very well been charging up as well. It's hard to tell, but he really was holding the line there, not moving whatsoever. Very maybe confident in its placement, or like you said, could have been a little disconnect kind of deal. Jay already in this bush, though, hiding behind this wall while Luquitas and Weepy are looking for shots on Doritos. And Google going to be able to try and find some angles here. This is going to be a tough spot for our sharpshooters. It's really going to come down to whoever can really instigate some good tags and force the other team away. The only problem for Portuguesa is they have way less space to work with right now.
Yeah, Doritos has got to push through, but the peep coming in. The nanny will connect here. No jump, but he will survive. It's time to push out. The gas will be coming in soon, and they're starting to make this count. 3 versus 2, but Jay comes in right at the right moment there. Greekle and Benzinho have got to do so much to keep this one alive. The rolling is good. The takedown, oh, not going to happen. It is 1FA that stand firm. They get the round. One more round, and they will take this first set.
It felt like, to me, things were looking really good for Portuguesa Esports, but once again, 1FA step up to the plate, and Jay's super is very much a large contributor for that. Brazinho now going to be on this left-hand side, just dodging some shots. Dorito needs to land a few tags here, but he's going to be forced to jump away with that super. Luquitas now rushing onto this right-hand side, trying to land some tags on the bow. Weepy with the super as well. No connection, but it will open up the map even more. Brazinho officially with nowhere to hide, and as a tanky brawler, that can be very tough. But you have to watch out for the J super as well. Once again, as this storm closes in, there are a lot of moving pieces.
Keep coming in. So trying to tank it, and he does so successfully. Getting damage gear off the back of it, but probably not going to have time to use it until he heals up regardless. But nonetheless, the key there is keeping Doritos alive and in the mix. Probably 1 or 2 taps away from super himself, and he needs it because look at this, Jay coming in there. Oh, the ultimate with connection. That was beautiful. I don't think Brazile's going to come out of it alive. 1FA will take the first set, but it was a close one.
Yeah, what a crazy one to watch. There's Weepy himself, and some good plays overall from their team. Very impressive stuff from 1FA to come out swinging like that. I feel like that was a great example of a draft where somebody like Nani not played every day on this map, but they knew when to draft her. They got a lot of value out of that peep, and even though, you know, Daryl was taking a few shots, it still applied some good pressure. I think Nani landed some very pivotal blows as well, and just an overall good, well-rounded comp that paid off for them. And even though they did take the Brock first overall, and I was pretty surprised by it, I think all things considered, you know, they took brawlers where it really wouldn't have mattered what they took first. I feel like Nani was something maybe they were looking at as a sneaky pick. If Piper showed up, they wanted the Brock wall break, they went ahead and got it. It paid off for him. I'm very impressed, especially considering that was more of an unorthodox draft in the sense that there were really no, I want to call them mainstream brawlers, you know, ones like we see every time, the Jeans, the Janets, the Carls, the Bonnies of the world. None of that was really in play for them. They just worked with what they had.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not by any means against Brock here. I think Brock works tremendously well here. Just was unsure about being the first pick. You know, that much weight attached to it. I just wasn't sure. But at the end of the day, by eradicating that bush and really prioritizing that with the rocket fuel, you're able to kind of always keep an eye on Daryl, and that's kind of where that comp needs to have, you know, a lot of peripherals there to ensure that you're not, you know, suddenly ambushed. And it made perfect sense. More often than not, we saw Portuguesa Esports on that back, but in that back spawn with the Daryl visible, and you just saw there like how little it was able to do under those circumstances. They needed to get some push potential out of that spawn before the gas started to close in, and you know, 1FA knew that and exploited that, and I think that they deserve to get that win. Going into Canal Grande next, Portuguesa Esports going to have to go back to the drawing board just a little bit here in terms of their draft and think this one through just a little bit more, play it a little bit safer, because again, their tournament lives depend on this next set.
Yeah, Canal Grande going to be a very interesting map right now. There are a lot of brawlers that used to be very solid on this map that have recently gotten buffed. I've seen teams mess with Nita a little bit here, and we saw it banned even earlier. I think Nita is a good shout just in the sense that she could be really powerful depending on the draft. And heck, I've seen teams at least entertain, experiment, some very, very qualified teams try and mess around with Jackie a little bit. That's not something I'm necessarily expecting to see maybe in our monthly finals, but fingers crossed, maybe we see something crazy here. But Canal Grande has a lot of possibilities arc, and I feel like there are so many different brawlers right now that can fit this mold. Are there any that are favorites of yours?
A lot of them banned. Well, that's just in Surge. I think Surge here is fantastic. Honestly, Gale, early pick from Portuguesa there, and the Max and the Poco for me are quite key. Janet as well, with the drop the base, able to show up brawlers in the bush, and there is that Nisa. Yeah, I'm not at all surprised to see it. But Daryl, though, I do like combining with this Gale idea. I think that that is strong, and the Carl as well on top of it. If they don't feed too much into the Nita and just kind of, you know, are unable to cycle bears off the back of that Griff as well. I mean, different ideas, big ideas on both sides, but very different in their nature. And I think it's just about how Portuguesa Esports approach. They've got to keep and use that range to their advantage. Daryl's got to roll onto the squeak and try to get the takedowns there all to the Griff and just time it in accordance without that super to hand. Lovely jump in, the springboard straight off the bat, flying hook there, ready to Guico, but he just goes for the star and comes straight back. This is going to be a chance now for Portuguesa to hold this firm, but that's going to be a residue connection there. And Pizzino is exploited. He might go down here for it, even able to stay alive, but the Doritos is not out of the woods.
Yeah, Doritos actually going to fall there too. All brawlers left standing for 1FA. A super going down as well. Doritos already getting back into action. Pizzino forced to roll to this right-hand side. Going to be joined by teammate Carl here. And this is very interesting to see the launch pad come out. This is something creative that I definitely haven't seen. The only map I've seen the launch pad really come through is going to be on Kaboom Canyon, especially run with somebody like Daryl. It can be good to get some good aggression, but they need to be careful. If it's anticipated, they can just line up the shots and have them ready to go. And right now, it's going to be 1-4. 1FA sitting very comfortably with about a minute to go.
Yeah, I like this from 1FA. They just know how important it is to keep that mid control on this particular map. You don't really want to be pushing into a Nita in the bush or a Griff in the bush and Squeak there for control for that same idea. It's going to work out once for them if they can control it. Squeakle has super to hand though, as has Doritos, as has Pizzino, so that's a concern and something to consider. The residue on the left-hand side there as well, going to continue to slow the advance, but that is the last of them. No more left than more utility with 40 seconds left on the clock. There's every chance that Portuguesa, if they time their runs correctly, can turn this one around.
Yeah, this might be an opportunity to do so. However, Luquitas is actually the one picking up the kill. It's going to be 6-1 now, and the lead expanding, in fact, for 1FA. They're going to need a full team effort here, and that is going to be some tough stuff there. No way of getting a stun in that moment. It's going to lead to all three brawlers standing, but 1FA are in their spawn. They're in trouble, and they just need to stay alive.
Well, I'm looking at Weepy. It'd be a great thing to pick him up and add that to the count. That's a great stun, and Gwinkle thinks about it. Oh, the timing of that! The escape is there, but no! Oh, the blue star is going to come in so clutch under these circumstances. Portuguesa Esports take the dub against all odds.
Oh my gosh, I mean, what a close call. That came down to the absolute wire, but they timed it up perfectly. There was the comeback that you mentioned. It was a real possibility on Canal Grande. You cannot get back up into your spawn. It gets very tough to get out of that situation. And teams, you know, they have a launch pad. They have a Daryl roll on their side. They have a Carl gadget or super. They have ways to get out of terrible situations. 1FA can't say the same. They have to own the map. They have to have control. And now Pizzino getting aggressive here too. Jay's going to get taken down. Super going to lead to a trade as well. And it's just going to be kills on every side. 7-7. But Blue Star ultimately residing with Portuguesa.
That top barrel value was great, but Lugata, 60 HP, staying alive, but the pickaxe comes back to Guico and picks him up in the process. 11-7 now, and pressure really is on 1FA because I feel like this comp really does have legs. It is struggling to make it work in the harmony right now as the pick event goes in, opening up the mid, but in the left-hand side, Guico goes in, and he will probably come out with stars. He does just that. Bruce, though, not done. Oh, and Jay able to capitalize. It's 13. The blue star is with 1FA. Can they hold on to it?
They will for now. Pizzino barely staying alive. It's going to be 16-13. At least on 1FA's side, they do have that blue star. As long as Jay can stay alive, they will hold on to that for now. But it is left to them to be the ones to aggress here. And like I said, there are options for Portuguesa Esports to space the floor a little bit. They've got a Daryl roll. They've got a Carl super. And Doritos has a super if he charges up. Now Guigo going to be trying to dive in 16-15. I think he knew that they were trying to give themselves any possibility of rolling in that situation. They need to be careful not to lose another brawler, though. It's 16-15. Good damage raining in, but now they are in a world of hurt right now in the back of their spawn. They need to be careful, and this time it's going to be reversed rolls. It's going to be 1FA now looking to find a last-second kill on the Portuguesa.
Wiki is looking for that Bruce Barrett. Like to have held on to it just a little bit there because it would have been great to have the final moments. Doris is going in. Oh, he's doubling down. He gets the stun, but Weepy's still alive. It's 22-18, and Portuguesa here have got a great chance of taking the set, and they do. We're going all the way.
Yeah, Wow, what an incredible last few moments there. Portuguesa really stepped up their game in the final moments of game number 1 and led in that with momentum into game number 2. Super impressive stuff. I mean, overall, they picked up kills when necessary, and when it was their turn, when they had their backs against the wall, they took advantage of the Gale launch pad. They had options to get in there. They got aggressive. They got their hands dirty, and in a very fast-paced game number 2, they did a great job of creating those kills that they needed. Overall, Portuguesa are really demonstrating why they deserve to be here too. This is what we said before. This one felt like a lot of 2-1 kind of scenarios, and that is exactly what we're getting here. It's going to be 1-1 overall in sets. It's time to go to a third.
Yeah, the closest one so far of the day, and it made sense. The poll over event.brawlstars.com was 60-40, in favor of Portuguesa. Hanging on now and getting through bounty was such an important round for them to do just that, or yeah, it could have been over very quickly. But Beach Ball up next for Brawl Ball, and that is going to come down a lot to the draft, making sure these bans are on point. And in Brawl Ball especially, if you're not banning poker at this stage of the meta, there's something wrong with you a little bit. I mean, the map itself maybe not necessarily the strongest for him, but at the same time, I just feel like you can't take those risks. And Max as well, as we've seen all day long, so prominent in the meta now, and just especially with the reciting of Crow and the gadget for the slowing toxin. There's little that can be done against the Max now to really slow it, except realistically a B. Let's see though. Ultimately, a very important set for both teams here. But Portuguesa have got some valuable momentum from that last set, and it wasn't an easy one for them to win. They had to really fight their way for it, and I think that's going to count either for or against them. It's either going to count for them in terms of just feeling great about the way things are going, or they may have just got a bit exacerbated from the win itself and how much I had to go through to earn it.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be a toughie. Beach Ball has certainly been a map to watch as of recent, too. Another brawler that's really influenced the drafts on this map as of recent is somebody like Stu. Stu's done a great job. A lot of teams love running that speed zone, and right now I think he's a pretty strong brawler still. Not sure if that's going to affect LATAM South as much as, say, other regions, like we've seen it a ton in North America, in LATAM North. I think it's just every region's got their own little flair, but Stu's somebody that I definitely take into consideration, and as a result, too, I've seen way more Spike. I've seen way more Tara. That's something when conversing with other pro players in the NA region where I'm from, that's something they look at. Some brawlers that don't always show up on Beach Ball. And oh my gosh, are you right? If Poco shows up here on a mode like Brawl Ball, oh my gosh, you can lead to double tank possibilities. Buzz got a recent buff too. I'm on watch for all kinds of new brawlers here. I've seen Nita experimented a ton on this map, both with the stun, the shield, all of the above. They've tried everything with Nita on this map, and I've definitely seen it work really well. That's somebody that I'm looking for as a sneaky ban here. We can't forget about her recent buff.
Yeah, and at this stage as well, a lot of teams are experimenting with as much as they possibly can here. Needs a Poco. Oh, that could do wonders. It really could. I mean, can't discount though, a lot of the familiar faces that we've seen in the previous meta still so prevalent for me. Bonnie here could work, absolutely so. Janet definitely can, and you just got a bad Max. I mean, there's so much potential to push forwards though as well. Even brawlers like Ash can do wonders here if you don't run a Griff on the other side of things. You've got to take those things into heavy consideration. The bans here, so key. They really are. I'm expecting to see possibly Janet, but definitely Poco, definitely Max. You kind of have to think that way. I mean, I'm going to see that indeed. It's going to be Stu banned as well. Sorry to say it, Kenny, but yeah, Penny as well and the Squeak, but pretty much those are the bans that I kind of expected to see here.
Yeah, no surprises at all for me here either. I think very wise decisions for both teams. A little mix of some of the new brawlers that are causing problems for people in the current balance changes and some of the old that are still prevalent as well. Colonel Ruff's going to be our first overall pick. I think this is a very safe one at times. I feel like Colonel Ruff can be very solid for your team. They can go with a wall break kind of feature. This doesn't lock them into any particular strategy. He's just a great utility brawler, solid on the lane, has the bounce shots available, very flexible brawler. We're going to see Gene come in on the other side as well. Another kind of safe pick, it can kind of work with just about anything here, and a good Gene pool goes a long ways. Bonnie going to be rounding out pick number 3. Now it's going to bounce back to Portuguesa Esports. Good stuff, I feel like, from both sides. Pretty traditional to start things off.
Yeah, it's kind of like the safe idea for 1FA. I think Bonnie has got a lot of abilities to go both long range and close range, as we know. I think that for that reason, Portuguese have got to have range as well, combined with that, Daryl. Please, guys. I mean, B would be great to have, but I'm going to go with a Surgeon. I did think that would be a nice one to have, and it just depends upon how much they want to break compared to how much they need for that cover to be able to have to earn those stacks along the way. Ultimately, that could be the downfall, actually, of this comp, is that if they do not get those surge stacks, and they've already broken up so much of it with the Ruffs, because I assume that is their plan, although maybe potentially not. Gale coming in as the hard counter to Daryl, and that makes a lot of sense to me. I think I prefer the 1FA comp here. I just feel like it's the safer of the two, but if the aggressiveness of Portuguesa pays off, then 1FA could also be in trouble. I think this is going to come down to how they want to play this.
Yeah, Portuguesa are going to have to be really careful here. Like you mentioned, Gale is going to be already a very solid brawler in this game mode just due to how many defensive mechanisms he has, but also they don't have that long range. They don't really have a way to directly address any of these brawlers. I would say no hard counters really on the field. And Bazinho is a risky brawler in the sense that, yeah, he's going to take advantage of these walls just like Daryl, but if they go for the wall break strategy with Colonel Russ, they're almost hurting and countering their own comp a little bit. I think they have to be really careful about how they play this. They can really elevate themselves, right? Daryl and Surge are big time playmakers. It is a little risky though, especially if you're stuck on this power 1 Surge. A pushback coming in from Weepy now as Bazinho is still all the way here. Ooh, a slight miscalculation from Doritos, and he's going to be bouncing back and getting taken down actually by Weepy. This is going to hurt Portuguesa. So what looks like a possible kill for them is now going to lead to a 3v2 scenario, now 3v1, and possibly with Jay getting that kill, a team wipe. It's just Doritos standing in their way. Pushback as well, kick to Jay, and that's a goal. 1FA kicking things off very well in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. So much of the range that Portuguesa need to combat this comp depends on that Surge, and without that, without those stacks, and if just 1FA keep wanting to steamroll this and get it over as quickly as possible, then this is going to be over very, very quickly. Very convincing stuff so far. A chain stun there, a pass through there. The ball is in the back of the net. 1FA are one game away from going through to the semifinals.
I mean, they came out swinging. My goodness, 2 very early goals. And Ark, you're killing the game out there, brother. Nicely played.
Thanks, dude. I thought so, right?
Yeah, I mean, just awesome draft for you. Awesome plays overall. I'm really impressed. Just good drafting, good skills. And again, we had some question marks about that draft, but overall, I think it's still got some possibilities. Again, they just really got to pop off and play things carefully. A couple early mistakes in that last game. Jay going to get a takedown there, though, and instantly it's going to be a 3v1 scenario. Doritos picking up this ball now. They're looking for a defense right now. Jay's going to be in prime position. He's going to be able to dive away from this situation. Doritos with the pop gadget as well is not going to be able to pick up a kill. They actually hit the pull. And that is going to be a big one for them. 3v2, once again, 1FA continuing to dominate Brawl.
And Bazinho is actually running Power Shield, and that for me is even worse, because if you were running Power Surge, you'd be able to gain those temporary stacks, then at least you'd have some range to be able to help your team out. But so far, it's looking miserable. 1FA are in such a dominating position. The gene pool there, perfectly done, keeping the pressure on. And realistically here, Portuguesa haven't had a look, and they haven't got far up the map at all in this whole entire series so far in Brawl Ball. And now, all hunkered down in the spawn, the ball's just going to come through, and Jay can just time it whenever he wants to do it. Look at that, got the magic hand yet again. So much is against Portuguesa at this point. We need to see something, and we need to see something soon, or this just could be as simple as an outdraft.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big takedown on the Surge there now. They're going to have to pick up this ball instantly. Doritos trying to do whatever he can to try and back them away. And for now, they're going to be able to hold off. It's going to be 0-0, less than a minute to go. Weepy applying a lot of pressure as well. Another insane pull coming in from Luquitas. He simply refuses to miss. Doritos trying to do anything he can. And there's actually a pickup here. Oh, if he had gotten a breakaway, he did have a super available. They do need to be careful a little bit. Daryl getting picked up there. All is good for now with 1FA. But certainly, Portuguesa Esports have stepped it up a little bit and have managed to play a successful defense for now.
Yeah, Doritos has got a tough situation here. Like, who does he roll on? He's going to roll on Jay, but ultimately not when this is super available, because they can just jump away. You can't necessarily roll on the Gale either. It's just the Gene, and that's why 1FA are playing Protect the President in this situation. 20 seconds remain, and we could be going to overtime here. The roll is there, but again, there's so much ability for 1FA to be able to defend this Daryl, and that's normally a win condition here. This is a great opportunity, the best they've had so far. But with no supers to hand, when the boxes go down, they haven't got anything really to get a goal scoring opportunity from, and Bazinho needs to get that additional stack to really be able to have as much utility to hand to be able to contest this. And another gadget pop from Jay, and this is looking dangerous. It really is. 1FA are getting takedown after takedown. It's 2 versus 2 now, but Guico is too weak to contest it.
A little pop-off from Pazzinho there. That is going to help them out a ton. Lukita's the only one left standing now. And this is certainly not a composition I want to be hopping into overtime with. Colonel Ruff's not a sharp shooter, really. Some good mid-range. Surge needs to be at that tier 3, tier 4, and Daryl, he's just going to have to get up close and do some really good dodging. They're going to be relying on the poke damage from Gene, the long range of Jay. I mean, overall, 1FA seemed like a better composition in overtime to me, but right now, Portuguesa Esports, with 15 seconds to go, do very much have a chance at this.
Yeah, I feel the same. It's actually working out well for them, but they've chosen to pocket the ball. Now they're going to bring it up as they start to feel the flow. Pazzinho could get the pass off here, especially if the Rich is able to get a super just off the back of this timing, but no, the magic hand will seal it. The rolling is there. Not enough time to sink it, and it is going to end in a draw. We're going to have to do this all again. The cover's going back up, and we're going to be going back in, but I feel like they dodged the bullet there, but that could have been a goal in the final moments against all odds.
Yeah, I mean, after all of that hard work, it was actually Portuguesa Esports that nearly had a goal for themselves, and a little restart here. That might be the confidence boost they need. They have to play a Daryl and Surge to perfection here. It's a really safe option with Colonel Ruffs, but Colonel Ruffs isn't necessarily a kind of brawler that's going to make or break your game. He's going to be good utility. He's going to power up your teammates. He's going to be able to hold lanes pretty well. But right there, it's Jay taking advantage. Doritos with the roll forward. Weepy with a nice defensive twister. It's actually the full roster of 1FA who were able to hold on here. Jay now dashing down the map, trying to get in good position. Pazzinho once again already at that tier 2, and he's using the gadget tier 3 now officially in the works. And Jay once again trying to get a pinch here. They get a takedown, but this is a good spot here. A lot better aggression coming out here from Portuguesa Esports in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how much of a fan I am of the timing on these power shields there on the side of the Surge. Just like, I don't know, like popping up when there's all the shots exacerbated, but not when they're about to hit. And that's kind of not the aim of the gadget, but nonetheless, it is looking a little bit better. Doritos rolling in there and catching Jay at just the right time. Has Super yet again, can try to cycle things through, but Weepy is the final boss. And there's really so little that you can do in that particular matchup. Daryl is just rarely ever going to win against the Gal. The best you can do is try to, exacerbate some of the twisters, which would be used in a defensive scenario to really pocket the ball and just keep them out of the mix. And over time, then there's really little that 1FA can do to defend that ball in the event of a push.
Yeah, and opening up the map really hasn't been a problem for Doritos here. He's getting really aggressive once again. The stun coming in, though. Weepy with an excellent shot right there. Lukita's going to be falling weak, though. Ruffs does need to hit this final shot, and Lukita's is actually going to survive. That's a huge misplay there, and now it's just Pazzinho on this left-hand side trying to play some defense.
Big rolling for Doritos, but pushed back just as quickly by Weepy, and I feel for him, I really do. He's trying everything he's got, but this combo's just a hard Daryl counter. And to be honest, I'm surprised that Portuguese have survived as long as they have, especially when you consider just how quickly that first game went the way of 1FA. The ball is now in a perilous position. The max Surge stacks available. Doritos rolls in, does get the takedown, but Weepy again. Oh, he misses the knockback. Could be a crucial moment, but the twister goes down. Doritos somehow still alive. 90 HP in a dream, but finally goes down. We're going back in to overtime, Kenny.
And game 2, part 2 has been very eventful, and once again, it's going to be 1FA in prime position here. They have a Gene pull available. Bonnie outside of that cannon form. A pull going through. Doritos rolling away, trying to stay up. Stun coming through as well. 2v2 situation. Jay back in the cannon, now trying to land the sharpshooter shots. Kick off to the right. Lukita's there to answer, though, and Pazzinho, for now, is going to walk away from this. That shaves 20 seconds off overtime. It's still, though, Portuguesa Esports on the defensive.
Gene hand has got to connect. They've got to relieve this pressure and go back on the offensive on the side of 1FA, but that's a very poor takedown. Weepy is the one thing standing in the way of Doritos, and he goes down, but Jay comes out clutch. Can he make a run for it? He's going to heal along the way. He's going to do just that and not even get contested. Beautifully done. 1FA do not settle for the draw. They will settle for the semifinals.
Wow, what a play there. That pull directing Daryl straight away from that. Just a wide open dribble down the field. Not too often you see something crazy like that. But honestly, a great effort there from Portuguesa Esports, especially considering how that first game went. They bounced back so well. I'll call it game 2, part 1. They came very close. They were on their back foot the entire time. They get to overtime. They nearly give themselves a chance to get the goal. If they had probably 2 more seconds left, that game was likely in their favor. And of course, in game 2, part 2, where wear the side of 1FA1. You know, they still played a great game. I think that was about as even of a matchup as you can get. And even at times, I really felt like we kept commenting on how much we liked those 1FA drafts. All things considered, Portuguesa Esports, even at times where maybe we didn't feel like they had quite the same draft, or maybe not the easiest matchups in the world, all things considered, they were still right there with them. I think it reflects how strong of a team this is, how mechanical they are. And again, draft isn't everything. They played to the best of their ability, and overall, just a great match.
Yeah, I've got to say, I thoroughly agree. You know, that comp just felt to me like it was going to be a one and done so quickly. And, you know, they stood their ground to it despite being countered by pretty much everyone on the other side of the field. And that's no easy position to find yourselves in. They just persevered despite the odds. And I mean, you know, very closely were able to bring it back to a match point, and then maybe even a win off the back of that. You know, that's not easy to do, and it's tiring to do, and it pummels you down. You know, it really does. And the best teams are those that can really just keep fighting in the face of fear. They didn't show fear; they showed perseverance. I love that about them. But nonetheless, you got to hand it to the teams. I mean, that was as back and forth as you can get.
Yeah, 1FA with a very deserved win there, and very impressive overall. I look forward to seeing what they can do, and their possible two opponents are lined up right in front of us. We've got Chasmac Gaming BR, the current second team in the region right now. They haven't clinched a world spot yet, and very much so are going to be fighting one here today. There's Firecrow on cam, his teammates Pekka, Adinho, Tufa, all very renowned and solid players in this region. I think overall they were one of the favorites coming into the year, especially given all these players' successes in previous worlds, previous seasons, but they have been a step behind, I would say, AC Milan Qlash throughout the year, but they have taken the only other monthly finals aside from Qlash. I think overall they've got some good fight in them, a very solid team. They do have some good opponents on the other side though.
Yeah, that big win back in May definitely did wonders for them in terms of points. I think just outside of double points, but nonetheless, very important as well. And, you know, great to see Firecrow, by the way, smiling. Last month, he was not doing that at all. But again, Starline, a bit of a dark horse, I've got to say, in this competition. Boa, Brotex, and also nice shots. I feel like these guys have already got something. You know, they had a semifinals in August, you know, just gone. They lost in that to Bernardos, who again didn't qualify this month. In May, it was a 2-3 to ZERØZONE, just failed short of the grand finals. Quarterfinals in April, they went out there, but nonetheless, 2 semi-final appearances for this team. You know, you can't take that away from them, and that is something that Chasmac have also got to place a lot of consideration on as well. They cannot underestimate this team because they are good, I'm telling you.
Yeah, these guys certainly have it in them, and I think they're a great dark horse candidate for the day. Chasmac Gaming is a great team, but these guys have proven in the past too. They have certainly made some competitive sets in previous months. This one is certainly no freebie. I expect Starline to really put up a good fight here. I think this might be closer than people anticipate. In my mind, Chasmac Gaming are still the favorites here. I anticipate them winning. That's what I made my prediction with in Event.Brawl Stars. Ark, what did you end up writing with?
I mean, it'd be foolish not to go with Chasmac, I feel, just because of their position on the leaderboards. I mean, when you're in second and you're that close to a World Finals golden ticket, you know, your mindsets are at an all-time high. Your confidence and, you know, your preparation process to really lock yourselves in has got to be right there. And Chasmac, I feel, are at that point now where, especially when you look at the brackets and the fact that they're not going to be running into AC Milan Qlash until the grand finals, if both teams get there, they know that this is their best shot at really landing down some points before the next monthly finals. So I think you've got to go with Chasmac realistically here. If they don't win in this quarterfinal stage, it'll be a huge upset, and that could very well continue to shape that leaderboard, especially when you look at how Vatra fared today. So heavy consideration is going to be placed upon this match. This has a big outcome, just as in the upper bracket is doing so.
Yeah, and CMG are supposed to secure a spot here if they win the grand finals here today, and for every kind of placement they improve on, well, it just increases their chances for next month. If they get a good work done here, then they're going to be a little bit safer. They can feel a little better about themselves hopping into the next month. We're now going to see the bans unfolding here. Poco, Max, don't surprise me at all, but I am a little shocked to see the Grom Starline's bans don't surprise me at all either. But what do you think the influence for Grom is here? I don't think I've seen Grom played on this map the entire year, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I kind of I kind of want to say misclick, but I don't think it is. I think that clearly Chasmac are trying to maybe preempt something which they perhaps seen through scrims throughout the API. Maybe Starline have got some tendencies there. Normally those kind of brawlers that are banned that we don't tend to ever see are targeted bans, but I mean, I just don't tend to see Grom anywhere else other than Knockout these days, to be honest. So it's got to be something along those lines. Either way though, Gale coming in and Surge, which is quite a risky one on this particular map. I mean, Chasmac are kind of wild in right now for me. I'm not going to lie. I mean, definitely, I can understand the Gale here. It makes a lot of sense. In the aside from that Grom ban, I think Max and Poco, yeah, fair play. Starline, though, going to be looking in the Bonnie, and that's always a versatile one to have here. Going to be locking down the Griff, and I do like that pick. I really do. If they bring in a B to add to that as well, then that's going to make, or they've actually banned the B themselves, so they've got some other ideas in mind here. But nonetheless, Chasmac have got some pretty outlandish picks that we don't tend to often see in the current meta, let alone last meta. So, yeah, I just got to hope that they've got a plan in play here and they've come prepared for whatever they've got going up against Starline here. It's definitely out there, I've got to say.
Yeah, Stu comes to mind. There are a few brawlers that I really could have seen Starline choosing, but they're going to go with Crow. That one does surprise me in the sense that it's something that in Sesa earlier today we saw played 0 times. We've only seen it played once today, but I personally feel like that nerf was a pretty hefty one to his slowing toxic gadget, but we did see his shield come in a little bit earlier. Maybe there's still value to be had with Crow, and obviously one of the best brawlers in our last meta in terms of balance changes just in general, but especially on this map. On Hot Zone, he's going to be such a big factor, so I think if they can make it work, certainly a good composition. Loved their first 2 picks. Chasmac Gaming are definitely gonna have their work cut out for them, but they have Surge on their side, they have Gale on their side. I like those 2 brawlers. They have a few options left, and it looks like Penny is going to be their choice of brawler. I don't mind this. I mean, if they can position a good turret here, get some good control, they've got Gale to kind of stun the enemy a little bit, they've got the Twisters to add some choke points between the Twisters and a Penny turret. If it gets up there, this could get really pesky for Starline.
Yeah, Starline have already got to push for that control and utilize the Griff as early as possible to break those side walls. If they can do that, then that's going to help them out tremendously in that Penny turret situation. You don't want to find yourselves just unable to contest it. They know they're popping the gadget early on, and I do like that use of gadget. Didn't quite get the value that he was looking for out of it, though, leaving Pekka with the 3 versus 1, but the jump pad is going to allow for Chasmac to get quickly back into the thick of it, though. That Griff, so much value though on the side of Starline, and 32% is commendable for Chasmac considering how much they've gone down already. But now Starline finally tipped their toes into the water.
Yeah, Starline might have less deaths, but they certainly have had less control of the mid. Good cycling there and really playing the objective well. And once again, Starline going to be winning their matchups here. The Penny turret is going to be down, though. That's going to cause some problems. And Pekka not afraid. He's just dashing right on in onto action. A big problem for CMG as well. Adinho only at that stage 1. That could be troublesome throughout, and especially when you open up this map, they're going to have to either rely on gadgets or just some crazy offensive plays here from Starline in order to get Surge charged up. I think they're doing a great job, and this is something you'll see at a professional level. They're not going to make it easy for Surge and try and avoid giving him anything at all. Nice shot diving in, though. A little risky, all things considered, but they do manage to get a trade. It is still, after all of this, going to be Chasmac Gaming with their lead.
Bo has exacerbated as well all those piggybacks, so there's not going to be any ability to break that wall. That Penny turret is going to be there for a long time. True, on the side of Crow, you can dash around it and try to bait it out, but not for the side of Bonnie. It's going to be a bit of a struggle here for Nice Shot, who is getting some nice shots and does actually trade it out on that top right-hand side. And it's the 1v1 against Firecrow and Bravo now, but Chasmac have got a commendable lead, and they'll extend it even more so now with that pickup. Again, don't expect that Penny turret to be going anywhere. There's not much chance unless they get the team wipe again and taken down.
91% and creeping up. Firecrow with the pushback as well, and that all but secures it. That jump pad made all the difference to me. They were able to cycle brawlers onto that so quickly. They were on that hot zone in no time. They just simply take the launch pad, which a lot of the times Stu has been used as kind of the speed zone. It's their mechanic to kind of get there faster, to cycle out those brawlers so they can play objectives, so they can put time onto that hot zone. And now they're just going to be relying on that. And even though I felt like Starline definitely did well in the kills category, they just couldn't get on the hot zone because the pressure from ZMG was too strong throughout that whole first game.
And Toxin still seems to work out pretty well as far as I'm concerned, but again, these piggybacks are being utilized in areas that I wasn't quite expecting. I don't necessarily mind breaking your own defenses. I mean, to try to get that early control, which, to be fair to Starline, they absolutely did. But it's when this penny turret comes down, and now he's got a gadget still to hand. So I'm hoping that they go and really, you know, get that taken down early this time around, because last game there wasn't really a single instance where they were able to. Chasmac, though, very close in terms of the scoreline. Those early capture points coming full circle now. Dino sucking beautifully well. But the jump away from Nice Shot is there. Eka, though, is the last one standing and will get that trade.
Brawl's gonna fall now too. Penny Turret's still applying some pressure here, and now it's wide open on the side of Starline. 3 brawlers standing for Chasmac Gaming. BR super available for Crow as well. They're gonna need to find some kills in quickly. They have to gain some control. Adinho perfectly playing the jump right there is going to stay alive. He's the only one left standing. Picks up a kill and a nice shot, and Brawl is forced away. Between Adinho's strength and the high tier on Surge, plus this Penny Turret, there's really no way for him to advance forward.
Beautiful surge taps right at the cusp of the range, and I know there's a lot of juking. It may have been a juke, but I think it may have been a little cheeky spin there from Adinho, because I think rightly so. I mean, he was proud about the move that he made, and I enjoyed it myself. 95%, and there's no look in here for Starline. Chasmac all day long, and again, I just don't think that they really took enough attention towards the penny turret. It is the 4th brawler here, and they just didn't get it taken down. They just kind of allowed the pressure to mount, and Chasmac are so dangerous under those circumstances. They will not give you an inch.
Yeah, that's an interesting strategy this ran. I think using the Gale launchpad was very creative. It's something that we don't really see too often right now. Everybody runs Twister, but the way they utilized that right there was so solid. Again, it kind of reminded me of what the speed zone is meant to do for Stu. You're trying to get brawlers onto that hot zone as quickly as possible, and the only thing faster than walking there is just, well, launching there. I think it did a great job. It's something very early on in Gale's time that he was used for, and I think right there, they bring out a very creative strategy that they must have experimented with a little bit before this, and they made it work to perfection. That's something that people are gonna have to keep in mind from now on anytime we hop into Dueling Beetles.
I agree. I really do. I mean, we saw, didn't we, how that kind of like Daryl and Gale combo in Kaboom Canyon really took off around the time of MSI. I'm pretty sure it was Zeta that started it, but I know that Tribe Gaming NA also had some great runs with it, and you know, I arguably could say that no one started it and it just became a thing, but I mean, that worked. It just really did. We normally tend to, like you say, just see Twister because it's so good at shutting down that mid channel. But now with brawlers coming to the mix like Grip and others with the wall break potential, it does make a lot of sense, because no one's realistically going to ever be able to, you know, get that deep into your spawn to break that wall. And if you even could, why would you make that much of an effort to? I mean, but it saves valuable time. And in hot zone, if you're just able to keep cycling your way forwards, eventually you're going to be able to get the momentum that you need to hold firm in the mid. I loved it. Chasmac have got a plan. They've come prepared. And that was my question coming into this one when I looked at the draft. You know, they've answered my question, and that makes me very excited as to what's to come.
Yeah, it seems CMG have kind of picked up on those creative strategies too. I actually interviewed Corey about that composition after MSI, and he said they got it from a team known as Navi in the EMEA region. Of course, very successful in the past, but I think very well known for some of their unorthodox but very successful compositions. And it seems they've kind of orchestrated that composition onto another map now. It seems it works on Dueling Beetles too. So I will definitely remember this for future tournaments as well, because I definitely feel like that was a viable strategy and an awesome one to watch. Minecart Madness, though, is where we're headed next. And this map is always a very entertaining one to watch, but as a player, it can oftentimes be a little annoying. You've got a third brawler in the mix. It's called the minecart. It's your other foe. You've got 2 battles that you're fighting constantly, and that thing is shifting throughout the map. It can really halt momentum in an instant, or be your saving grace if the enemy team gets picked up by it.
Yeah, and we saw earlier today just how phenomenal it was to see that kind of Griff pairing with the B, and I think it may have been a Carl. Either way, that was the pairing that really made the difference. Just open this entire map up. I am now thoroughly on that side. It's a great strategy. I don't know whether we're going to see it. I'm not sure that as many people are kind of tuned into it yet. I mean, it was kind of a surprise for me to see just how much you can open up the mid of this map and really, you know, utilize a lot of the space that you wouldn't normally necessarily have when that cover is in play. So it depends, obviously, of course, what the strategy is here. Do you want to keep that cover? Do you want to eradicate it? And of course, the draft is going to be playing a key role as to how teams are going to be able to coordinate that. And Now that Crow's kind of dropped off a little bit still for me, I'm just going to say it, although we've seen probably the most play rates that we've seen so far in this region with that particular brawler, it is going to make players consider a wider field as to what they want to choose when it comes to the draft and what they want to ban. I don't necessarily feel like it's a bad thing to ban out Poco here at all. I think you've definitely got to consider highly banning out the Max, and Janet and Bonnie as well. I still think are firmly up here. Janet especially, because ultimately if you're able to get a reset just when you need it most, Janet's a brawler that can really escape and just completely ignore the minecarts. We've seen time and time again how some bad timed RNG can make you suffer when you're trying to come out of the spawn with those gems. Janet can just pick them up and fly away. So I think that is a heavy consideration when it comes to the bans also.
For me, Max is a must ban if you don't have that first pick. Poco is certainly in that contention too. You know, there's still some brawlers like you mentioned too. I love the idea of shouting out Janet there, but there's honestly so many viable options right now. Griff, if you want a wall break, is an excellent choice here too. We've got B in the mix now. We've got Bonnie, who's still great. I mean, there's so many brawlers right now, and I'm kind of digging the meta right now. I know this is only our first opening days, kind of opening weekend for these brawlers and the new balance changes, but I feel like there's just so many options right now, and it adds to the strategy, it adds to the depth of the game. There's no clear-cut options, and actually it's going to be a Poco who gets to be run here. Chasmac Gaming taking advantage of the side of Starline, not banning that. I think that has potential to be really tough, but the counter of Colette will prevent them from running tanks too rampant here. They're gonna have to be really careful here, especially if they grab something like a Gale or a B on the side of Starline. I guess B being banned is, you know, out of the question, but there's another tank counter. If Chasmac Gaming dare go at tank, they better play it right, because they've got two very strong counters on the right-hand side.
Or Nita. It could be a Nita here. I think it could work if they want to keep the cover, and that's the only thing that Starline could think about, is having a wall break to be able to take away some of that control from them. But yeah, I mean, Ash could do wonders here. Daryl could do wonders here. There's a lot of options. We've actually seen probably less tank go-tos after a Poco today than we've kind of expected to see here. Maybe that's a good sign, because it shows that teams are aware that it's a bit of a warning sign. But I think as well, Starline going with the Gale here, you can't take your chances. I think Jean would be a great shout here as well for Chasmac. Gonna go with a Surge. They're really liking that one today, it seems, and I'm all for it, especially if they continue to get the value that they had in the last set with it. As nothing more enjoyable than seeing a Surge thrive, and it's also going to be a big deterrent of a potential Carl pick when it goes back to Starline if they don't want it themselves.
Yeah, Max is still left available too. This is very interesting to see what they go with pick number 5. I feel like they've got some good choices. I don't think a Griff would be bad here either, just to open up the map. And Colette and Gale are certainly not long-range brawlers. And in fact, Gale really takes advantage of the walls for his stunning star power. They end up going with Crow. I'm a little surprised by this. Look, maybe this is a region that still finds Crow very valuable. It's just funny that in the Sesa region, we saw the complete opposite. They avoided Crow at all costs. 0 plays today. And we've already seen it probably 3 or 4 times now with Crow. I'm just a little shocked. And look, he's been a strong brawler. It's just such a different picture. And I think that's part of the fun of having so many different regions, is everybody's able to take advantage and find kind of these different niches that they like to use. And it seems Crow, not a problem right now for them.
Yeah, it's what I love the most about day one of balance changes in the BSC. We get to see just how everyone has sort of interpreted it so far. Spike is a very odd pick for me. It's the third and final, and it's a safe pair of hands, but that's why normally it's just not necessarily the third and final pick. I mean, I was kind of expecting a bit more of a, I don't know, just je ne sais quoi. But one thing's for sure is that I think everyone agrees so far, Poco has found a really solid place in the meta and has been so viable in a number of occasions. A bit surprised to not see the Nita coming through. I would have preferred that, I think, actually, over that Spike pick, because especially with the minecart in play, it's going to be allowing somewhat of a, even more of a pushback when the minecart's not in your favor. Let's see, though, at the moment, Chasmac firm control. Dino is well in a great spot, and Firecrow 3 gems in the pocket. Great pressure from Peck on the left as well, and the slowing toxin as well. It's going to continue to get that trickle down of damage. So far, so good. Starline have got to start to use this minecart more to their advantage and start to push back.
And Firecrow taking advantage of the Capo star power, going to be running the full healing Poco kind of combination here. And I do see the logic for running the Spike. It typically does quite well into a one-on-one matchup with the Crow, and that life plant is very usable into a single shot brawler like Surge. In the past, that's kind of been a matchup that has been favored for the Spike. Good pushback here, and actually the minecart is going to save Adino in that moment. What an unfortunate timing for the side of Starline. We're looking to pick up a kill there. Adino with the super as well is going to land right on Brop's head, and now P.E.K.K.A is going to go down as well. well. 2v2 situation, but Firecrow with all the gems in the world right now. Brawl throwing down a super to push back Firecrow, but Adinho has continued to be a problem, and these heals coming in from Firecrow have been very valuable.
I was going to say with that placement for the spring trap there, it was going the wrong way, I think. I'm not too sure, potentially, whether that was the plan there. With that one's a quick and hasty retreat, but nonetheless, it's been replaced now. Adinho there has popped the gadget and getting some good value for it, getting into position as well. That's done super off the back of it. Just one gem now needed by Chasmac for a countdown and a potential match point here, and this is where the utility is going to come so much into hand. Peck can go on the aggressive Adinho as well, getting those stacks and maintaining them along the way. Minecart's going to come through, but Firecrow will take no chances with it, and I think that's the wise call, especially when you see how ready Nice Shot was for it.
Wow, this is becoming a very even matchup. It's all going to come down to who can claim these gems first. P.E.K.K.A, though, looking to get aggressive, and all the gems are going to spill out. P.E.K.K.A grabbing a couple here, too. Stun coming in from Gale, though. Very well played defense, but Adinho there to answer as well. Firecrow picks up the kill as well, and now with an 11th gem on their side, they're sitting comfortably. Heals coming through as well. 5 seconds to go. They have to kill Poco. Adinho there to play defense, though, and Brawl not within striking distance. Game number 1 of this set going to Chasmac Gaming.
Oh, the Poco. I just feel like it's just such an easy thing to have work when you got the minecart as cover as well. And the capo, as you say, just keeping everyone in the mix. You just see like a brawler, a big heavy hitter like Colette, just struggling. And that was something that we didn't necessarily see in the previous meta. It wasn't really much of a thing, but now it's something that you've got to take into heavy consideration, especially when you're able to keep cycling those hills on for yourself. So much survivability, not just for your teammates, but also for yourselves. And it's just keeping everyone in the mix and keeping the pressure on Starline. And right now, I just don't see anything that's stopping Chasmac. No, maybe not even the minecart at this rate.
Yeah, they're getting in front of it and really shifting momentum their way. They're taking advantage of this by getting control at the top of the map, and now they're able to take advantage. Look, Nice Shot has the shield, has run the gotcha gadget, has a super going down. Firecrow still left standing. Despite all of the utility they've used, they have no answers for this Poco right now, and I think it's just showing how strong it really is. Firecrow really just hasn't backed away, or maybe even had a death yet, to be honest with you, at least in this game. But now Firecrow already is super available. Nice Shot popping the gotcha gadget, super as well. Nice dodge from Firecrow, and they're able to avoid that situation. Adinho causing problems until Brawl put that to an end. And Firecrow can now be forced to back away. They need to be careful here, though. As long as Firecrow stays up, though, they're looking good. Heals going down. P.E.K.K.A getting aggressive. Firecrow picks up a 10th, and the countdown has begun.
To marvel at just how confident Firecrow is in this scenario. Went so far deep into the spawn, and it just doesn't seem to face him. Even when you're looking down the barrel of a Gale with blowback there, and it's going to connect. But will they get the pick up here? They could. Oh my word, the triple stun. It might have been enough. It's not going to be enough. But oh my word, what a worthy attempt from Starline. But it is Chasmac who reign victorious. They continue on into the semifinals and send Starline home packing.
Wow, great plays from Chasmac Gaming BR, and they need to bring it this month. Remember, World Final spots are on the line. If Chasmac Gaming comes away with a Grand Finals win, they will secure their spot. And for every round that they make it further into it, if they get second place, if they make it to a semifinals, which they are now, that just adds points on to their lead, and they're currently in second place. The third place team we watched a little bit earlier go down, so there's a lot of chaos, and they're looking to take advantage of it. Look, overall, I was really impressed with CMG. I think set number 1, they had a very creative strategy that I definitely didn't expect. They took advantage of the Gale launch pad. In set number 2, they just ran that Poco to the ground. I think they took advantage of knowing what the good brawlers in this balance change are. They had no repercussions. They even avoided the max. I mean, they had good brawlers on the table, but they played that perfectly. I mean, Gem Grab was about as smooth sailing as it could possibly get, outside of a little scare at the end of that second game. But overall, obviously, they had a lot of control there. CMG, second in the region for a reason.
Absolutely. And great to see as well, clearly, how much Chasmac have been doing since the last monthly final, because it was a rough one for them, you know. That was the month where Ace and Qlash locked in the golden ticket following their defeat, you know. And it's tough to come back from those moments. If you remember looking back how Firecrow just had that picture which just ran around social media so quickly of just a straight-faced expression, and it clearly was a big hit for them, but they've come back fighting and strong, and I feel like this meta is really going to suit them, making brawlers like Surge work that well. And you know, a lot of those brawlers are really tough and sometimes actually cause you to be in a much worse position by drafting, but that wasn't the case for Chasmac. I feel like they've got a fantastic opportunity going into the semi-finals. It could well be an AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac grand final. It's getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but if it is, I am so excited to see that one.
Yeah, well, first up, AC Milan Qlash. They have secured a world spot, but they haven't secured a grand final spot quite yet. We've got AC Milan Qlash and Vatra Gaming on the way. Stay tuned, folks. We've got a great semifinals ahead of us.
Let's go beat up some bots.
Show some respect.
Oh, that was a low blow.
Come on, let's go, gang. Turning up the heat.
Time to show the kids how it's done.
Crime does pay. Out of my way, Greenhorn. Double trouble! You messed with the wrong mob. This ain't over. I'm the boss of bosses!
Put up your jukes. Gloves are off.
Mom never misses.
Playtime's over, kids.
Come to mama! You got scrapped!
What did I just witness?
A stone-faced killer right there.
That is insane!
Hello and welcome to our August edition of Knockouts. And for our first play today, is this just showing off? Keep your eyes on Chitampo and you tell me.
All right, well, so far, a very big HP diff, giving out a lot of control, a great connection from that super from Chitampo. He found he actually finds his
What?
Oh,
No
okay,
way!
Okay. Yeah, you just don't do it. Like, you can get one, you know? Two, maybe, but all three, that is ridiculous stuff from him.
Up next, Vatra Gaming brings the skill and shows the love. Tags coming in from Squeak 2, all of a sudden things looking very scary for Vanguard. Luffy is falling weak and forced to go away. There are only two brawlers up right now. Amber returning 15 seconds ago. Chino and RBM both with supers in hand. They're approaching this ball looking for anything. RBM with a good super.
Oh my god!
Chino! Oh my gosh, he ends up making the bucket, and Vatra Gaming celebrating. They're going to a grand finals. In the ongoing saga that is Zeta Division, who will be the one to come out on top?
Kenji might end up giving it to him. Does get the takedown in the Intensite, is one more shot away from getting that first upgrade. A choppy is no way. That is a huge play by Kenji. Not only a pull to confirm the kill, but a lamp blowout to bump in into his own super and waste that super as he gets taken down immediately after. And the offense is absolutely unrelenting. Moya Goku is going to pass this ball forward. Shitambo comes in for the big shot. No way!
Do we think Legend X is good at geometry? Let's find out how he works those angles and really demonstrating why that can be a very difficult matchup for Carl. Quiet Lemon trekking down this right-hand side. Lemon, Legend actually has a super available. Does he find the angle? Yes, he does. Legend X, the misstep there. This one is all about the math. When the division is 0-1, who is the winner? 10 seconds to go, and they need to stay alive. Moya Goku with the connection. Kuru on the left-hand side, super available. Pull from Kenji. Oh my god! He found the goal! Oh my gosh, and they're gonna be going to overtime!
That is insane!
Thanks for joining us. Be sure to catch us next month for more amazing plays.
Welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it.
No way!
We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
And we are back. Welcome in, Brawl Stars Nation. You're just in time for our semifinals. I am Kenny, joined with me, Ark. We've had an incredible day on our hands, and the next two matches are very big ones for world final spots. Both teams on each side that haven't quite clinched up a spot yet are very much looking to win here. Chasmac Gaming, of course, going to be one of them, looking to try and claim a world final spot this month. If they win it all today, they are going to Worlds. Golden ticket locked up. But Vatra Gaming, of course, Ark, have surprised us a little bit and now have caused a little bit of chaos in the region.
They really have. I mean, knocking out ZERØZONE where they did is going to make a big impact on the leaderboard. If they continue this on and take down AC Milan Qlash in today's semi-finals, it will be huge points for them. They would love nothing more than to make the grand finals and maybe even prevent Chasmac from locking in the golden ticket if they are to get to the grand finals as well later on today. So much is going on within this region at the moment. One thing that we know for certain is that AC Milan Qlash have got their golden ticket to the world finals. They secured it last month, but there are still 2 spots available and they are anyone's for the taking.
Yeah, AC Milan Qlash have really been the talk of the town in this region and across the world, of course, for clinching up a world final spot. But there's a lot of work to be done for these other two, and Vatra Gaming SA are certainly going to be a formidable foe. We've casted our predictions already in event.brawlstars.com. You all definitely should too. It's by far the most fun way to watch. Activate your own kind of plays and picks at home. You can really interact with the entire community as well as make predictions alongside us. Be along with the ride with me and Ark. We're not always perfect, but heck, we're gonna have some good fun. So far, pretty good for us today, though. I believe 3 of 4. And I gotta ask, Ark, is this the time where you're calling an upset? Do you think Vatra Gaming have it in them to get the job done here?
My heart wants them to. That's the thing. When you do predictions, do you vote with your mind and your brain or your heart? I love underdog stories. I would love to see Vatra make the grand finals. I really would. But looking at how AC Milan Qlash were playing earlier today, it's very hard combining that to how they performed all year long to predict against them. I think you've got to play it safe and sound on this one. I'm going with AC Milan Qlash, but I'm rooting heavily here for Vatra. I understand.
Hey, I mean, you know, there's no shame in that. Vatra Gaming, of course, have worked really hard to get here. AQM have already secured a spot, and if you're a fan of chaos, you were probably cheering for Vatra Gaming here. They were the 5 seed going into today. They took down ZERØZONE in the opening round, but they've got a big Titan ahead of them. This is AQM. We're talking about a world finalist caliber team right now. VT Zim on cam as well. I'm sure they're talking over strategy, and you can tell he's not just accredited with a lot of Brawl. Shazam, he's kind of got a lot of medals back there. Seems to be a very talented player and just person in general. I wonder what sport that's from.
There's a lot of medals, but one thing is lacking is the World Finals BSC Cup, and they would love to be the ones to lift it this year to add to those. And yeah, there's a lot of achievements there you can see as well. A silver play button for YouTube as well. Clearly an avid content creator, and the Brawl Stars pins are just there for flexing purposes. They're quite unique and special. There's not that many of them. I've got a little parcel of them, but VT Sim looking far more composed, I would say. You know, we didn't see much of that on the side of Kyadog earlier in the quarterfinals. He was very, very pumped. But again, this is the team that know exactly when to bring the fire, when to bring the composure, and I'm expecting fireworks from AC Milan Qlash today because, as we pointed out earlier, you know, They've already locked themselves into the World Finals, but they are not taking this easy. They are still looking just as dangerous as they ever have.
And we saw him earlier today in a very close one. Alchemical and his team, Vatra Gaming SA, have had a phenomenal run here today, but now they are tasked with taking down AQM. They have a great roster, though. Christian, RHZ, Alchemical, Toxic, all wonderful players. They had a great hot start to the year. They've had some ups and downs along the way, but they are certainly once again trying to prove themselves here today, and this is the perfect time of the year to do so. We're going to be hopping on to Layer Cake, a very diverse map, especially for Bounty, where traditionally in the past, depending on the map, you know, you get Shooting Star where it's a lot of those sharpshooter caliber type brawlers, but Layer Cake, it's fair game across the board. One thing that's been a little surprising, you know, I feel like towards the beginning of the year, maybe mid-year, we had a lot of Tick, a lot of Sprout. Nobody is worried about throwers right now. It really seems to be a meta not catered to those kinds of squishy brawlers that are just there to hide behind. I feel like we're in a much more aggressive spot. We've got Poco who's emerged, but along with that, Max has been a big brawler. We've got Carl, Bonnie, Janet, all these brawlers with options to get onto enemy brawlers. Daryl with the role. I really feel like anything can happen on Layer Cake.
Absolutely so. I really value it here, like an early draft hero, Gene, and definitely one for the bands potentially as well, and we'll see them shortly. Got to remember as well that Ace and Qlash, you know, went out in the semi-finals back in May, but aside from that 1 month, they have always made the grand final and always won it. You know, aside from that month of May where it was Chasmac who reigned victorious. Double ban of Janet, Poco, and Squeak on the side of Vatra, and also Squeak on the side of Ace and Qlash, combined with the bow and early draft here of Penny, and VT Zim just catching some Z's.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very good set of bans here. The Janet on both sides, of course, going to be somebody that both teams are not willing to mess with, but that does pave the road for Bonnie to get picked up. I also noticed that Max hasn't been played either, but it seems like this region hasn't necessarily played it when given the option, at least so far today. I mean, a lot of the times Max has been banned, granted, but even now it's something they haven't necessarily gone towards. They're going to elect to go with Bonnie, who has proven herself in our previous set of balance changes with a slight nerf coming into this one. I still feel like she's quite strong, definitely a viable candidate, slightly less HP than before, but still definitely a worthwhile pick. They're going to be pairing this with Colonel Ruffs, a very safe option, but Carl going to be a great response, especially if they want to run those sandbags.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a good thing to shred through them, and maybe then, because of that Ruffs, you know, sort of siding away from the Gene idea, could be a Max. I really hope it is. I feel like that's going to be an aggressive thing that Ace Man Qlash love, or Stu even, because we saw just how brutal Ace Man Qlash were with it earlier, and getting Kaya Dog on a brawler like that, yeah, he knows how to make that one work. Either way, you just got to consider the range of the Bonnie. The Penny Turret obviously going to be doing its thing against it, and as well to eradicate the sandbags, it's going to be a Rico. I don't mind it at all. It can work very, very well here. It's a very aggressive lane to have, and one that can provide a lot of great control with it. Vatra, though, have got a bit of time to respond, and I do feel like it's going to be a good one. This comp's got a lot of legs, regardless, a lot of range to it as well, but one more wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, Rika's just a little surprising to me. I don't think it's a bad pick by any stretch of means, but I'm just a little surprised. What came to mind for me was something maybe like a Daryl having an aggressive brawler, a shotgun brawler into somebody like Bonnie, and I think it certainly would have helped now knowing that Buzz is the final pick, and there's the man himself. He has been buffed as of recent as well, and I think having a shotgun brawler that's aggressive could have done quite well into both Bonnie at times and now especially Buzz, but obviously that may have influenced Vatra Gaming's last pick, but I certainly see some appeal for both sides. I am very excited to see Buzz get played out here. It's a brawler that I feel like is kind of sneaky in this current meta, at least in North America and LATAM North. You know, over here, it was played every once in a while. I definitely see it scrimmed a good bit. I see people testing it out, and now that he's gotten a little bit of a recent balance change, I think teams are really starting to look forward to it. I'm curious to see if this is a good tank of choice going into Layer Cake.
Yeah, a bit of time for experimentation. I've seen Buzz being chosen a lot across the board recently, and Flytotem were experimenting with it on Safe Zone. We've seen it a fair amount today already as well, and it's a small increase of health, just from 4,200 to 4,400, so just shy of 5% there. Just a tiny little buff, and sometimes that's all you need to make a brawler viable, though, and Motep is making those shots count, getting a lot of value out of Christian, and already Penny Turret goes down in a very aggressive position. Those shots down will rain fire on it, but the HP will not linger any more than just that 2,100 remaining. Look at R on the right-hand side there, just loitering and lingering, but Kaya Dog is going on the aggressive. Somehow, though, gets a bit shortchanged there.
Yeah, after all that hard work and some great shots, he's actually going to be the one falling victim to a death there. VT Zim also available. Christian with a nice dodge, though. Ooh, barely didn't get away from that. That was a close call. 4-4 overall Blue Star lead for AC Milan Qlash.
Want to see a little bit more from this Buzz pick. It's been very passive so far, and there's a lot available to AC Milan Qlash just to hunker down in the back spawn. You've got to start to push that and put them under pressure. For the gadget there for Bonnie's going to allow more maneuverability and also pack more of a punch. The Kaya Dog is going to be holding this left-hand side lane really firmly for me, and that is definitely a concern there. Let's see what happens with this Buzz. I'd like to see a bit of a pop-off, but they're timing it well, and if they get this right on the money, they can get in and get back out again and still come home with the win.
Yeah, at this point, Christian's just going to pop a gadget to initiate a little contact here. Now AQM is pushed into their spawn. They just need to take advantage of a couple good kills here. RHZ does have a stun available, is going to go for it. Now VT Zim is going to fall 9-4, and now he's going to be backed away here. But all Christian has to do is run to the other side. Very well played from Vatra Gaming. That's just a good game strategy right there. They wait until the final moment. They pin AQM over time into the back of their spawn. They pick up the necessary kills, walk away, game over. Very well played there. I think Vatra Gaming played to their composition very well.
I loved it. It was very, very surgical and patient, and those are qualities that are not always easy to demonstrate when you're under this kind of pressure. Kaya Dog, though, has got the range advantage here. Beautiful connection off the wall, leaving just 200 HP. No. Oh, the stun comes in. No way. The disrespect of that play. My goodness me. VTC will pick it up regardless, but that was a statement.
Absolutely great dodges there, ends up finding the kill, and it's paving the road for them to take a slight lead. VT's in with an interesting interaction on that right hand side, popping the gadget seemingly just in the nick of time to stay up there. And now Buzz is going to be retreating. He's done a great job when this map has been closed off with a lot more walls of just staying at a perfect distance of charging that super. Remember, we can't see it, but there is a circle around that man, and if you are inside that circle, he's going to passively charge up that super, which is where Buzz gets most of his value. Alchemical on this left hand side, the bounce shot brawlers are duking it out while VT Zim tries to keep it range. Motab trying to charge up a super here, I'm sure, but for now it's going to be Vatra Gaming with a small lead.
Everyone clustered together for AC Milan Qlash as they've got to keep this mid control. Leading into the final moments, it's going to become quite key. VT Zim doesn't want to get there. He wants to go in and get out now, but doesn't quite get the takedown, and the support is there, and Christian just going to jump in and try and seal it as well off the back of things, and I think he will. He does. He's got 5 stars above his head now and that blue star. That could be crucial, especially if AC Milan Qlash can get that takedown towards the end. But Kaya Dog goes down. That's going to extend the lead more. Much needs to be done if AC Milan Qlash, or this first set will go the way of Vatra.
RHC with just insane dodges. I mean, there are so many circumstances at this point where this man should be down, but instead they're going to be the ones up 3 stars. Countdown has begun. AQM need to make a move. They find a kill onto Christian, who is very much over-aggressing. There's a stun available for RHZ. They need to be careful about how they play this. So Christian diving in, pick up the kill onto Rico. It's only a 3-star differential, and man, if they get 1 kill there, they have blue star on their side. They squeak by with that win. Vatra Gaming are bringing it in set number 1.
That was a close finish. That 1 kill would have turned things a very different way, and kind of feel like Alchemical knew that a little bit as well. I didn't like the way the Christian went in on that aggressive towards the end. I don't think it was that necessary. I get the approach to try to whistle down the HP to allow a more successful defense in that final push, but it was almost the very thing which kind of threw the lead over, and I think with just a little bit more time, a second here or there, could have changed things much more into the favor of AC Milan Qlash, but now they are down a set. It's unusual to see a team like AC Milan Qlash be behind in the first set, and I wonder whether they're going to be able to pick themselves off the back of this loss in knockout to bring things back to make it even.
I can't illustrate it enough. This is a big match for Vatra. They're at the 5 seed currently. They've taken down the 3 seed in ZERØZONE, and what do? They walk into the semifinals and they give themselves a little bit of a cushion. You got to take it 1 set at a time. I mean, AQM have continuously proven themselves to be the best team in this region, but right now as it stands, Vatra Gaming have given themselves a good start. I think Buzz made some absolutely insane plays. I loved what you said. You said surgical, and that's exactly what they did. They were surgical in their strategy in game number 1. In game number 2, they relied on the mechanics. Buzz several times should have gone down there. Some insane dodges onto all players in this world of Kaya Dog. That's a crazy feat to accomplish. It is not easy going against arguably one of the best players in the world in dodging shots at about 200 HP twice. There are several instances where they could have walked away. It could have been a very different story, but they end up clutching it up. Now we're going into Bell's Rock, and it's going to be Vatra, the ones up 1-0.
Yeah, a chance to reset for AC Milan Qlash as well, and just try to just figure out where it went wrong. I felt like they weren't necessarily that comfortable with that draft. I mean, you know, Dog would much prefer to be on something a bit more aggressive, I feel. I mean, you know, Rico is still an aggressive brawler, there's no doubt about it, but definitely something a bit more up close and personal, I think, would have suited his playstyle a little bit better. So going into Bell's Rock there, I'm looking for him to be on that Fang. You know, we've seen him on it already today, as well as that Stu. Those are places that he can really thrive, and I feel like this could be a good game mode for AC Milan Qlash, despite being behind, and they've got to make sure that that doesn't become a factor here. They've got to shake off those cobwebs and just treat this as if it is a fresh set, if not the first set here. Again, you know, we saw VTSim yawning a little bit. We need to get some of that Dog energy into him as well. But ultimately, again, you know, with a reset, the draft can make such a big difference. And I felt like that draft really did go the way of Vatra in the way that they played it out. Now, AC Milan Qlash are going to play their own game going into knockout.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see what they come up with again. I don't think Buzz is a very stereotypical brawler on that map, even though tanks have definitely found success from time to time there. You know, we saw Rosa really early on in the year be experimented with across a couple regions. Zeta Division 1, of course, are reigning MSI champions, are reigning world champions. They ran the BB there at our MSI Invitational and it worked to great success. Love seeing Buzz there and implementing a brawler that just got recently patched on during the balance changes. We see some very good bans coming through as well for both sides. Pretty normal, I would say. And Penny going to be the one that comes away as the first pick. Really like what they're doing to start things out here. I think Penny is a very solid brawler right now, but you really have to take advantage of her super. And in this game mode, when you're going from round to round and you reset, sometimes you can lose a little bit of value in that super. But if you can get it down, if you can take advantage of those Penny barrels and you're a good Penny, I have no problem with this pick.
AC Milan Qlash, all about the range, and I do feel like that is the way to play this particular map, especially as it gives you that early advantage in the game. Penny can struggle a little bit, especially against the team that are going to be able to keep their range, but that's another way to play that into your own advantage. Double down with the Piper. It could be susceptible to a Fang. That's literally as I was thinking. AC Milan Qlash would like to pick it up, so I like that in terms of the draft. Some calculative choices going on there on the side of Vatra, and just knowing that the best way to kind of protect a brawler that could be susceptible to an ambush attack on the Piper side is a Fang. So why not just lock it down, double down, and throw it back to AC Milan Qlash?
Yeah, first brawler that comes to mind here, I think is Daryl for me, but they actually go with the Sprout. And this is the first time I feel like we've seen a thrower in a long time here, Ark. I mean, kind of surprising considering how prevalent Tick and Sprout were, even in the ban phases for this map. They picked Sprout going into an aggressive brawler like Fang. There's a little risk in that, which is why I was thinking more of the Daryl, just because they could get really aggressive on the Piper with low HP. It's a good shotgun brawler into Fang, which traditionally does well, but Sprout is very solid on this map and also very good into the sharpshooters like Penny and Piper. I certainly see the appeal. They just got to be cautious of that Fang if he gets up close.
Right, well, let's see who the first will be to get their supers and who's not valuing their range that much. Motip's actually doing really well here. He's got 2 taps on there, and Reese one shot away. The attempted reverse polarity there, and it almost connected as well. A beautiful little play there, subtle detail, but not running nest egg, and that could be something that could go against him with the Fang, but the takedown is there now. Christian is under scrutiny on the left-hand side. Reese is going to go down the right-hand side. It's the 3 versus 1, and AC Milan Qlash are looking better.
Yeah, what a reset. They came into that round with absolute domination. That was 3 kills to none right there. Vatra Gaming gonna have to go back to the drawing board on how they play this one. They're either gonna have to have some insane dodges from Fang, or he's gonna have to find a way to charge that super. That's the problem with Fang, is he does have that longer distance shot, but it does so little damage, and it takes several of them to charge up. Now Alchemical is looking to try and get aggressive here. Great cycling there from VTSim, playing the Sprout very well. Dog doing a great job playing against a long-range brawler like Piper. Now Alchemical is cut off as well. He's gonna have to dodge very well here. Reverse polarity kicking in. Dog with the finish as well. And now all of a sudden it is a 3v2 RHZ with low HP as well.
I just love seeing the reverse polarity, little tiny subtle details. It's not a big, out there kind of gadget to have. It's such a small effect, but when you land it at just the right time, it can do so much work for you. I love it. AC Milan Qlash looking a lot better, more like their former selves. But VTSim still feels a little bit on the tired side. Maybe it's a late night for him, but I think if they keep it like this, they can just start to break a little smile here and there.
Yeah, some excellent work, and he's just razor focused. They dropped that first set, and there's no games now being played by AC Milan Qlash. And this time it's Vatra in a little more aggressive position. They're going to get this Piper wall break down very early. Ooh, a good tap on the Dog with a gadget, but just barely staying alive. 384 HP, making the difference. Alchemical going to be on this left-hand side, this time not in the mid, trying to find a super against the Bell right now. Motep playing this very carefully, though. Good distance, does not want to feed that super to Fang, because it can be very costly, especially as this match moves forward.
I like the adaptation here from Vatra and just trying to shape the map a little bit better, get those early supers in and give themselves the advantage. The more walls they can break, the less the Sprout can realistically do to defend the situation. It's a little bit chaotic here as Vatra, oh, Christian just staying alive and big taps needed from Reason. They are connecting beautifully onto Dog there. So much that's needed though, 3 versus 2. It's now gonna be BT Zim versus Reason. Oh, that was a big tap, and Vatra will get one on the board.
Wow, they squeezed that shot right before the Sprout wall gets landed, and that's a big takeaway from BT Zim and his kit as well. The map is wide open now, and this is where Piper can shine the most. And now a dash forward from Alchemical. He's looking for blood, but BT Zim and Dog tag team it. They're actually going to manage to stay alive. BT Zim needs a good dodge. Not quite there, though. 2v2 situation. Piper, typically a favorable matchup into Bell as well with the extra reload speed, but has been hit with the damage amplifier, pressing, raining down now. The fire coming in from that penny turret, and Dog going to be pinned against the spawn. This is going to be a very tight one.
I love the little peek around the wall from Christian, just managing to get the pick up there, making it 2 versus 2 now, but that penny turret will go down very quickly to the gas. That's a consideration here. Dog, though, is feeling it. He is low, and he's managed to walk straight into the fire here. It's not going to allow him to heal. Vatra will start to bring back around, and that's a crucial moment in time. AC Milan Qlash, despite a promising start now, are actually massively in trouble, especially if Vatra go into this next round, in this next game, in much the same mentality that they did the last. This could be 2 sets up for Vatra. This could be them really looking like they could make the grand finals today and knock out AC Milan Qlash in the semis. AC Milan Qlash need to wake up and smell the coffee.
Yeah, I mean, you know, AQM may have a world final spot secured, but confidence and cash are on the line as well. This is a factor for them moving forward. You want to be in your best state of the game as you're approaching these final months, and right now Vatra are really bringing it. Look, they've had their ups and downs, but right now they are playing against AC Milan Qlash very well. If they somehow find this game right here, 2-0 would be huge for them. RHZ going to be fighting on this right-hand side now while VT Zim continues to hunker down in the mid. Ooh, he's going to be in a world of trouble here if RHZ gets in a more aggressive stance. Alchemical now hovering on this left-hand side as well. The entire side of Vatra Gaming going to be in the mid, and here comes the wall break. That's what worked for them most, and now it is going to be AQM who are pinned here. Good shots raining down. 1 kill. Alchemical going to elect to go for a super here. That's going to be another takedown. VT Zim nowhere to go, and Vatra Gaming now 1 round away from taking a 2-0 lead.
What a wall break, and you know, Christian was able to gain turrets off the back of those final shots as well, so instantly that's going to go down there. BT Sim will try to get it quickly addressed, but body blocking from Christian will take one of them away. Wall there for safe measure. It's actually a good spot here for AC Milan Qlash if they can make some of these shots just ricochet on, and Riz as well, so low here. The wall there for safety, but it's going to be quickly broken. I don't like the positioning here for Vatra. They've got to heal, they've got to get out of this position.
Yeah, Christian is in trouble right now. Good pickup for VT Zim, and they played a much better round number 2, and now it is going to be favoring AC Milan Qlash. There's still walls available for VT Zim. RHZ couldn't really line it up. He was just trying to escape there when he used that last super, and good pinch play coming in there. Motep playing that maximum rage. Alchemical has a decision to make here. Does have the damage amplifier on him. I think this is a good choice. Just go ahead, run into the bushes, and try and get rid of as much as possible. VT Zim, however, did land the shots necessary to get that kill in time, and now they will have that Sprout wall, which is going to make a big difference in round number 3. This one is a very important one.
Yeah, it instantly goes down and allowing AC Milan Qlash to get into a firm position, but a big tap there conceded by VT Sim. He places the wall just at the right time to keep the Fang out, mines into the mid, and ooh, Alchemical's thinking about it, but chose better of it, and I think that's wise under the circumstances. But again, AC Milan Qlash are playing a much better mid control, and that's what they need to be able to counteract this comp. They can just make it a 3 versus 2 on the side of Vatra. It will go such a long way here. Again, so much depends on this round, and at the moment, AC Milan Qlash are just playing it better.
Yeah, Vatra are all the way in the back of their spawn. This is going to be a troubling spot for them. Dog doing a good job in the mid of helping out with both sides. RHZ falling a little weak here. Christian needs to do some good dodges. Alchemical just forced to get aggressive here, trying to pick on VT Zim and his lower HP. It's not going to be enough, though. Wall going down on the left-hand side. RHZ in the wide open on the right, trying to rain down shots. Christian manages to pick one up. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario. Motep super available. RHZ super available. Alchemical marked up, and every shot counts right now, and Motep makes it count the most. That's a good pickup there. Super available. He's going to be dashing straight into the zone, though. AQM end up on top. It's going to be a tie ball game.
Against all odds, because again, I did feel like that was going to go the way of Vatra. It did feel like it, but Aceman and Qlash in those moments know to come together and to just stare it down the barrel, which they did. They bring it back and bring it back strong. Now we're all tied up. This is not nearly as clear cut as it was just starting to look for Vatra. This now could genuinely go either way. I felt it was going to be a 2-0. Aceman and Qlash just keeping it calm, keeping it cool, and bringing it into Ring of Fire now at level Peggy.
Yeah, you saw it on the player cam. They are all business right now. No Dog energy being shown. They are razor focused. It is a 1-1, and it is about as close as a 1-1 as we have seen. I mean, Vatra brought it to the table in set number 1, and in set 2, it really came down to anybody's game. I am very impressed with both teams right now. AQM really demonstrating why they are the top dogs of this region right now, but Vatra are certainly making a stance right now. This is a big opportunity for them, and they need to capitalize going into set number 3. A win here would be so good for them. They are already in a tough spot. Again, they are the 5th seed currently. They've taken down the 3 seed. If they get a good takedown onto AQM here, that only hurts Chasmac Gaming. If anything, I feel like Chasmac Gaming in 2nd place should be cheering for the team that's already made it to World Finals already. That way they can lock up that 1-2 kind of spot. I think Vatra Gaming have done a great job here, and they're really showing that they can keep up with the top dogs.
Yeah, 2nd place is 70 points with double points, 140. I mean, it will propel Vatra just to get to that grand finals. Even if they don't necessarily win it, it will just do so much for them, especially when you consider how ZERØZONE are going to drop ever so slightly away from that situation now, and are going to have to come back next month with a great deal more fight. But Hot Zone up next, Ring of Fire. Aceman and Qlash have just got to start to work better as a unit, which they did towards the end of Knockout, but it's been a while since we've seen that same flair that Aceman and Qlash always seem to bring to the table. And Vatra have taken a little bit of a hit there, and I kind of question as well how they're going to respond around that, because you know, that can be something which can really make or break a team. Sometimes taking a knock is actually the very thing that you need to come back stronger. Under these circumstances in Ring of Fire, it can be a demoralizing game mode, and I hate to say that, but you know, when you are struggling to retake, you sometimes just feel a little bit helpless, especially if the draft doesn't quite go your way. So definitely this is going to be a test for both teams going in now, and who is going to come out the stronger of the two. It could very well decide things moving on, but I would love this to go to a 5th and final set. I think that of all the matches so far today, this is the one that very well could.
There's a lot at stake here. Vatra Gaming, of course, really trying to make a name for themselves, and better yet, carve out a chance at a World Final spot. AQM have already done that. They've proven themselves for the year. But now it is time for other people to try and make a name for themselves as well. Ring of Fire, like you said, can be really demoralizing. If you get spawn trapped and go down in a dominant fashion, it hurts. There's no other way around it. Sometimes you just get the match out of hand, and there's nothing you can really do. There's so many different combinations now, especially with somebody like Poco being buffed up in this meta right now. Max is somebody that you can run combinations with. You can go for some more long-range options. We're going to see Lou, Janet, Colette on this left-hand side. Really no surprises for me. Some may be surprised by the Lou, but just considering how much it's played in other regions, at this point, doesn't really faze me too much. Penny going to be a first pick. I like this choice. I think it's a very safe one. You can take advantage of the turret on the right-hand side of your spawn side in that grassy area. Assuming they don't have a wall break or a thrower, they can really get the job done.
5 brawler bans here, and it's going to place a bit more emphasis towards Bo being an option now that Lou's out the mix, but I do love the Pam here. I think you can just get so much ability to hold firm on that mid, and with no Lou supers to realistically, you know, keep you off. Meg coming in. I like it. I really do like it. Meg did receive a recent buff here, and it has been a map where she's always had great results, so I do want to see how this one plays out to be. It was just a very small buff to Meg. It wasn't much at all. It was just decreasing the amount of shots needed to charge her super from 8 to 7. So it wasn't huge, but nonetheless, it can make a huge difference. Surge as well, as we've seen already today with Chasmac utilizing it so well. The Sprout, though, I mean, that can just lock an entire lane down, and it's just going to be able to provide a lot of control on the side of Vatra. So it's kind of like a control hill-based comp against a lot of aggression on the side of AQM.
Yeah, there's a lot of wow factors going on for me here. If Meg is played right, an absolute force to be reckoned with, as we're already seeing Motep in that robot form. Alchemical, even the tanky brawler herself, is going to be moved back. RHZ on the Sprout. That might be surprising to a little bit of people, but honestly, Sprout in the blind format days was used a good bit here and can definitely be valuable. Interesting gadget choice coming in from Christian as well. That will back them away for now. Healing Station immediately swiped away though. But right now, it is Vatra in a little bit of control. A lot of back and forth right now. This one is a really close one once again.
One thing I've got to say is that when we see a brawler kind of come back into the meta, come back into the mix, we find often that a lot of teams struggle to remember actually how to go about playing that particular brawler. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here. Motep has been able to get back to his super immediately. Every shot he seems to hit when he's not in mecha form, and it just brings him straight back into position, straight back into control. And so far, Vatra don't seem to be like working around how important it is to juke those meg shots. It really is the key to that particular brawler. They've got to change their approach, and they've got to place a little bit more consideration to how dangerous he is when he's not in that mecha form.
And somehow RHZ is actually going to end up winning that left-hand lane. VT Zim now is going to go down, and RHZ does have a wall available. It will cut off this left-hand side. He's going to be perfectly positioned for a little help with the pinch. Kyodog doing a great job of branching out to this right-hand side. Surge a counter into Christian. It's going to lead to a trade. I think considering the HP deficit, that is a pretty good result. And VT Zim taking advantage of the healing station going down, and the lead continues to grow for AC Milan Qlash. Things are really getting out of hands here for Vatra.
That's 11% now needed for AQM, but they have lost the mid. But Motep now looking to change that. The mecha coming in and just absolutely laying down the shots on everything in his path, as we've seen him do time and time again in this game. And yeah, that was solid. Very, very solid from Qlash, and looking much, much better than how we came into this series. They're just starting to remember what makes them such a great team. Vatra can still bring this back, but they've got to place a lot more consideration to the combo they are facing. And you know, they were able to get some good control in that last game, some good moments. But I mean, honestly, AQM at the moment, it's looking quite scary.
Yeah, I think AQM just simply played better. I think Surge is somebody that you really have to carefully play. Motep is definitely an X factor as well, but RHZ had some good plays on the Sprout, but it has to be a difference maker in order to be worth that pick. A nice shot landing there onto Motep, but already you're seeing Alchemical backed all the way into spawn and finally being taken down. Kyodog as well. Huge factor on this right-hand side. Christian was dealing with a lot in that moment, and the penny barrel going down. That gadget just eradicated the foe. Healing station in play as well. This does give Vatra a little bit of hope here. And now they have at least a little bit of control as Kyodog is trying to reclaim the mid.
I do feel a little bit for Alchemical, I've got to be honest, because obviously, you know, you're running a bigger hitbox, and it's exactly the sort of thing that Meg can thrive on. You can see every time the Motep gets the mecha, he just soaks up every bullet, and, you know, Sprout's great for control, but it's not going to necessarily deal the biggest amount of damage to a Meg, and it's just allowing them to run riot. But the scoreline says otherwise. It's very, very close here. It can genuinely go either way, but they just keep feeding to that Meg. I do worry a little bit. VT Zim as well now taking the mantle in the mid and lays down the salty barrel, and always gets the takedown for his troubles as well. Kyodog as well, just itching towards death here. 162 HP, but staying alive, and just going to go for the knockback now to Christian. Gets up the upper hand. My word, one lane to win, but AQM has still got to do more. This is all time at 50%. So little in it.
Ooh, that's going to be a good wall for them too. VT Zim will be able to heal, but it is going to cut him off pretty much completely from any angles. That's going to end up being a trade though. Healing station does get placed down. RHZ looking for some tags here as the Sprout lines up several of them, and now they're able to reclaim this territory. It's actually going to be approaching 75% now, over a 20% lead for Vatra.
Key moment, it really is. If Vatra can just hang on a little bit longer, then this is going to be a fantastic final round. But at the moment, AQM are itching forwards. And again, there's such little amount of percentage in it, 10% now. There's no, well, there's Pam station on the left-hand side, allowing Reese to be able to do his thing, but Motep, though, is dominating that mid-control, and time is ticking here for Vatra. They've got to retake, they've got to secure a takedown and get things taken care of here, and this could be the time to do it. Pam healing stations to mid, aggressive plays all round, but it's Qlash that are able to secure themselves through. That set goes to them, and what a way to do it. A fantastic draft but it required fantastic plays to go alongside it, and they were there also. One set away now from locking themselves into the grand finals, placing Vatra heavily now on the back foot.
Yeah, big moment there for Vatra, and unfortunately just so much HP. I feel like the Meg robot was really a major player in that fight. I think with just so much HP, with so much damage being dealt down at times, even Pam with as much HP as she have really couldn't inch forward, and they did a great job of keeping Vatra off the hot zone, all things considered. Again, oftentimes in hot zone, you're playing that objective. Even if you're cycling out kills, you know, you got brawlers on your side dying, as long as one person is standing in that hot zone, that is all you need to climb and gain a lead for yourself. I feel like in game number 2 as well, Sprout was definitely a bigger factor. I think he made some big plays. There were some good cutoffs, but at the end of the day, that is a risky pick in my eyes. It can be so good, but at times it just didn't deal enough damage into Meg's robot form. It's not the highest form of a DPS brawler. I think looking back, they may rethink that one a little bit, but it certainly wasn't a reason they lost, I would say, but it certainly did provide them any strategical advantages as well.
I just love seeing balance changes. It's honestly such an exciting thing when we've just had a couple of days and already you're seeing brawlers coming back that you haven't seen for a while, and you can just see there like why Meg was always so good on Ring of Fire. You really can, and just a subtle change, but enough to bring her back into the forefront. And you know, you just see like, you know, Pam is an immovable object in Brawl more often than not. But it just was able to push her back so well, and I think the way that Motep was playing it, cycling it through, really, you know, paid dividends to Qlash in their victory there. But center stage for Brawl Ball could be a chance for Vatra to bring it back. It depends how Qlash approach this one. They've been in just like, you know, tunnel vision mode since the second set, so I've got to feel like they're going to be going into this one on the aggressive and wanting to tie things up and, you know, just stop Vatra's momentum they had coming into this one. But there wasn't much in it. It really wasn't in hot zone. And Vatra are still very much in this. They can bring this to the 5th and final set with a good, solid draft, and they've certainly got the skill to back it up. There's no doubt about it. So if Qlash falter just a little bit here and there, then this could be going again all the way.
Yeah, ultimately it is going to be a score of 4-3 in games, but of course the set's going to be the biggest difference maker here. And now it is AQM with the advantage. It's center stage as well. A lot of different options here. Will the teams elect to go for some kind of wall break composition, for tanks, for anti-tanks? There's so many choices here. I like these bans coming in from both sides. We see Nita, which is a brawler that's rising up with the current balance changes. We see Gale, we see Crow. On the right-hand side, Buzz and Ash. No games being played with those tanks. The side of Vatra Gaming are not willing to deal with it. That might be influenced by a Poco decision as well. It's interesting that they don't end up banning that. First overall pick Surge, I feel like it's not too often we see him as a first overall pick.
Yeah, but one that can really thrive in the bushes. But I do agree, I love these bans. You know, they're thinking through the map itself and not just the meta, and just where certain brawlers can really have a bit of an edge under these circumstances. Vatra, though, playing a little bit safe with the spike pick for me. The Poco, though, I really do like, but it's what you combine it with that is so crucial. I want to see a Max. We didn't necessarily see it too much in center stage already, but I feel like it can just provide so much of an advantage, having that bush for cover and combining it with a Rosa. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Bring it on, but it is going to allow a heavy counter for Vatra. They're going to be thinking around how to go about it, but I wouldn't be opposed to a Shelly if I'm being completely honest. I know the chat's going to kill me for it, but sometimes you've just got to lay down the mantle. Squeak as well. The control, I don't mind it. It's going to provide a lot of visibility when it comes to finding where your opposition is in the bush. Break. Okay.
You know, Shelly would have been great, but I will absolutely watch a Frank get in some gameplay here. Combined with a Poco, man, this could be dangerous. Rosa's going to be a great shout here as well, though. Squeak for some good area control if they can take advantage of Surge charging up super onto somebody like Frank as well. I see a lot of moving parts here. I see some win conditions for both sides. Ultimately, though, is Vatra Gaming that need this one the most. If they lose here, they will put themselves in 4th place in the region, only 40 points behind ZERØZONE in 3rd. They gain even more points if they make a finals. Right now, it's AQM marching down the field. Oh, they needed that takedown too. Alchemical picks up this ball. Motep is going to fall. It's Christian and Alchemical now marching down the field. VT Zim in trouble here. Good shot raining down as well. That's going to be the finishing blow. And Coyote Dog on that stage 2 looking to play some defense.
Where Frank is so deadly in this position right here and just waiting for the respawn. But look at the connection, beautifully done, and the Frank stun did not connect at all. Now Motors will be able to power his way through, but hold on, the ball got intercepted. Reese is going to pick it up, and this is a great opportunity for Vatra to score, and they do.
And the big man with some big HP just simply walks forward. There's not enough that Squeak can do unless you land the most perfect super, and Rosa lands up every single shot. There was just nothing they could do there. Kyodog, though, doing a great job right now. Motep up close and personal with RHZ right now. Ooh, it's gonna be a close one. He actually supered the ball away just in the nick of time. Christian falls there too. That was dangerously close to leading to an opportunity for Qlash, and now Alchemical is gonna be back in place to play some defense. Frank now sprinting forward at Squeak. That's gonna be a fun matchup for him just to simply be a presence, and now it is gonna be left to Vatra Gaming to once again play some defense.
BCSim just keeps connecting these shots, and I mean, you got to against the Frank. You just can't not. Ultimately, the moment AQM are gaining some momentum, but look at Reese is on the go, and there's no residue available to the Squeak here. Oh, the stun is big, and it connects with everyone. Reese is still going. Vatra are looking so good with a pick that I felt would be better served as a counter to the tank, but no, just match the tank, better the tank. And Vatra are going to be feeling on top of the world right now. They're itching further to taking this to the 5th and final set with a last-second draft pick.
Poco tank is back. This has made Frank relevant in my mind, especially going to Squeak. That's such a wonderful play. What a sneaky last pick for them. Right now, though, it's not paying off as Motep is going to be marching forward, going against Christian here. It's actually an insanely close matchup. How did Christian end up winning that? Alchemical gives a little bit of help, but honestly, Poco winning a matchup against Rosa, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it really is. It's dangerous. It's like one of those things where, again, earlier today when we saw like the chat kind of erupting about Poco, it was like, no, like genuinely, you can just like 1v2 certain situations. Vatra going to score this, and yeah, Qlash surely at this point know that this is going to the 5th and final unless they turn this around, and immediately so. Residue on the top right-hand side will force the hand of where Vatra can go here, and that's going to provide a lot of value potential in this left-hand side lane. But Riz going in does get a good connection. Will he get the takedown though? He's still alive, but AQM surely will score off the back of it, and this one is far from over.
Yeah, close call there, but ultimately it is going to be 1-1, and as this map opens up, it is going to hurt Frank. It's not going to be nearly as fun of a time. He's actually going to be slowed down by that gadget there. The more he can dodge, the better. Really, all he has to do is get an aggressive position. Kyodog going to be able to take advantage of this matchup, though. That's where things get scary, and now they're going to be able to take advantage of Frank losing a super there. Alchemical trying to play some defense, but all three brawlers still standing for AQM, and now they find the goal. We are on match point.
I love the way that Qlash just turned it back into their favor. They know that they've got Surge. They know that is such a strong counter to Frank if you're able to keep on top of where Frank is. And you just saw there Kydog's awareness to that, able to get so much value off the back of that, cycling supers off the back of that. Aceman and Qlash could very well do this if they start to keep this up and realize they have got a comp that is worthy to contend against this.
And now they are in big trouble here. Somehow RHC stays alive there. Ooh, can't get that super off in time. Kyodog is the victor of that matchup. VTZim also with a gadget pop. Just going to completely cut off this left-hand side. Christian has nowhere to walk unless he wants to be slowed down and falling victim. Squeak super going down as well. Easy connections onto the big brawler, Frank. Christian, Alchemical looking to try and get this ball out of here. They are getting desperate, and they're just going to kick it away for now. Motep has a super available, though. All the pressure in the world, and all they can do is rely on the HP. Great interception there. Kyodog, though, is going to be there to pick it up. One brawler taken down, two left standing for AQM. Back in action now for Vatra, and all of the sudden, pressure is relieved. There's going to be an opportunity for Vatra to try and gain some positioning.
I want to see a little bit more support here from Christian with Reese, because ultimately, you know, AQM are more attuned to how to go against it. The heal was there, but that's not nearly enough. This forwards can be pushing it down the field very, very quickly and placing Vatra back into that spot that they do not want to feel like they are in. Residue on the left-hand side. Might be a way to squeeze around it, but I'm not too sure. But either way, the connection is there from VTZim, and a beautiful one of that. Surely AQM just can keep up this pressure here. Oh, the jump over from Kyodog, absolutely on point. AQM, one goal away from making the grand finals. And why not stall for time? Because there's only 1 minute left for Vatra to have a response.
They're going to have to step it up here. Some perfect gameplay is needed if they want to continue throughout this tournament. Motep popping a super, though, and Frank is going to fall victim. Three brawlers standing for AQM. Super pass to the right-hand side. Super pop for Motep. 204 HP is all he needs. Grand Finals appearance once again incoming for Qlash.
I love it. The AQM pin in all its glory, covering the entirety of that tablet. You love to see it. They've earned it. And AQM have made the grand final yet again. They just seem unstoppable at this moment in time. It was a much tougher semi-finals, let's be honest. Got to give a huge hand to Vatra because there were so many moments where I felt that they could very well have made that grand final instead. But what a way to win it. Qlash remaining on top and having already qualified for the World Finals, but just simply trying to cause upsets for those that are still looking for their golden ticket.
AQM are competitors, what can I say? I mean, they want a chunk of prize pool that's a little bit bigger for themselves, and they want to keep growing as a team. I respect that a ton. They definitely came out swinging against Vatra. It was Vatra on top in set number 1, and they just stepped up their game all throughout. But every single set, other than maybe a little bit of Ring of Fire, it wasn't quite as on top of things for Vatra. They were right there with them. That Frank pick, oh my gosh, my hero. I mean, that first game, he was absolutely popping off, walking forward for a couple really good goals. The synergy with Poco was insane. We haven't seen that in forever. I think an excellent final pick. A little risky, obviously, when you're going to Surge. And when they had the matchup on Squeak, life was good. But you are playing against one of the best teams in the world, and AQM are still able to take advantage. Hats off to Vatra for doing a great job. They should be moving into 4th place, only down about 40 points into ZERØZONE, who are currently in 3rd. But now, opportunity arising for Chasmac Gaming. They're currently in 2nd. And remember, if they win the grand finals this month, guaranteed to take that 2nd spot for the World Finals. Another very important match coming up.
It really is. I mean, they've got to get through the semis first, but if they get to the grand finals and if they are able to take down Qlash there, what a way to return the favor after last month when ATM Qlash took them out in the quarterfinals in the earliest stage to earn their golden ticket. Boy, oh boy, I cannot wait to see where this one leads, but they've got to get there first. That is the thing, and 1FA are the team standing between them and that grand final.
Yeah, when looking back at this bracket, I mean, it's an absolutely stacked one here today. Vatra Gaming, of course, causing the upset. Their AC Milan Qlash having no problems against their rival organizational team. They end up getting a 3-1 win against Vatra. They're moving on to yet another grand finals. They've only lost one the entire year. And now Chasmac Gaming, the one team that has been the one to take them down, are still left in this tournament. This is a big month for them as well. And 1FA are going to be the team they're playing against. Ark, how are we feeling against this matchup? Do you have Chasmac Gaming as a heavy favorite? How do you see this one playing out?
I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I do. I mean, they're looking so fierce, aren't they? They really are. I mean, the one thing that I will say about 1FA is that it's still such early days for them as a squad. So there's not really much to go on in that respect. And that is a consideration that you just can't deny. You know, they performed so well already today. And, you know, 6, FA, which is kind of like the kind of merger that we saw this team derive from, have had some great results. They've made the grand finals. They've got some good experience. But Chasmac are hungry for securing themselves to the World Finals. We saw it, didn't we, with AC Milan Qlash when they knew that they were so close to just being able to affirm and mathematically say, we are there. They just went into 5th gear. And I feel like that's the road that Chasmac are on today. As soon as it came up on event.brawlstars.com, I locked it in. I'm confident that they've got what it takes. And I really do want to see that grudge match that we all know and love in a grand finals, and Chasmac to make it a closer affair against AC Milan Qlash to really round off the season. But 1FA here have got, again, a fantastic opportunity to cause a real upset here. So if you're rooting for an underdog to that extent, and maybe you're already cheering for AC Milan Qlash and they've already qualified, then, sure, go for it. Why not? I think on the prediction side, I'm just going to play it safe and sound. Chasmac Gaming all the way.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair, too. I mean, they should be reasonably the favorites here. They're the number 2 team in the region. That is also who I locked in before broadcast as well on event.brawlstars.com. The best way to watch all of Brawl Esports, make your predictions along with us, and heck, maybe you do better than me and Ark. We've had a pretty good day, but there are certainly some people out there, I'm sure, that have had some perfect ones on the screen. We are seeing 1FA. They've got Lukitas. They've got Enzo, Jay, and Weepy. A little combination of a team known as 6FA who played in April. Some of them, like Enzo, are having their first ever monthly final. Like you said, there's just a little more unfamiliarity with this team. They don't necessarily have as long of a standing playing together as somebody like CMG, but they certainly had a great opening match today.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy one for them to secure in. You know, Portuguesa gave them a really good run for their money. They were put through their paces for sure and were able to stand the heat. And I think that's important to remember, you know, when you're able to go through these grueling matches and still come out on top despite the odds, you know, again, as a newer team coming in as a formation, I should say, you know, that is something that you just cannot deny. It can make teams over a longer period of time really be fantastic, great teams for our region. If they get this win, they will absolutely be proving themselves as a worthy adversary going into next year for sure. I mean, they've already got some great experience, but this would be like the icing on the cake for them to be able to say that they denied Chasmac on their winning run. And you never know. You just genuinely never know. Sometimes in qualifiers, stuff just can go wrong. I mean, we're looking a bit further ahead here, but, you know, going into next month, you know, if Chasmac don't make the grand finals, it's fair to say they're going to have to still qualify at least. And, you know, maybe necessarily not, but you then depending upon the downfall of others, and you never want to be in that position. We saw it in the EMEA just this month with, you know, Tribe Gaming EU, and in round 8, they almost went out, and it came down to the micro nanosecond for them to stay in contention. So Chasmac just want to give themselves the best possible chance of securing that golden ticket. They've just worked too hard to not. 1FA, though, have got a solid opportunity here to cause an upset.
Yeah, if you're a fan of chaos, this is the time to cheer for 1FA for sure. And if you haven't seen that clip of Arc reacting to Tribe EU barely losing, man, it's one of the best ones I've seen yet. What an insanely crazy play. I'm sure that's on your Twitter somewhere, I have to imagine. But honestly, you know, especially considering Embonados don't make it this month, they were sitting at 4th. There's still several teams in the running here. So if Chasmac Gaming say get bumped out here, look, semifinals, they're already in 2nd. That's a great finish for the month. I mean, very solid for any team. But if you want to secure a world spot, might not be good enough. You don't want to leave it to chance. Be in the driver's seat. Get the job done here today. This is where Chasmac Gaming BR need to step up. And heck, again, if they win the grand finals, if they pull off their 2nd win of the year against AC Milan Qlash, they're guaranteed to go to Worlds. I'd rather be in a spot where I'm controlling my own destiny than leave it up to fate in the monthly qualifiers. Crazier things have happened in the past. It would feel much better, I'm sure, for them to go ahead and get it done here today.
Exactly, and for Chasmac, you know, it's not just about, you know, making the grand finals, obviously winning the grand finals for that golden ticket to Worlds. It's also about getting back at AC Milan Qlash. You know, they were in a world of hurt last month when AC Milan Qlash knocked them out in the quarterfinal stages. It's a rough one. That bracket was, you know, a tough one to begin with, but to have a convincing win over themselves, they want to bounce back, and they want to demonstrate to the region as a whole and also the regions around the world that they can run the distance with AC Milan Qlash, and hopefully for them, ideally for them, make it a sweep. They've got something to prove. You just cannot discount a team that want their own back, want revenge, and you know that you got to add to the mix. All these things for me is shaping up for a good month for Chasmac, but you know, they're just got to make sure that they get the draft on point. And don't think they've got any problems when it comes to handling pressure in those circumstances. And so far today, we've seen really fantastic results for them and bringing in a lot of risky ideas that are working out well. But they've got to do this now against 1FA before they can get to AC Milan Qlash. But it's that hunger that drives them towards it. And that, I think, cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect revenge arc is being set up for them, and all they have to do is kind of act on it. They have to just play it out. This would be a next step forward. I loved their drafts in their quarterfinals. I think it's been one of the more impressive ones. It wasn't traditional. It was out there. It was bold. It was new. I loved it. I mean, they ran a strategy like the Gale launchpad so well. And when you see CMG, somebody like Tufa on the screen here, I just think they're ready to go. I think, like you said, they were dialed in that quarterfinals. That was one of the ones that stood out to me a little bit more just because of the draft plus gameplay. They really could do it no wrong. And you know, as you get through the semifinals and the finals, obviously your opposition is going to get stronger, but if they're doing that in the quarterfinals, I can't wait to see what they have drawn up for these semifinals maps.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point you raised there, for sure, because ultimately you could ask yourselves the question, you know, was it just that Starline were not able to put up as much of a fight, and when they start to get really tested, that's when we're going to see how they're going to fare this month? I think for me, it may be a little bit of a combination of the two. It was always going to be a tough stage for Starline to keep up. I mean, the quarterfinals, you don't get much chance to have a comeback and work through your options. In the semifinals, you do. So Chasmac are going to be put to more of a test now, and 1FA again, we've seen great stuff from them today. They were able to really stand their heat for the majority of their quarterfinal stages. So how Chasmac fare in the semifinals, I think, is going to be really, really key as to how they're going to fare overall. Do we see an upset? Do they not even make the grand finals for that reason? Or are they able just to make it look as convincing as they have done already? Make that grand finals and get back to Qlash and where they want to be to prove their points. 1FA can stand between them doing so, and that is a scary prospect.
Yeah, now we're walking into a map where they ran a strategy that's worked really well on this map before. They ran the Gale launchpad strategy. You combine that with Daryl, and it is a scary foe to go against. And for that reason, 1FA instantly banning the Gale. You're going to see Max coming out on that left-hand side as well. That's been a brawler that's really been prevalent in the meta. 1.1 overall. It's going to be Griff. I don't mind this selection. I wasn't fully convinced on the Griff pick a couple weeks ago. We saw it a lot in ESL for EMEA when you cast it over there. And I had some question marks, but honestly, after seeing all of the footage, I definitely feel like he's a worthwhile choice. Having a free wall break plus the star power being utilized for that healing factor has made a big difference for me. I think it is a very worthwhile brawler, and I do not blame them for picking it first overall.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Surge again for Chasmac. Wouldn't be opposed to an Amber here. We saw it already in the SSA and ANZ region, just to kind of take away some of that unpredictability that Surge can really thrive off the back of. I like the B ban. Chasmac just covering their bases there. Bull is daring. I like it. And little counter to it. Kind of question mark the 8-bit ban for me. Not sure necessarily whether it's the strongest of ideas in this particular map, but it can work. Ruff's coming in as well for 1FA. They're going to depend heavily on just making those supply drops come in at a consistent rate, ideally, because, looking at there, Lola is probably the best of options to really counteract that Bull, but they do need swift and quick takedowns on the side of 1FA here. Ultimately, Chasmac have got a bit of a comp here, which they could cycle in very quickly and just keep consistently keeping 1FA on the back foot in the spawn area, and already Tufa just dipping his toe into the grass, and yeah, that's already going to provide a lot of coverage. But it does seem for the most part that 1FA are kind of tuned in, and already Tufa is very low HP.
Yeah, and a good start here for 1FA. They're using Bonnie and immediately attacking that safe. It's going to lead to 16% on their side. Tufa hasn't really been able to break free of this situation either. Popping a gadget, I believe, there to stay healthy. Weepy, though, still getting the job done. Those sandbags helping out. Adinho on the safe can deal a lot of damage with a single shot, but reload speed, I don't think, going to be fast enough to where they have to worry about it too much. I'm sure they would much rather get Lola on that safe, look for kind of a base race opportunity. But Tufa is certainly somebody they're going to need to defend here. Tufa inbound damage going down as well. Griff super inbound as well. Tie up ball game all of a sudden, and Pekka is going to be at a low HP. Weepy with the finishing blow, and all of a sudden things are even.
I love the cycling there between Tufa there and Pekka. Beautifully done, but now you see 1FA are in tune themselves with how quickly they need to come back from these scenarios, and the body doing just that, getting that response in terms of the aggression and the damage to the safe, and it will bring a little bit of a lead in favor of 1FA, but it has also allowed Chasmac to heal in the mid. Tufa going in now, Pekka behind it. I do like the synergy that we are seeing for Chasmac, and that is a lot of damage raining down.
Yeah, these coordinated attacks are going so well for them. Adinho just there to kind of take down lanes, not necessarily be the primary highest damage dealer. They're just looking to give Tufa opportunities to move forward. All of the focus goes on him and allows for Pekka and Adinho to rain down shots. Tufa getting a pick up into Luquitas to try to get sneaky with it, take a little jump at the enemy safe, but not good enough there. Luquitas back in cannon form now. Jay on the left-hand side with the Lola Eagle available, and they are going to be looking to try and get Lola there. They need to deal a hefty amount of damage, and quickly. Only 30 seconds left to go.
Very lovely little placement there from Jay on the Ego, just trying to spread it out a little bit wider, because ultimately with all this grass, they've got to know where Chasmac are lurking at every given opportunity. But Tufa comes in there, gets the time damage for his troubles. 11% is all that remains, and 15 seconds is surely not going to be enough time here for 1FA to be able to get the damage that they need to be able to level this game out. Tufa's already pitting, and AC Milan Qlash, ironically enough, it's probably a sign that that's where Chasmac want to be next, and that is a good way to go about starting. It's a dominating first round for Chasmac. If they keep this up, then they will be quickly getting through this first set. But I do feel like this comp has some legs on the side of 1FA. It's maybe not the best it could have been, but they are making it work for the most part. But if they drop the ball like they are doing, then you just see how much damage can roll off the back of those mistakes.
Yeah, I loved what CMG were doing there. Again, they just seem to be very prepared with a strategy for another map here. They're going to be trying to cycle Bull out. They're going to be, honestly, almost looking for some wall break, and P.E.K.K.A looking to play defense, and they're trying to pave a way for Bull to get there. But right now, there's a lot of damage going down. Jay in a great spot. Weepy looking for tags as well, and P.E.K.K.A actually dropping a piggy bank there. Very interesting choice. Not sure, maybe they're just trying to prevent anybody from kind of creeping into their spawn and making it a little easier for themselves, but they don't actually end up breaking the entire left-hand wall in the top left corner. Adinho only at power 1-2. This certainly isn't as strong as a start as Chasmac Gaming would want.
Yeah, and the grass as well is a different formation from the last game, and they are shutting down Tufa far better this time around because they have to take him down quickly. If they allow him to buy time, it's just going to bring his teammates into the equation, and that is only going to equate to more damage being conceded on their side. Dino taking no chances there and just supering back on himself, and I don't mind that necessarily. Plenty of time on the clock here for a response, but a much better start for 1FA. Look how quickly they shredded through Tufa just then, and that's what you need. Quick and swift takedowns and straight back on the offense.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. Focusing one brawler at a time is totally fine, but you got to make those kills quick. You can't take up too much time and resources on one individual brawler. P.E.K.K.A now looking to defend and goes down once again. That Griff super can shred through the Lola ego and Lola herself. Oh my goodness, Lukita's hitting the shot as well. Weepy with just a few chip shots onto the high safe and complete control right now for 1FA. A definite turnaround from our first game.
Incredible stuff. 1FA have learned from their past mistakes, and there is still time, though, on the side here. Tufa going to roll in, but going to get a lovely little supply drop to the face from Weepy. He's going to continue with more shots. It's not even going to matter, because in the meanwhile, Jay and Lukatas will finish off that safe. Really nice adaptations. Again, it's very difficult to do just that when you're in the heat of the moment, to be able to really come together and realize exactly where it went wrong as quickly as they did there. And again, no, this is not as clear-cut as it first seemed. Chasmac now have got to place a bit better, juke a bit more, and try to evade more than they were in the last game and just push their way gradually forwards because, yeah, the jig might be up here. 1FA might be well onto this case.
Yeah, another instance of Surge not getting a lot of tags, and he's going to stay at that tier 1, which makes him very vulnerable to shots. He's very slow, not as much range. Overall, you just got to get Surge to that stage 2 at a minimum, just so throughout the entire game you can take advantage of his star power and stick to that level. Tufa just being held back right now, too. What looked like such an aggressive brawler that continued to march down the map in game number 1 has just been held back this entire time, and now Jay is just sitting here waiting on Tufa. Tufa finally making a move now on this right-hand side, going to be inching closer to that save. Weepy falling back as well. Jay looking to get some tags. Tufa now lingering in this bottom right-hand side. They need to be very careful. He doesn't have a super available, and they're going to be going for this wall break straight away. Good couple dodges. Tufa still causing good problems while Jay and Lukita's play some defense. Right now, it's pretty close, though. Tufa just continuing to be a problem, and if this gets too out of hand, if they spend too much time on Tufa, they're going to have to worry about the other brawlers approaching, too.
Yeah, I got out of hand quickly there, but you can just see like how cautious 1FA were around not feeding into the Surge, and that was absolutely the right call, but to just allow Tufa to be able to maneuver his way forwards. And again, you've got to get the timings right, and if the cycling of the spawns are there for Chasmac as Tufa goes in for even more damage, and the back of that, more from P.E.K.K.A, more from Adinho. Oh, and the pickups there again from P.E.K.K.A, able to stay in the mid, but he is found. Will he stay alive? He's juking wondrously well, my word. He's still there, and Weepy is going to go down off the back of it. Beautiful stuff from Chasmac, and much more like we saw in the first outset of this game.
Yeah, it's a big step up from Chasmac Gaming. It's so insane to me how the same 3 brawlers on each side can be played 3 times, and every single time it's going to be a different result. You know, it's just such a big change. Players have to adapt and continue to perform. P.E.K.K.A with a super going down as well is going to apply a lot of pressure. Tufa now on this left-hand side, hanging around. Weepy and Jay are trying to do their best on defense. I think these sandbags can be really good at shielding some of the heist damage, especially when Bull gets up close. Now they finally charge up a wall break. Tufa going to be in trouble. He actually ends up winning that matchup. A trade there is honestly ideal. 12 seconds to go. P.E.K.K.A raining down some shots, and there's simply going to be no way I think that Lola can get up here in time. And Dino with the takedown. Tufa walking it forward, and even though P.E.K.K.A goes down, a clean game number 3 for Chasmac Gaming, going right back to where we saw them in game number 1.
Still promise there, though, for 1FA. I loved at the beginning, Lukatas didn't go in as Bonnie because he knew he'd feed into the Surge. There's definite awareness here to how they can try to, disarm Chasmac. But what we saw from Chasmac there was just the ability just to work the comp the way it's designed to be. Just keep buying time. Tufa was a bit more aware towards the end there. Didn't even want to super in because he break the cover, and he wants to keep as much of that as he can. A good attempt though from 1FA to just early eradicate a lot of it, and that would have left him in a bit more of a vulnerable position. But it just seemed like the cycling was much better in that third and final game, much more like the first game that we saw them playing. And yeah, that's going to be a lease of life going into the second set. I thought 1FA had it. I thought they were working it beautifully well in that second game, and the third could very well have been the same case, but it's such a tough comp to go up against. The takedowns were far faster on that second game, and in the third game, they just kind of went back to old habits.
Yeah, I mean, once Bull kind of got in their spawn, it really instigated some good offense for the side of Chasmac Gaming. Again, I'm really impressed. I think that was much closer than any of the matches we saw in the quarterfinals one, but it seems like they had a strategy. Bull is a good brawler, don't get me wrong. It's somebody that's been very apparent in Heist for a long time, but I certainly wouldn't say it's the highest choice, at least on Kaboom Canyon, for example. You see him a little bit more on maps like Hot Potato, but I love how they're implementing a strategy. It seems like they're comfortable with. They have an idea in mind. They craft a draft that they think can center around that pretty well. They pick 3 solid brawlers and they make it work. I think games 1 and 3 were certainly in CMG's favor. As we saw, they won. But I mean, we saw a lot of life from 1FA. I think they definitely have it in them. They're showing good promise, like you mentioned, in Backyard Bull. This is a map where it's a pretty crazy meta right now. It's not necessarily as straightforward as it used to be. There's a lot of different choices. Once again, I'm excited to see what creativity CMG come up with and how FA1 will kind of respond here. I think they did pretty good, all things considered, against the number 2 seed in the region in set number 1.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, to get a 2-1 against a team like Chasmac is really commendable here, and for a solid draft, you know, and the ability just to kind of foresee what Chasmac's game plan is, then I think that this could go definitely, again, all the way to the 5th and final set. I don't think there's any doubt about that for me so far, at least. Backyard Bowl, though, definitely in terms of the draft, it's going to be really key here. We are still kind of in this position of experimenting. We've seen some kind of out there ideas already on Backyard Bowl today as well. We saw like a Max and Piper combo. I'm not sure whether that was SESA and ANZ or LATAM South now, but it does seem like, you know, this map in particular is taking a shine to some out there ideas. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Surge coming back in again, actually, for either of these two teams. It does seem to be a bit of a staple diet at the moment for Chasmac. It's a risky one, but they seem to make it work every time that they go in for it. You've got to kind of ban out Max and Poco at this point. I just feel like, you know, you kind of be stupid not to. We have seen Max a little tiny bit, and I'm pretty sure that every time we did, it was a win, right? So, I mean, take that as you will. But definitely wall break is a big kind of consideration on this map. You know, more often than not, teams that don't bring in something to have a bit of a wall break tend to find themselves in a bit more of a stalemate position. I think Penny here as well kind of got to have some heavy considerations to how much you can do with that turret by keeping that wall. So there are some considerations there as well to bear in mind when it comes to making sure that your draft is on point.
Yeah, I think those are a lot of really good shout outs as well. I just feel like there's a lot of different strategies that can go down here. We can go the sharpshooter route. We can go some wall break to combine with it. You know, back in the good old days when it was blind format, Crow would show up a lot here, especially when synergized with some of these sharpshooters. And Crow, as of recent, has still been very relevant on this map. And LATAM seems to be warming up to the idea of still having Crow in that mix. We saw in Sesa earlier today, they really weren't about it as much, though. And now we're going to get to see the camera on play. It looks like they're in the draft. Bans are going down. I think I can even peek a bee and a crow. Yeah, I think that's a griff as well. So a little sneak peek for y'all as well. Sorry, we got some good eyes on us. Interesting to see what'll happen. Yeah, it looks like a ban on that side. I can't see quite what the other side is, but Tufu looks razor focused. And yeah, I mean, again, it's just so interesting to see how regions react to these balance changes. It looks like Crow is somebody that they're not really afraid to kind of ban here. They still value it a lot, whereas other regions maybe don't feel the same way.
Kenny, this is why you're in the position that you're in, you know? It's just so poetic that you're just putting Crow on such a high pedestal. And yeah, it seems like Tufa was very much on that same wavelength as yourself. So we're going to be seeing that reflected shortly on the overlays. But definitely does mean that both sides more or less in tune when it comes to those bans. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see an 8-bit ban. I couldn't see it on the overlay just then, but I mean, simply because why not? But they're not going to go for that. Griff being banned and Crow, as well as the B, the Chasmac, Janet, Max, and Penny. I like these bans a lot. It's going to mean, yeah, 6 brawlers are being banned out of the mix. So quite a lot. No, I think that we are seeing, since the balance changes, kind of more brawlers on the whole being banned more often than not. I think, you know, kind of the average would be around kind of 3 and 4, you know, before the balance changes. Now, so much potential to eradicate as teams are kind of filling things out. But an early draft of Poco for Chasmac, and that already gets me worried, Kenny.
Yeah, Poco in play. They managed to get it with pick number 1. There's still a lot of good brawlers available for them too. I mean, we've seen in the olden days, as I call them, some good old surprising double tank kind of compositions, but this is Giraffe. That is not nearly as easy to pull off, and one FA will not be fooled. They will take no chances. It's going to be Colette and Surge instantly. Surge is somebody you were on the lookout for too before when we were talking about this map, walking into our draft, and Colette is going to be a great tank response, and if anything, has at least the distance, unlike somebody like maybe Gale on this map, and B is out of the picture, so I think this might be the next best thing if they're looking to be preventative towards those tanks. Plus with the gotcha gadget, I mean, Colette is an admirable foe right now. Stu, though, is going to be pesky for both of these brawlers to deal with. His maneuverability is insane, and Colette can have a tough time as a single shot brawler going into a very mobile brawler like Stu.
I think as well, Stu's speed zone is just very hard to eradicate unless you got a Squeak. That could be an idea for 1FA if they want to shut that idea down and value it that highly. I think Squeak in general as well on this map can carry so much of an ability to shut ideas down. And having that residue there can really deny the ability for a team to get out of a spawn trap. And that's kind of what you're aiming to do on Backyard Bowl and just buy your time. Ruffs is a great option here. The wall break is just kind of the perfect thing to have. It's just a subtle detail to Ruffs, what's giving more power to your team. It's going to be interesting to see how this Poco fares against, with combining the Stu, with combining the Ruffs here. 1FA, they're going to go in with the Buzz. I like it. I feel like they kind of got to avoid the Stu a little bit. Eradicate the Poco would be my best shout for this one, because obviously the Ruffs has the sandbags as well. So it's going to be a testament here to Chasmac as to how they handle this Buzz pick realistically here. They try to keep the Stu on it and the Ruffs on it to give themselves the best possible odds, then it might help out considerably going against this. I feel like 1FA have actually got a decent comp here, actually, if they can make this work.
Yeah, so far, though, Lokis is going to go down instantly. Again, that Buzz is going to be a tough one, I think, to make work at times. I like how you mentioned, I mean, Colonel Ruff's not an easy matchup. Stu certainly can work very well into Buzz. That's a risky one at the end, but he is a playmaker. They're looking for the big shots. I imagine Tufa is probably running some Screeching Solo. We're going to try and pay attention here to see if he's healing up teammates, but there are no tanks with him. I would just be a little shocked to see that super now available for Tufa as well. Lukitas, though, getting on the action. Tufa throwing up a super as well, though. Lukitas is going to be the one defending there. Adinho with a wall break available as well. A nice shot there. Weepy trying to defend, and now all of a sudden, Ball being cornered on this left-hand side. It is left to 1FA to play some defense.
I love that from Lukitas. Just focus on the Poco. He saw how the heal kept him in the mix, but he's just able to keep cycling off the back of it, and those stuns can be so crucial here. His zone goes down from Pekka, and it's going to provide more maneuverability here. It's where's a potential goal scoring opportunity if they can just get a kill here or there. But Lukitas is not connecting that right hand side. Weepy has got to defend this, and Jay has not got off that first stack. He's so slow and sluggish, and not necessarily what you want to have at all in this position. An easy walk in here for Chasmac, and yeah, Jay has got to get off those early stacks, and they probably catch a hero there just to get just off of that first stack. It's worth going down for, but now he doesn't necessarily have that same grace to be able to do so. He's got to stay on his feet more often than not, or Chasmac will score again.
Yeah, and thankfully Jay lands the shot that they need right there, but Tufa is just a problem right now. Poco is running rampant on this map. Pekka now landing some good shots on Lukitas. Super won't make a difference there for Lukitas. He will hold on to it for now. Heals coming in from Tufa. Now Pekka dribbling this ball down the left-hand side, wide open. Should have enough time. Bounce shot for the goal. Putting us some spin on that bad boy. Well played there from Chasmac Gaming, and game number 1 going their way in this set.
The disrespect, the sheer disrespect of that motion, because it was an easy walk-in. You could see it a mile away, but Surge was leering, had super to hand with knockback, and just taunted them into doing just that very thing. And oh my word, that is confidence. Confidence being displayed by Chasmac at a really crucial time, because again, if they can just match that same power that they had in the last game, they'll be swiftly going through this set. And Jay, with that Surge pick, it's one thing to have a Surge and to be thriving off the back of that pick. It looks so effortless, but when you are in this stage of not having a single stack, it looks so painful. Double stun there for Lukitas. Actually, almost, I think it was a triple stun, but still, I don't see this going the way of 1FA unless they can start to gain their utility.
Well, Jay is at least able to take advantage of that. Going to be at that power 2 surge now. Weepy with a super in hand. Luquitas has charged one up too. Another double stun possible, but just going to pick up a Dino for now. Weepy with a miss there. Going to be a stun on the P.E.K.K.A. It's a close call. Jay has a wide open gold out. A little extra onto P.E.K.K.A. as well to get him taken down. And now it's going to be 1-0. 1FA taking his stance.
It's interesting as well on the side of Buzz. I'm pretty sure it's Ice Sharp having that wider radius there and less of a stun impact. It's just an interesting choice. I prefer the longer stun actually myself, but the Gadget Pop will not connect there on that right hand side, and that is going to increase the pressure onto his teammates. 1FA on the back foot here, despite the goal. This could be an equalizer right here. P.E.K.K.A. playing it slow, and Patient dashes in and gets it secured. We're all tied up, but if Chasmac score one more goal, there'll be 2 sets ahead. 1FA cannot afford that.
Yeah, they got to step it up right here. They had a great goal to kick things off, but P.E.K.K.A. was simply playing it to perfection in that moment. Dashing forward, in and out. And Luquitas does have a super available, but P.E.K.K.A. can always dash away. Weepy picking up this ball now out of danger of CMG, getting too close to their goal side. They're only at the midfield, and now this map's opening up even more. And Jay is going to struggle in this. Buzz can struggle in this too. If he misses, it's just a miss. And there you see it. The interaction with P.E.K.K.A. goes in favor of Stu. A simple dash away is really all he needed. Tufa with a super available as well. So now they can kind of direct this ball down the field a little bit. They've got HP to work with. 15 seconds to go, and I imagine they're going to try and take this before overtime strikes. Tufa gets a super off in time, though, does manage to stay alive. P.E.K.K.A. in a world of hurt right now. Great shots landed by Weepy and Jay, and we are going to have overtime in our hands, and it's a pretty even matchup right now.
Yeah, I love that Jay is on full stacks now. Exactly what you need going into overtime here, and it will be the very thing that 1FA will be holding on to for dear life as it gives themselves the chance, the opportunity to stand their heat here. But Chasmac with a pretty decent defense. That Poco now really going to come in and shine. The heal is needed there. P.E.K.K.A. was too low, and the push is too much momentum behind it. Oh, it's got the bait, but it's cleared off the line. But the T-Wipe is there, and Chasmac will seal it. 2 sets up. They're celebrating like they've already won the semifinals. They haven't yet, but that goal will lock them in. 2 sets ahead and itching ever closer to a grand final appearance.
When they intercepted that ball at the goal, I really thought it was going to be a hopeful moment for them, but ultimately there were takedowns going down, and they just simply outplayed them in overtime. CMG did a great job there of getting the kills necessary and moving forward. I think 1FA really stepped up their game in the second, though. I was impressed. I think they still hung in there a little bit, still a little hope, but now it's starting to get a little scary. We're at a 2-0 deficit. You're going against the number 2 team who is hungry. They want a revenge shot at AC Milan Qlash for not only all the losses this year, but especially for last month. I'm sure that's fresh on their mind, and it really seems like they have been determined and very focused for this month. Very exciting stuff going down, but in Gold Arm Gulch, we are going to have to see a real turnaround if we want to see this match go differently.
Yeah, it's it's getting to that stage now where 1FA it's fight or flight, really. I mean, Heist was very close, very close. Grubble, not quite as much. Like, there was some resilience, some resourcefulness towards the end, but it was a little bit too much too late. Chasmac rubbing the salt in the wound with some of the plays in that game, the trick shots, combining that with the spins towards the end. They are things that sometimes can disgruntle even the most, experienced of teams that have been through thick and thin. And, like, they'll hear the coaches in their ears just saying, just like, ignore it, just play it cool. But sometimes it's a really tough thing to do. And especially for a team that's kind of a newly formed roster, it's gonna pack a sting. Chasmac know that. It's exactly why they're doing it. They know they want to get under their skin going into a knockout, so they're likely to encourage more mistakes and just to kind of get this one secured and signed off. But it could also mean that Chasmac also feel threatened by them for that same reason and want to just kind of give themselves a bit of an upper hand going in, because by doing it now, it's the perfect time for it. I think FA1 can do wondrous things. They've got to start doing them now. Knockout, it cannot go the way of Chasmac if they want to see themselves in today's grand final.
Yeah, 3-0 almost seems unfair. I don't know if unfair is the right word, but just kind of surprising. I feel like 1FA have played really well here today. I would just be a little shocked if they didn't at least manage to take one set off here. Gold Arm Gulch is a great time for them to try and strike back here. They've got a real opportunity, and they've shown promise. Again, their first match of the day was great. They then came out here against Chasmac Gaming. They started really well. I mean, Heist came down to the wire almost, but Brawl Ball did get a little out of hand here. Kind of have to do a mental reset here. You got to put the past behind you and just take it one game at a time. I know I say it all the time, but really the mental warfare, like you mentioned, is definitely another level as well. It's hard being a competitor at this stage. You're playing some of the best players in your region and the world. You got to play to perfection, and every little interaction like that can go a long way. Whether it's just a simple touchdown dance, a little extra oomph on the ball when it goes in the goal off a bounce shot, you know, that can hurt. Those add up, and you just got to put it behind you as you walk in the Gold Arm Gulch on this set number 3.
Yeah, you've got to shake off the cobwebs and just focus on the draft. Get through that stage first and then worry about your thumbs. Coming in thick and fast will be the bans, and already we've seen some similarities occurring across the region so far, and Knockout maybe arguably more than some of the other game modes, actually, to be fair. Let's see what they are thinking. I've got to feel like, to me, okay, well, we've got a Gene ban, Max ban, and Body ban on the side of Chasmac. Max again. Nanny this time being considered by 1FA. They might be thinking Piper and banning out the Carl as well. It's going to leave open a lot of options, to be fair. You could go hard with Rico. I think Bang has got to be up there, and therefore Gale as well as a counter to that very idea. Let's see, though. Yeah, and it is a Piper. That Nanny ban is a smart one. The coins just going the way of 1FA there, and planning ahead their strategy. I like to see it. Kind of makes it feel more like they've prepared for this outcome.
Yeah, Carl is not a fun one for Piper to deal with. Nani, obviously a direct counter into Piper, and Max is somebody that Piper struggles with into as well. I mean, they really wanted Piper. They could have gone with a brawler like Max, who's been really prevalent right now too, but they elect to ban it as the first pick overall. They don't want to deal with it. Piper is clearly their brawler of choice. It seems they have something in mind, and for what I believe is the first time today, we're going to be seeing a Tick. Somebody that throughout the year has shown up quite a bit on Knockout, sometimes in Bounty as well. Being paired with the Bow, I think this is a good, well-rounded composition to start things off. They've got the Bow Mines for a little versatility. They've got Tick, who's just so pesky to deal with. He can just keep such a long range, good for area control, and they're going to end up picking Colette and Fang. I'm a little surprised by the Colette, but Fang I think is going to be a good answer into Tick. Ooh, a Tara response. That's an interesting one. I think that could do pretty well into Colette and for sure into Fang.
Surprised at the Tara pick. I kind of like it. I do feel like the support from Beyond Gadget has taken a big knock. It doesn't have nearly as much HP as it used to. But Tick, I mean, this was a map where Tick was such a strong brawler. Realistically, was a ban brawler here in terms of the draft. But coming back into the mix, I'm intrigued to see how it's going to fare under the circumstances here. I do kind of like what 1FA are working with, but as well, Chasmac, you know, they're clearly feeling confident. You know, you don't pick Tara into Gold Arm Gulch unless you're feeling confident about that approach. They can actually leave Tara there on the top side of the map that you can't really see at the moment under the Super Totem. That's the strategy here. It often does lead to teams just going super on the aggressive. I don't know whether 1FA are able to get the angle on the situation. It could very well be they're going to be coming back in with a Tara super to hand, and that could be a really dangerous thing.
Yeah, it looks like P.E.K.K.A.'s now in action with that super available. Tufa has one as well, and this can get very difficult. P.E.K.K.A. has one of those game-changing supers, similar to what Gene can do with the pull. P.E.K.K.A. can do with a, not the same in terms of look, but the effect is very similar. You can get multiple brawlers at once with Tara's, though, if you line your shots up right. Now Jay going to be the victim of this first one. Shots raining down. They actually get a trade off of that, though. All things considered, that's a pretty good result, I would say, for one. However, Weepy is pinned. Luquitas is now dealing with some mines, does stay up 2v1 situation, but looking very bleak for 1FA.
Yeah, I feel like Chasmac played that perfectly, but at the same time, 1FA, they've got to kind of consider more heavily the power of the Tara and trying to keep it at bay, because they just kind of let it run riot when it came in, and you just saw how much they were pinned into the corner there. I'm surprised actually that Chasmac went down to that Fang interaction. I thought they'd actually come out on top after it. So clearly 1FA are in tune with how important it is to get those takedowns. But look again, they're lurking on that top left of P.E.K.K.A. Adino in position, and Tufa just gradually pushing his way forwards. I think it was a homemade rescue that did not connect there with P.E.K.K.A. as well. The support from beyond is just going to be shots soaked up. And yeah, 1FA are in a big load of hurt here in this corner here. If something doesn't change, this could well be going the way of Chasmac very quickly and moving them on to match point.
Yeah, Weepy's not going to have a fun time with all the spawners that Tara is using right now. Weepy trying to line up a shot into a Dino, unfortunately not connecting for the side of 1FA, but CMG sitting pretty right now. A Dino with some extra mines as well, and all they have to do is take down Jay. They're even charging up the passive super for P.E.K.K.A to finish the job off. The pins and the sprays are going down as well. CMG should have this one in the bag. It would take some kind of miracle here for Jay, who's now on low HP. They're doing a good little dance on this bottom left-hand side and just gonna let a Dino do all of the work. Well played, the Chasmac Gaming once again. 2 rounds for them.
They're making it look easy, and I can assure you it is not. If you think it is, then by all means, go into your qualifiers, give it all you've got, and turn up to the BSC on the monthly final and give us what you've got, because yeah, it's genuinely not this straightforward. But Chasmac so far enjoying themselves, and I think rightfully so under the circumstances. This is their opportunity this month to lock themselves in for the World Finals, and 1FA now taking a different approach. This is the way you've got to handle the Super Totem and what they didn't do last round. It's now gone down, but P.E.K.K.A does get the Super off the back of it. Jay goes down to it, Luke does his low, and Weepy as well, trickling down the HP. It's a 3 versus 2, and that is not the way to deal with things. 1FA are in trouble.
Yeah, and a takedown there onto Luquitas too, who did use his super out of desperation, just trying to claim a victim there, and unfortunately just weren't within striking distance. And now what's Weepy to do? They're going to sit here and charge these supers, and they're going to be ready to go for next round. They won't even have to have Tara sit in the back of spawn. They can just immediately get the job done. Weepy knows he's here, and he's just going to run off towards the storm. CMG not holding back, though, on flexing this victory. They are 1 round away now from moving on to our grand finals.
Oh, we've just seen it all at this point. We've seen the spins, we've seen the pins, we've seen the conga. I mean, the Chasmac are just, they're not being subtle, are they? Let's be honest. The trick shots, I mean, it's just the entirety of this. It's just one big disrespect. And yeah, they've earned it though. You can't doubt that. One final super to end it all. Chasmac Gaming BR make the grand finals and are on the road to revenge as they will face off against none other than AC Milan Qlash.
Yeah, it's going to be another matchup, and you can see the excitement on Tufa's face. I mean, that's arguably the most emotion we've seen from our player cams from this team all day. He's jazzed up. They want the play, and I mean, they earned it. I think that was a clearly favored CMG matchup. I think all 3 sets were very solid from them. You know, we saw 1FA in that first one do some good work, but Brawl Ball mostly towards CMG, and certainly Knockout was all in CMG's favor. That passive strategy just really paid off for them. And again, this is just an instance where in the draft, they clearly had some kind of strategy in mind. I think Tara was a really sneaky pick. They took advantage of it. 1FA didn't really have an easy response for it, and they simply got a cakewalk there in that 3rd set. 1FA had a great run. I was really impressed with them in the quarterfinals, but going against CMG, tough for anybody. And now it's going to be another AC Milan Clash going against CMG. If CMG win this, they are going to a World Finals.
The stakes could not be bigger. They really could not. And against such rivals, I am so pumped, so excited for this grand finals. It was kind of what I was secretly hoping for a little bit today, without being biased towards any of the other teams, because again, I love nothing more than an underdog story to knock out some of the favorites early on. But I feel like Chasmac have earned this. I feel like AC Milan Qlash last month, they really did rob it in, and the Firecrow's face said it all. I mean, it was just like, you know, just flat as you like, flat as a pancake. But now Chasmac have got a real chance to just to show them what they are worth. And again, what better place for it than in the grand final?
Yeah, we're going to have quite the grudge match on our hands. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be taking a very quick break and then hopping in to our grand finals. AC Milan Qlash going against CMG Brazil.
Tonight. creature of the night.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. We've got a grand finals on our hands, and it's going to be quite the grudge match. AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac Gaming BR, an opportunity for a revenge tour for CMG, and also a spot of joining AC Milan Qlash in the World Finals. I am Kenny. Joined with me is Ark. I am super excited. I know a lot of people were hoping to get this finals matchup, and it's going to be a great one to watch, Ark.
It really is. It's a tale of redemption here for Chasmac Gaming BR. It's rubbing the salt in the wound for AC Milan Qlash, and a rivalry which stretches back so far this year. As you know, AC Milan Qlash just dominated the competition, but then Chasmac showed some life and some feist still left going forwards, and they got that big win back in May, which gave them that confidence. But you know, since then, AC Milan Qlash, they sort of brought it back a little bit. Last month, knocking Chasmac out in the quarterfinals to earn their place in the grand finals, in the world finals no less. Actually, the golden tickets went the way of AC Milan Qlash because of them knocking out Chasmac in that early quarterfinal stages. Now is the time for Chasmac to turn the tables, to turn things on their head, and to show AC Milan Qlash that they may have won last month, but this month Chasmac want to lock themselves in, gain that golden ticket, and just be the best in this region.
Yeah, and CMG, obviously, at this point, we're second going into this month. They've now reached a grand finals once again. Look, they're looking pretty good, but they are playing for more than just a spot of winning a grand finals. They're playing for pride. They're playing to prove to the world that they have what it takes to compete with AQM. We're going to see Motep on screen right now. I think it's fair to say they have won 4 of 5 matchups this year in the monthly finals. They've only lost 1 monthly finals, and CMG were the winners of that one. This is the best foe so far that has come up against them, but they have answered many times this year. I think it's going to be very difficult still for CMG to get a win here. AQM has simply just been on top of this region.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close one to call when it comes to your predictions, guys at home. I don't envy you for it. Firecrow coming back in as well, and he was playing phenomenally well today, and straight-faced, bringing back some flashbacks of last month, maybe. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a real tough one to call. This is the one, by the way, that's going to determine whether I get my pin, because I missed a couple of predictions earlier in the show. I try and collect every now and again, but you don't always get the timings to be able to do so. Kenny, I'm looking to you, mate. You tell me what you're thinking, and I'm just going to copy your homework, mate.
I stuck with my prediction. I made every single one of them before the broadcast started. I had AC Milan Qlash winning, but this is kind of the perfect story if you're a fan of Chasmac Gaming right now. They can secure a spot for World Finals. They can get revenge after AC Milan Qlash kind of thumped them last month. I think it's fair to say it certainly wasn't CMG's best performance. AC Milan Qlash looked on top of the world. I locked it in. I think they've been the best team in this region so far for the year. They represented them in MSI, and again, 4 of 5. That's a crazy number. So for now, I'm riding with the favorites. Sorry if that's lame or what, I don't care. I'm getting my pin. I'm going to try and get my pin. I'm going to do everything I can to make it possible. I locked in AC Milan Qlash long ago, before the podcast even started, to win this monthly finals. I don't blame people either way, though. I think this is a perfect time for CMG. They've obviously done it before, too. This is certainly not out of the question. They've looked really good today, too. Let's see if they can thump AC Milan Qlash this month.
And for all those reasons, I'm locking in Chasmac. we gotta have some castle rivalries for a grand final. It wouldn't be the same without it. And like you said, the reason that it would be such a great story, and maybe just on some microcosm level, me giving some energy towards Chasmac will help them in this victory because they're looking pumped for it. The question is, AC Milan Qlash are looking dangerous today. I mean, despite already locking themselves into the World's Finals, they haven't skipped a beat really that much. And except for that first set in the semi-finals, which went swiftly by and saw a complete reversal of how Qlash were playing the game and just that ability to adapt. That is the only thing that I do worry about. But if Chasmac find themselves in that position of momentum and start to bring in all that confidence that they were displaying in the semi-finals, bring out some spins and pins and, trick shots and congas, that is where you can get inside the minds of a team like AC Milan Qlash. And when we did see AC Milan Qlash lose back in May, it was a bit of a downward spiral. There was a clear moment where you just could kind of tell that they were not able to stand their heat, and it was a convincing victory back in May against them. So I don't know. I just have a feeling, Kenny. I just have a feeling that Chasmac this month, it's going to go their way. Maybe it won't. Who knows? It really is a bit of a 50-50 as far as it's concerned. I don't think you can realistically vote either way for or against it. But having said that, on event.brawlstars.com, I think only 13% think that Chasmac are going to take this.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those people who put AC Milan Qlash before broadcasts, and, it's hard for me to change my opinion mid-broadcast, especially considering how well Qlash has done, too. But 13%'s low, man. I think Chasmac Gaming definitely deserves some respect. And again, that doesn't necessarily reflect the odds. That's just simply the win totals. Who's putting them down to get a win? We're going to see some bans coming through, too, on Deep, Diner, Poco, Max, Janet on this left-hand side. Very reasonable on that. And we see Colette and Squeak being the difference makers on the right-hand side. Penny, Surge, no real surprises to me so far. They need to watch for a wall break. It can give Surge a little bit of trouble if he gets stuck in that Power 1 stage, but pairing this with a bow, I think it's a very serviceable mid, especially considering that Max is out of the question, Poco's out of the question. I'm kind of looking for Gene now.
Yeah. I feel like, the bow's got to be a heavy consideration here as well. Ultimately, that's changed the way this draft was going because Penny's turret can be, beautifully done, Kenny. Love it. Absolutely love it. The walls are going to be going down at some point, and that's going to be exposing that Penny turret quite a lot here. Now, they could combine a Ruffs here. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but they are going to lack a little bit in terms of the range. Once that Surge gets those stacks up, it's definitely a consideration here for them, and they might want to take that on board. But having said that, Chasmac are quite daring a lot with their tanks, and Griff going to, double down with the wall break, keep that range at their disposal, and AC Milan Qlash now, again, they've kind of got to go with that same idea. I mean, you could go in with like a bell here and something along those lines just to have something that's a bit of a safer option, place some nest eggs along the way. Ultimately, they might even just go down with a stew and just go super on the aggressive. It's been something which they've done quite successfully well today, and just kind of get that early utility in and go super on the aggressive, try to get the game over as quickly as possible. Either way, I do like what Chasmac are running here, and Barley is not what I expected. Not what I expected at all. They're going to try to keep that cover on their side of the field to keep Barley in play, but I don't know. I really don't, to be completely honest. It's definitely a non-meta thrower. I think it's absolutely fair to say in the current meta.
On Deep Diner, I really don't mind this pick. I actually see it a decent amount. I think it can be very solid if they don't have a wall break option, but they picked Griff. I think in terms of matchups, Barley's really going to struggle here. All a Firecrow has to do is walk up here, pop a piggy bank, and now VT Zim is stuck in the wide open. He's going to have to play this very well, and is definitely going to be a matchup to watch here. Baka instantly getting on this left-hand side. They're actually going to be using the Bow Totem to try and charge a Kyodog super passively. He doesn't even have to worry about getting aggressive. He's just going to sit there, play a little defense for now, and he's already at that tier 2. Overall, it seems like AQM are enjoying this strategy. They're going to take advantage of it for now, but VT Zim, I'm telling you, he's going to have to be a difference maker here in this matchup if they want to win this.
Yeah, it's doing pretty well so far. Herbal Tonic going out, and that will allow some valuable healing for Motep as he was really being scrutinized in the mid. Firecrow staying alive just about, and no doubt, I'm sure, running the heal gear as well to keep his survivability and his position in the mix. It's another Herbal Tonic. Only the one left now for VT Zim. Has a super hand P.E.K.K.A. way out of position here, but staying alive. And here's a threat. Tufa as well. They're holding those gems, and he's low HP. It's so neck and neck at the moment, but at any moment this can change.
Yeah, this is some crazy stuff right now. And again, they're going to be switching Barley on this left-hand side, just trying to take advantage of whatever walls they can. Piggy Bank goes down before he dies, though, and Herbal Tonic is going to be able to press this enemy team away. They're going to be able to stay healthy. They get a Barley super down as well. They need to be cognizant, though, of Tufa's super. Final Piggy Bank going down. Griff is exhausted all of his gadgets, and Motep has now collected 8 gems. Current lead in favor of Qlash.
So important here for Chasmac to stay in the position that they are and not go down. Just 2 gems are needed for Qlash to be on countdown, and that's the 10th spawning in now. They've got to get a takedown, and the only person they can take down is Motep, so you know that Ace and Qlash are going to be looking to protect him with everything they've got. Tufa has not got Magic Hand in his disposal here either, and that's not the outcome that you want. I don't see a way that Ace and Qlash do not win this matchup, and that looks comfortable. At the beginning, it was pretty close. Towards the end, despite the walls all coming crumbling down, they made it look easy.
Yeah, they just stayed calm, cool, and collected. I mean, especially considering this Barley matchup, I can't say it enough. That's really difficult to do. Barley is certainly not a melee brawler right now. I wouldn't call him necessarily a top 10. I don't even know if he's a top 15 in the strongest brawler pool right now. And he's out here excelling. I mean, he does great for area control. He's taking advantage of the gadget. He's in the wide open going against a Gene, a Penny, and a Griff. All brawlers he should reasonably lose to. And VTZim has somehow found a way. They're trying to take advantage of this passive charging here as well on the left-hand side. Just excellent job from Kyodog getting that. However, this time around, it is a pretty solid lead so far for Chasmac Gaming. They just need to stay up and not give away any lanes, and they can really walk away with this.
It's lovely to watch how good Motep is. They're just kind of juggling between the action. I mean, he's there, kind of on the left-hand side, then going back into the mid, collecting what he can in terms of the scraps, and just like he's just juggling so many tasks at the moment, and especially when you consider how much lane shifting there has to be for this Barley pick to actually work out. But so far, it is working out, and Chasmac have got to keep the pressure on here, try and get a gene pool. We haven't really seen that utilized so far, and now Tufa has it, but he only comes back with super totem for his troubles. Disastrous stuff, but there is time to earn it back. Been a bit of a miss there for Chasmac, you can't deny it.
VTZim able to take advantage of the stun coming in from those bow mines. Super going down as well. They're going to be able to harp down a little bit of damage onto that Penny turret, and that's gone now too. That's one of the big win factors, I would say, for CMG. And look, I made it sound easy earlier, right? I said all they have to do is not give up a lane. More than anything, I mean, just don't make any crazy mistakes. They don't have to outplay the opponent too hard here, especially when you're going against somebody like Barley. Just do your thing. Play this medium range and try and take advantage. Firecrow at a good distance right now, but Motep has been cycling these supers, and it's going to give them trouble. They're not going to be able to walk as easily right now. They're going to have to maneuver around these mines. They are at 6 gems, very close to getting a 7th and an 8th if they step carefully. Pekka barely staying alive. Motep now the only brawler left standing for AQM, but Kyodog is powered up once again, and this is an even matchup.
I feel like, though, Chasmac are just stepping on ice at the moment. They're able to get the countdown, but I don't know. It just feels a bit shaky for me. Caseman Qlash just looked so much in control of this one, and they can reset here from the mid, so they can. Oh, that's a very important takedown. Pekka picks up just enough to be able to ensure it, and what a pinnacle moment there for Chasmac. They're able to even things out in the first set.
Yeah, CMG stepped up to the plate there. A much better game number 2 from them. And again, I think just minimizing the mistakes. They didn't let AQM really take over, gain area control. It never really felt like CMG were out of that mid area. It was kind of a contention the whole way around. Once again, we're going to have to see what VTZim can do here. In game number 1, he was a huge factor. He still laid down a couple supers in game number 2. But I mean, he has to play phenomenally to make this work. And now Firecrow is going to be creeping down this right-hand side. Piggy Bank goes down. And once again, the wall break's going to come through.
I do love the strategy here with the Super Totem from the bow combining with the Surge. It's not something that you tend to see often in other regions. That's what I love so much about LATAM South as a whole. They just have these really kind of niche ideas that just work out in a way that we don't see that kind of experimentation happening too often in other regions. We saw it earlier in Drilling Beats with the Gale jump pad coming in, just cycling things forwards there, and now again just keeping Kyodog quickly into the fight, and I do like it. I do like it a lot. At the moment the gems are kind of tied up as Tufa just grabs one more additional into his pocket, one more spawning in now, and that is going to go the way of Chasmac, I think, as well, once they just trigger these mines. And beautifully done, to be fair, staying in position and not really losing much with their time and trouble. Tufa has got to be so careful with this pull. He does not want to receive another super totem for his troubles.
Yeah, Yeah, Peg is going to take quite a hurting right there as VT Zim brings down some good shots. He's really trying to take advantage of the herbal tonic as well. That's the second one he's used in quick succession, and he's going to be out of them for this game. Tufa with the pull as well. Motep an easy target right now, electing not to use that quite yet. They're going to take advantage of having this wall on their side and hiding behind it. 9 gyms now on their side. Pull onto Kyo Dog. Clean kill coming in as well. And now Firecrow is inching forward. They're looking for the final gym, and they will have a countdown on their hands.
Firecrow though goes down. That's going to reset things, and Tufa left all alone to Kyo Dog, and he can't risk that one. Going back, I think, is the right call here, but I did love the bait. Tufa knew what he was doing. He's not trying to pull Motep anymore. The reaction time is just there, and it's too strong. Pekka brings it back. That's the right call. The gems are split. There's every chance here for a reset if they can just get Pekka, but no longer. Firecrow's picked up one himself, so gems are split all over the place, and Motep could go down here. Tufa goes down. Gems are with Pekka. It's safe and sound for now, but this is far from over. AC Milan Qlash, if they can keep this up, keep getting resets, are still in the fight.
Yeah, still in it. 8 seconds to go. Bow Totem going down, trying to give them whatever edge they can. Pull going down on the Kyo Dog, though. He's going to fall. Motep hits the ground as well. And Firecrow and Pekka stay alive. Chasmac Gaming, with a nice bounce back in games 2 and 3, are going to win our opening set.
Strong stuff. Really strong stuff. I mean, AC Milan Qlash look like they're going to make it work. I mean, they had every chance of working the compound legs. And I love the way that they were just trying to think outside the box when it came to it. Just wasn't too sold on that Barley pick still towards the end, especially when the Griff was available to Chasmac and being able just to eradicate so much of the map, and you can see how it came full circle towards the end. But I've got to say, I love that Tufa did what he did. Motep's reactions, we go back and watching the VOD, just were on point for that gene pool. Like, it was just a long range and enough for him to react fast enough to bring it back. So Tufa just didn't keep trying, and I really respect that in a team that are just able to think on their feet in that manner and just try to work around it. And when you enter the bush, it's kind of that position where you expect him to go for the gem carrier. So just eradicate the surge and just make it a 2 versus 3. It's just really smart stuff, and Chasmac so far with that first set looking strong. However, and it is a big however, there wasn't much in it, let's be honest. And if AC Milan Qlash play it right in safe zone, we're going to be leveled out pretty quick. And this is another one that could go to the 5th and final set today, I feel.
Yeah, I think even considering that Barley pick, they still took a game off CMG. I really feel like CMG with their draft had some good advantages on their hands, and heck, AQM are still talented to the point where they made it a competition. I'm still impressed in that sense. I'm not sold on the Barley pick there either. Again, it's not unusual for me to see it on that map, but knowing it going into a Griff with a wall break, I think that's just a risky play. You got to play yourself a very perfect set, and they did a great job. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Barley did make a difference at times, great area control. That's his specialty, but I don't think it was enough to move the needle and give them an advantage. I would say if anything, CMG was able to thrive off it just a little bit, but in safe zone, all it takes is a solid or even draft, and maybe AQM can bounce back here. Again, it's one of the most talented teams in the region, and they're already qualified for Worlds. This is a really high caliber team, and if anybody can make a comeback here, it's absolutely AQM.
Yeah, we saw it already today, and what a difference it made just getting that one set, and it just spurred off a nuclear reaction afterwards, and AQM was suddenly back to life. This is the thing, they sometimes have this look of, I guess it's just focus and seriousness when it comes to their player cams, but when they get on a roll, they just keep going, and that's what makes AC Milan Qlash so scary as a team. The thing that's making Chasmac so scary as a team for me today is just their sheer energy, their sheer pump. They are just so driven up for this victory because they know what it means. It will take so much of the edge off if they can get a grand finals win here today, and they are one set closer to doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, just impressive stuff, and I like how you said that. I mean, they have come with some enthusiasm in particular here today. I mean, I feel like they're always kind of pumped up a little bit. I definitely don't think either of these teams really shy away from having some fun on the player cams or maybe some spins in the game after they get a couple wins or some sets, but today you can just feel the emotion. You could see it after that, especially the semifinals. It just meant more to them. They simply, this month just meant particularly more to them. And I think it's the most important one for them yet. Of course, again, if they win this grand finals, they will secure that second spot, and it's only a 1-spot race in this region. To kick things off, we're going to see Colette on the left-hand side, B on the right. No unusual bans really sticking out to me. Pick number 3 being rounded up by Colonel Ruffs. Good start here for Chasmac Gaming.
Yep, I really like it. I feel like B here Oh, we've seen 8-bit a lot today here on Safe Zone, Kenny. I don't recall it winning once. AC Milan Qlash are going to try for it, and I just don't know whether I'm sold on it, to be completely honest. Brock coming in as well. I don't know. I've always got a soft spot for B here. I just feel like it can shut a lot of ideas down before they start flowing, and they're getting into that mid control, allowing those shots to connect to the safe, and Ruffs as well on the back of a B. It's a dangerous thing. What are they going to combine with it? That's the question here for me. And I'm honestly not too sure. I'd like to see. I'm just going to say a Cole. I'd like to see a Cole here, Kenny.
I mean, great analysis right there, Ark. Spot on prediction. I mean, it's going to be Colt. I guess they want a wall break here. I think that's really what they're looking for. Brock was one answer for that, and a lot of times Colt is kind of the follow through. I think Colt's just not nearly as high in the meta right now as somebody like Brock. So a lot of the times Brock's going to be that first choice, but if you really want a wall break, they kind of have to just roll with the Colt. And Colt is not an easy brawler to play right now. Dog instantly popping that gadget to open up his right-hand side, and Colt doing the same, being played by Pekka to open it up for Tufa here. And this one's an interesting one, like you mentioned. I feel like every time I've seen 8-bit, at least recently, played on this map, it hasn't been involved with a wall break. He's going to actually open up his left-hand side as well. Now Motep's going to have a little more space to work with. Gives him a little more maneuverability, especially with dealing with the bounce shot of Colonel Ruffs. Firecrow going to be deleted right there. Good shots going down for Motep and VT Zim, and now VT Zim is going to march forward. That's another pickup there. Chasmac Gaming in trouble, and VT Zim, if they're not careful, can do a lot of damage onto this high safe.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, look at the way that AC Milan Qlash have just started to work their strategy. I mean, the Brock pick, I wasn't a fan of, but as soon as you see just how quickly they've shaped the map exactly how they want it to be, I mean, that is calculated. It really is. It's something which is a tried and tested approach. VT's in there, pops the gadget, and that is the value there, despite not having the damage booster to help him out. And then following up on the right side with Dog. Yeah, this is now actually looking quite scary for AC Milan Qlash, and exactly what they planned and predicted to happen. They've got the drop they wanted, and Chasmac have got to respond to that.
Yeah, again, they're going to have to take advantage of Colt. You got to be a really good Colt to go into pro players right this, especially when there's no mirror matchups. It can be a tough task. And even going against somebody like B, I mean, 8-bit does not always have the most fun going into a brawler like that. 8-bit is a very slow brawler. If a super's landed on him, it can hurt. B can line up those sharpshooter shots a little bit easier, but thankfully, BTZM does have a lot of HP, so it is still going to take several shots from Firecrow to make that work. Pekka going for a super here, but the Colette super dishes out at least 10% damage. That doesn't even involve the damage gear if they've got it running. This is such a powerful lead now for AC Milan Qlash. They have certainly stepped up their game, and their draft has really paved the way for them to try and get a solid lead here. This is very different than what we saw in set number 1.
Yeah, the Colette is just dominating Motep. It's just hitting everything after everything and just cycling the supers onto the safe. Only 10% now remains, and Dog now with the pressure behind him of VT Zim. Surely going to get this piled in, and yeah, extra credits just for good measure. AC Milan Qlash bring back a game, but will they bring back a set? That's the question. Will Chasmac learn from this mistake and not valuing enough the combination of the comp? That's the key realistically here for me. They're breaking up the entirety of the map so early on. It just provides a massive advantage for them to be able to maneuver exactly where they want to place themselves and gradually move themselves up. If Firecrow can start to maybe not concede more shots than he is and just really utilize the amplified shot, get these swift takedowns, which he's able to achieve, it just seems to me like so far Chasmac are really struggling on the side of juking these opportunities.
Yeah, Motep's just been a problem this set. He's absolutely landing some insane shots. He's held his lane very well, and he's converted onto that heist safe several times with supers. And again, 10% goes a long way in heist. That's just a quick in and out for him, especially when you run that star power, which allows for him to be shielded while running. It's a big factor. Colette here is a better duelist now than she's ever been with that gotcha gadget. You don't even need to go against tanks. You can just get value out of being a damage dealer onto that heist safe. This is where things start to get troublesome. Nice shots there from Firecrow, but almost worth their while there too. They are now getting that heist safe down to 76%, but don't look now, Firecrow's making a move.
Yeah, I want to see a bit more from Pekka. I know it's a tough thing to land shots as a Colt, but if you're going to be daring enough to draft it, then you've got to put your money where your mouth is. Ultimately, they've got a decent position in the mid now and are connecting some shots here and there. The supply drop will help out a lot, but not if you go down that quickly with it. Firecrow's doing his best under the circumstances to slow, perfectly done, and that's what I want to see more of. Brilliant stuff from Firecrow, but it is just him against the world so far. Connecting much, much better. Dog under so much pressure. This is what we need to see from Chasmac if they're going to survive this set.
Yeah, and Fire Crow, even as a B who can deal out a hefty amount of damage at once, if you're just hitting shots into that regular safe, you saw it there, it only did about 2% per shot. Still really good, but just to put that in perspective, one Colette super goes a long way. One gadget being popped here by VT Zim. Oh my goodness. I mean, damage just roars from the side of AC Milan Qlash, and now Motep has a free lane on this left-hand side. Dog trying to flank as well. They should be very comfortable with the base race of Colette's on that safe right now with the lead they have. They need to be a little careful, but as long as they don't let things get too out of hand here, which it might start becoming that way, it's 39% to 22. I mean, CMG have a real striking distance right now.
Viper's already been shredded down. Heck is shortly to follow, and like this is what I didn't want to see from Chasmac. They had so much of a chance in that moment there to hold firm and get the damage they needed, but it's just realistically 2 for now. Viper coming back, but instantly taken care of. Pekka gonna connect with just enough, but BT Sim has not got the gadgets. Will he get enough damage in these final moments? Surely with the help there, he will. And 2 for cannot get it on the bottom left-hand side. Oh my word. How close was that?
That came down to the wire. 9% versus 11. 2% being a difference maker there. Good on CMG. I mean, that was really out of hand at moments during that second game as well. The first game was pretty dominant in favor of AC Milan Qlash, and I don't really know of one error to point out necessarily, but at the end of the day, CMG just really cranked up the heat mid-match. They're going to actually be popping this wall open. Pekka not afraid to face off against both VT Zim and Dog, but man, he's going to go down pretty quickly. Now Tufa going to be falling weak as well. Nice shots followed up from VT Zim. Gadget being popped as well, and they're shielding all of that damage. A wasted gadget, but at least now they have a little bit of mid control. They're now trying to do with Fire Crows creeping down this left-hand side. Motep looking for Pekka. Oh my gosh, look at the super go, and Pekka has found his stride on the Colt. Damage being dished out as well. Huge lead now for CMG.
Oh, there's nothing more fulfilling in Brawl Stars than lining up those Colt beams, and oh my word, yeah, I mean, I just didn't feel like, to be honest, the Colt pick was proving all its worth, but Pekka is popping off exactly when he needs to, and he's not done yet, staying alive. Oh, the takedown is there, but it's on both sides, and it will allow a little bit more time for damage, but AC Milan Qlash are getting themselves stuck into this mid now. They know that Chasmac mean business, and they've got to return the favor.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Colette even just getting a trade right there of 10% for her life. They're down a lot right now. They need to hold control. They're really going to have to rely on VT Zim. Pekka trying to line up another super. Not quite connecting as much as last time. Oh, and VT Zim going to be in trouble here. 24 health is all Fire Crow needs. The dodge perfectly executed. And now a 30% lead. Less than a minute to go. And Chasmac Gaming could certainly take a 2-0 lead here if they keep this up.
Turn up the pressure cooker. What is going on? This was not nearly as frantic and as hectic as it was in the first and second game. Oh my goodness me. Can Chasmac continue this on? There's not much left of the save. It's Motep going in, and the pinch is there between himself and VT Sim. They get the takedown. Fire Crow, though, gets the damage booster down and stays firm. But in the meanwhile, there is damage being dealt to the Chasmac Gaming safe. Dog there was doing work in the meanwhile at the top side of the map. This is far from over. If Pekka goes down here, AC Milan Qlash could really get some damage, but the body blocks are on point from Fire Crow. Oh my word. This is so back and forth. 10 seconds remain.
There's no way. They've done it. They've now taken the lead. Dog raining down shots. Super going down as well. AC Milan Qlash strike back. They can turn up the heat as well. And both teams cooking up a storm right now. This is the grudge match we all looked forward to.
You know what's funny? I just remembered it here, looking at Motep looking so calm. I often get pro players when they look back at the VOD say to me, like, you know, like, it's so enjoyable to watch because of your energy, but like I ask you what it's like on the other side of things. What is it like in those crazy moments of just intense back and forth and really clutch moments, and the players are genuinely so calm? I mean, like, you know, I just remember talking to so many teams and they're just like, yeah, no, we were just like, you know, just chill, super chill about the whole thing and just focused. I don't know how they do it, but I guess that's the reason why we're this side of the desk, because I just can't contain it. It was such an exciting set. Genuinely could have gone either way. And yeah, it's kind of what we expected. The closest matchup of the day. You know, Chasmac really won this, though. I just felt like despite the draft, they somehow made it work in that second game. I'm not quite sure how. And they had a good commanding lead as well in the third game. I think that Colt pick, though, I mean, despite the taps, and they were amazing taps, there may have been a more reliable brawler for them to go for, but nonetheless, it's always enjoyable to watch Colton Heist.
I mean, he really turned it up though at points. I think they made it work. If they want a wall break, I think it's reasonable. And he certainly wasn't outclassed too much. I mean, he was popping off there. We saw a double kill even in there too. He was lining up some good supers, some good damage as well. I think both sides kind of had some interesting brawler choices. I mean, 8-Bit is somebody that clearly teams are really valuing in both of the regions that we've casted today. It's really surprising, and that time it worked out quite well. I mean, the way this is trending right now, this is going to be a matchup that's going to go down in the books. Both teams are really bringing it, and we've seen a lot of emotion coming out of CMG on the player cams today. Not after that one. There was very serious look on Firecrow's face. He is dialed in. They want this bad. You can tell. I mean, it just means more to them this month and maybe now than it has ever. They want to clinch up that world finals spot. This is about pride as well. This is about the rivalry that's gone down in this region. It's about proving the world what they've got. And now they have made it 1-1. AC, Milan, Qlash have tied things up. And we're going to be hopping into center stage momentarily.
Exactly what you want to see, isn't it? Like, you know, just at this moment in the competition of the year, in fact, as a whole, it makes a bigger statement if you're able to just turn back history and change things and show that, you know, at the beginning of the season, sure, you know, you may have had a good run, but now we're the top dog, and going into the world finals, that speaks volumes. And that's what Chasmac are trying to do at the moment, and it's so close. Going into Brawl next for center stage, again, it's never been more important to get the drafts on point and different ideas being displayed on both sides. I really like that, actually, when you see a big grudge matchup like this of just, you know, different ideas and neither are kind of right nor wrong. It's just about what is working best in terms of the synergy at those moments in time. Such an explosive time to see a match like this. I just genuinely don't know. But what I can say for sure is, like, I don't feel like what we're seeing reflects what we saw over at the polls on event.brawlstars.com. You know, a massive signing for AC Milan Qlash, but that didn't say the same story. Despite them taking the win, it was very neck and neck.
Yeah, 17 some odd percent or whatever it ended up being. It was too low. I mean, I definitely agree with you. You were a brave man for being one of those 17% and wear it proudly, because especially if CMG win this, it's going to be a nice prediction on your side. I think overall, though, this is really anybody's game. AQM or CMG haven't done enough for me to really favor either side at this moment. Of course, I picked AQM going into this, but this is a coin toss. This is a best of 3 at this point. They've got to just go in there and just get the job done. They need to win 2 sets out of these upcoming ones, and I really think it could go either way. Center stage is such an interesting one now too. Both teams have really revealed some interesting strategies, like you mentioned, and center stage is definitely a great spot to test some things out. We could have some wall break compositions come in. We can have some more tanky opposition. We have Poco now in the mix. We have Max that's really in the mix. We have Griff, who's really made a spot-on appearance here. And of course, we saw 8-Bit and Colt on that last map. Anything is officially possible. We saw Frank, for crying out loud, earlier. I have no idea what to expect from these guys. I think it's going to be so entertaining, though, and I literally cannot wait. This has been definitely one of the more memorable LATAM South matches of the year so far.
Yeah, it's one of those things coming into LATAM South where you just have to expect the unexpected. And kind of in a similar way, that's what this map brings to the table as well. You got to make a decision as to how you want to utilize those bushes. I mean, there's no doubt Speaker being ran, but there's many brawlers that can eradicate the bush along the way. And, you know, especially with the boxes, I mean, Griff is kind of ideal for just doing that, you know, for me here. Got to be valued high, or, you know, high up on the bands as well, and just kind of, you know, play more to those advantages and those environmental things. It's just a question of choice, really, as to what you want to open yourselves up to in terms of threats. And we're going to see the bans coming in now. No Griff. Interesting. But Gale and Poco and Janet being banned by AC Milan Qlash. There's going to be a Squeak band, a Carl band, and a Colette band by Chasmac. I quite like what AC Milan Qlash are thinking here. I mean, they're eradicating a lot of brawlers that can help tanks, but also hinder tanks on the counter side. And the penny pick from Chasmac early on, I don't mind it. I don't mind it necessarily. Penny's obviously in the great spot, but I don't necessarily think it's the strongest of first picks there for Chasmac, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'm not super in love with it either. There's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't stand out to me. It doesn't give me that wow factor. And Surge, I think, is a pretty solid pick as well. Nita, though, man, maybe it's just the fact that we don't see her too often, but that one's an interesting one to me. It is going into Penny, though. I do find that a little risky in the sense that if you have a spawner like Bruce the Bear, you know, Penny's going to be able to shred right through that and hit the next brawler. Although it does have a lot of HP, it can still work out, but I don't think it's a clear-cut kind of matchup in that sense. I think Penny at least can have some advantages. And also, Gene going into the Bruce Bear, that one's not as fun for Gene, I would say. I mean, I can't imagine Gene doing very well in the spawners. Very commonly known that Mr. P, Eve, those spawners can do quite well into Gene. A lot of back and forth right now. I feel like people are kind of just picking the brawlers that they're confident in, and Im's going to be one that I could kind of expect to see on this map. We're running out of options for tank counters. They're going to be trying to deal out a lot of DPS, some good area control, no Gale, no Colette on the table. Of course, Im's and Gene going to be a great synergy too.
No one's gone for Max yet either, despite not being banned. The final drop was a Rosa, actually, for AC Milan Qlash there.
Wow.
And, ooh, that's dangerous. That really is. I mean, Mota just wants to power his way through here. Might not go according to plan, and the magic puffs will come into play massively. So on Gene's side here, Kaiodog, though, comes in straight away, and, ooh, a dangerous spot here for Firecrow. He goes down, but I don't think enough time there. One thing I will say about the Gene here is that you're going to get a lot of value off the back of the Vision gear, and, like, that's something that you cannot really underestimate. It's going to definitely provide a lot of certainty when it comes to seeking everyone out, but look at how well this Nita is playing out. We saw it already today as the final set for the SCSA and ANZ region working out tremendously well here, and yeah, I feel like it's definitely, for me, the best map for Nita in the current meta.
Yeah, it's certainly got to be up there as well. I like that shout out for the Vision gear as well. It's one of the reasons that I feel like Gene's been so valuable as of late. Motep, though, trying to take advantage of the super, does pick up that kill. Can't avoid the Fire Crow penny shot, though. And this is actually a pretty well-equipped defensive roster, especially if P.E.K.K.A can hunker down behind that wall along with the penny turret. They've got the barrel in play as well. Gene's got a pull to really get people off of them. I think overall, this can actually work out as a pretty good goal line kind of team. And even though Motep, Kaiodog, and VT Zim are applying some good pressure, they've done a pretty good job, all things considered. Bounce back on the left-hand side. Motep is going to fall, and instantly Kaiodog is going to be weak here. VT Zim alone without Bruce the Bear can't really take on 3 brawlers at once. For now, it is going to be Chasmac Gaming responding very well, and a major pull coming through as well. Motep now scrambling to get this ball out of the situation where CMG can pick it up, pass over to VT Zim, who's going to pocket it in this top right-hand side. He's going to get as much value as he can. He's actually going to stay alive, and they pick up P.E.K.K.A now too. All of a sudden, things looking much better for AQM.
So we can pull this if he wants to eradicate it, but he's going to hang on to it. I've got to say, I really love how Chasmac are able to hang on in these situations. That penny turret is providing so much value in its position and really genuinely untouchable so far for AC Milan Qlash. If they're going to get to the turret, they can probably score the goal off the back of it as well. So Nita Bear going out is quickly taken care of by the M's and the penny, and this might be too much. This could well be too much. P.E.K.K.A is out of position here, and Motep knows it, but somehow, some way, he's got the edge on this, and he's going to run straight for the goal. How did that just happen?
There's no way after all of that hard work that AQM just put in, CMG just simply walked. They simply walked forward. The great defensive effort there holds off AQM the entirety of that game. And now Firecrow, all of a sudden, life in him once again. They're ready to go. Great defensive effort. Like I said, they have so many different mechanics in their favor in those situations. They have the penny barrel. They have the Gene pull. They have Ims, the super. Great area control. So much can go in their favor. They just got to hold on. But Motep with a lot of HP to work with. Now a stun going through as well. And all of a sudden, things looking very scary for Chasmac Gaming. One Gene isn't always enough, and now they're going to be in great position to try and walk this in. Motep with 7,000 HP trying to charge the super. I think an accidental misplay there, but it all works out. AQM cleans house, and that's going to be an early goal.
This is how AC Milan Qlash need to play this comp, getting this super early and just keep the pressure on, because you can just see how much ability Chasmac have got to defend this, and if they do this again, as I feel like it's going to surely be a game going the way of AC Milan Qlash, yeah, no doubt about it there. They really recovered off the back of that last game in the perfect mindset to take it in their control. After what went all the distance in the previous game, what a night and day difference that was.
It's incredible. The same 3 brawlers were played on each side, and the result was so different. 1-1 overall now, and this game is a big one. Taking a 2-1 lead goes a long way. It makes your momentum in such a better spot. It gives you a little cushion to work with. 2v2 scenario. VT Zim, though, very healthy going into 2 for Firecrow. Going to be weak. Does get the job done, though. Nice pickup there for VT Zim, who's going to go ahead and throw down Bruce the Bear. The shield being thrown up as well. And bear with me, going to be able to give them a little extra HP there. P.E.K.K.A, Tufa, good defensive effort. Motep with a lot of HP is going to be a force to be reckoned with. They're going to try and close that gap. Super getting a lot of value right now, too. They actually managed to stay alive. Tufa's going to go down. Firecrow weak. Kaiodog wide open. It's AC Milan Qlash responding for a 3rd goal in a row.
Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. I wasn't sure whether the salty barrel was going to be something which could stop that from happening, and it did go down, but it wasn't enough. And this is the chance that they've got to make count. That's the last Rosa gadget to my count, and ooh. Now Chasmac have got to get out of this one and also score a goal in the next 1 minute and 30 seconds. Kind of max stacks for him, and Motep coming in and catches everyone off guard. Pops a super. I don't know whether that's going to make much difference. I think it's at the moment it's Claddock who's making all the difference. That is the set done and dusted. AC-Man Qlash learned from the situation and finally expressed a bit of emotion because that's how much it meant to them to turn that game around. I felt like Chasmac were going to be able to hold on off that first game because of just how well they did throughout the start to end of it. But you can just see the resolve there. AC-Man Qlash knowing to just burn their utility early on, get the advantage, make those early goals happen, and just turn it on its head. Now we are looking at a very different story to how we came into Brawl.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, they just turned on the Jets, 4 straight goals, just unanswered. They came out swinging. I think overall, they just changed up how they played. They finally got some good momentum on their side. The defensive effort from CMG just couldn't hold them off. Too much HP on the side of Rosa, especially when you charge up that super. Nito applies some pressure with Bruce the Bear and can, slide her shots. They pierce through multiple brawlers just like Pennies can. They can apply a lot of pressure and Surge. Oh my goodness, he just kept making good plays with that super advancing forward. That ball just kept moving down the field and they were able to get it done very quickly. And now we're in a spot where CMG, they're going to be in a tough spot here. That's a hard one to mentally overcome, especially when you play as well as you do. In the first one, you walk that ball on in. You have a big 2-minute fight just for that game number 1. And all of a sudden, just like that, 2 straight games down the drain, 4 straight goals. AQM now with all the momentum on their side, and CMG are just going to have to try and find a way to erase that from their memories.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure against AC-Man Qlash how much of a game mode this is for Chasmac, to be completely honest. I just have a couple of memories from the past. I'm not too certain, but this is one that Chasmac needs to win. If they want to lock in or have a chance of locking in their spot for the World Finals here, they want to get this win. That will secure it. If not, then it's going to go to the next qualifier, which they've got to secure. If they do that, then yeah, they're probably going to be able to lock it in by their quarterfinals match. I don't want to say for certain, but that would seem likely to me. I think they're very, very close to being able to do so. But again, going into a qualifier, you don't want to have that looming over your head. It's additional pressure. It's something more to consider. Yes, Chasmac have got a great track record of qualifiers. No doubt about it. They haven't skipped a beat. They've always been present. But I don't know. It's like, imagine after all that year's hard work and in the qualifiers, something goes wrong, and how that would feel to have to watch from the sidelines. They don't want to be in that position. They want to get this win here today and just draw a line under it. Knockout is a chance to bring back a little bit of control, a little bit of an ability to handle the stress and the strain of the situation. So if they just can choose a comp that brings down that pace a little bit and just allow themselves to rekindle what they've lost throughout the set. I mean, they've had 2 against them now. It was a great start in Gem Grab, but we need to see that happen in Knockout now. This is to go to the final set. Otherwise, AC-Man Qlash, they're going to, again, continue to rub salt in what is, at this point, a very deep wound.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's get the job done here if you're CMG. They are going to want to just go ahead and lock it up. I agree with you. Control your own destiny. Don't leave it up to chance. Don't bring it to another month. Try and alleviate some of that pressure off you and do everything you can now. Plus, again, they're looking for revenge. This is a team that they've lost to in every monthly final, just like a lot of the other teams outside of one. CMG have 1 grand finals win this year, and coming into the season, these 2 teams were looked at pretty evenly. I would say a lot of people even favored CMG a little bit just based off these players' performances last year, but things change, players grow, teams shape differently, and now we are out in the open. All of a sudden, Chasmac Gaming is going to be 1 set behind, and this one should be a very interesting one. A lot of viable brawlers on out in the open. That just seems to be the meta we're in right now. There's a lot of great choices, but one thing in common with both these sides: no Max. That is not going to be played here. They are not willing to deal with that on out in the open.
Yeah, I think the Brock ban as well, smart from Chasmac, just to kind of eradicate that instantaneous breaking of the bushes, and we'll keep things a little bit more mysterious for them. There's definitely still the opportunity for a Daryl to come in, maybe a Gale to be able to hard counter that idea. B could be an option here as well. An early pick of Bo I quite like. Placing those mines in the bushes from AC-Man Qlash's side of things, it's going to shape the map, it's going to eradicate those bushes early on. Gene for Chasmac Gaming BR. Again, I don't mind that at all. It's one that can provide a lot of healing utility alongside with it, and Bonnie as well for long range and close range, and just have options. I think that's a really key thing to have in a game of like Knockout, being able to choose your moments and also have an aggressive stance. There is a Fang potential here for AC Milan Qlash if Chasmac don't get it as the third and final pick. Let's see what they're thinking going into these next ones.
Well, we're going to see Tick once again, and that's not one of the brawlers that I necessarily expected to see here, especially with the downtick in the amount of throwers that we've seen played today. I think overall it can still work here, though. It's totally fine. I am curious to see if they want to pair this with something that the Bow Totem can do quite well with. They're going to be going with B. Seems that Bow was just the guy that they wanted to run early on. I was looking almost for that kind of Tara combination, maybe a Surge, which we saw earlier, just in case. I mean, definitely not the most likely candidates, I would say, on this map, but when you first pick Bow, I feel like you do so with at least a thought in mind, but they just end up going with a solid 3. I don't think there's necessarily any synergies here that work particularly well, you know, unless the bow mines just bring down a ton of walls. B is going to be a great sharpshooter in that sense, but I really like what Chasmac Gaming have done to start things off. They have some good versatility, and Jean can be a real problem here with that shot that fans out for her regular shot, and they go with Sprout to respond to this. I didn't really see 2 throwers on this map coming at all, Ark.
Not necessarily for me, yeah, and it's great to see Tick having a bit more of a place, starting to shine through in the meta at the moment. It's still early days, of course, but I don't mind it. I kind of prefer the Sprout here, just simply because there's not necessarily like that kind of assassinator kind of brawler on the side of AC Milan Qlash. I think actually on the side of them, they've got to be very considerate towards that Bonnie and really look to protect the Tick, and ultimately if that timing doesn't work out in their favor, they get that takedown, and yeah, that makes it a 3 versus 2. That's where you want to be in Knockout. But Super Totem down early for Motep, and BT Sim just going to be looking to get that all-important Tick head there. I think that makes a lot of sense. You want to kind of have something to defend yourself against the Bonnie, so strategy working out well so far. And from the shots there, keeping back. Look at that. Tick hit straight in on the on the jump pad. Didn't kind of see that one coming, but Firecrow is furious there, frantic, popping the gadget and juking the shots there, but Kaiser will connect with that one. So far, so good on both sides. It's hard to call so far.
Yeah, that Tick head gave me a good laugh, just seeing that fly out of nowhere on that left-hand side. Just a flying random projectile in the air, but it can do a lot of damage, and both sides kind of at a stalemate right now, just looking for tags, trying to charge those supers, and especially as that zone closes in, that's going to be a big factor. Jean took a lot of heavy damage right there, so Tufa had to back off in the meantime. BTZim needs to be careful, does go ahead and pop that gadget. Another super going down as well. They're going to try and address that, opens up the map a little bit. Kyodog with a big super. Firecrow trying to respond with one of his own. Ooh, a crafty gadget there coming in from Kyodog to protect himself. That was really well played, and now AC Milan Qlash are going to take the lead.
Motep is lethal, absolutely lethal on this bow. Just able to line up the shots and just instantaneously relieve pressure for his team. Mine's triggered for Pekka, misclicks that one. Ooh, risky stuff. Maybe the pressure getting to Chasmac a little bit. They're able to just trigger the mines with the body. That's actually the harder things to do. Ticket coming in again. And a missed shot there from Tufa almost proved costly. Honey Molasses is going to put Vatra in a really difficult spot, and he will go down, making it a 3 versus 2 against Chasmac. Time to heal, time to recuperate, and go back straight onto the offense.
And the offensive Tick going in on the left-hand side once again. It seems VTZim has taken advantage of it just because it can get to the other side of the map so much faster. If you take that launch pad, Pekka now trying to keep Kyodog at bay. It's normally going to be a really good matchup if you have walls available, but Pekka has nothing on his side. Now it's just Tufa remaining, and this is going to be all but over if they don't play this right. Nice gadget placed down, not enough HP to work with. AQM, the pressure is on. They are now on their first match point.
Great stuff. Great stuff. And you can just see how quickly AC Milan Qlash go from being behind to being in a formidable position. And we saw it in the semifinals. Very much the same story. Losing the first set, but bouncing back hard. And again, what it means to Chasmac to win this grand finals, it means so much more in terms of what's at stake. AC Milan Qlash have already locked in their golden ticket to the world finals. This is Chasmac's opportunity to do the same this month, and they are currently being denied that privilege. If they do not turn this around on the side of Chasmac, this could turn ugly quickly. It won't rule them out by any means. They'll still be rocking that number 2 spot high and proud, but it will continue over to next month. They want to lock this in, bring it to a 5th and final set. It's going to be a good way to start it. It's a 3 versus 2 already. AC Milan Qlash on the back foot already.
Yeah, and second place is great and all, but nobody wants to be second, especially when you're this talented and had such a good year. AQM are now trying to fight their way out of this situation. It's going to be VTZim stepping forward. Good dodge actually there. Gene's in trouble. They managed to get this pickup. Now a Tickhead charging forward. Pekka can't do anything as the thrower here, 180 HP, and he's going to go down to this gadget. Oh my goodness. VTZim, can he clutch it? Firecrow diving in, and he's going to be maneuvering on this wall as much as he can. Going into Firecrow here as the Bonnie is going to be very tough. And oh, it came close. What a hero's effort coming in from Tick. Really well played from AC Milan Qlash, who were in quite the pinch, but ultimately Chasmac Gaming get the job done there. Very well played, and they get the job done just like they needed to.
I still can't quite compute that AC Milan Qlash took what was a massive disadvantage and almost turned it into a win there. You know, Chasmac have got to start to make things work better and communicate more as a team. Start to get these pinches and get that early 2 versus 3. That's what gave them the advantage in that last game. But even then, it almost wasn't enough here. They've got to get more side of the Gene connecting with the Magic Hand to get those early takedowns. And it's got to kind of be against either the Tick or the B. I dare to say the B. But ultimately, we've seen what Motep can do with that placement of the gadget. He hasn't got any gadgets now. If Tufa's going to pull anything, he needs to pull Motep and just eradicate him from the mix.
Yeah, and this VTZim Tick has just been a nuisance for the other side. Pekka now cycling out another wall. Ooh, Kyodog's going to be a world of trouble here if he can't get out of this situation. Motep going to be the victim of a lot of damage there. VTZim going to fall. Kyodog's next. And a quick cleanup there for, for Chasmac Gaming. Really well played. A second match point incoming, but now CMG are certainly capable of putting themselves in the spot where this can come down to a 5th set.
I want to see Tufa just being a bit more confident with these pulls. He's holding on to them for so long, but that really is, you know, your calling card there as a Gene to eradicate that pressure instantaneously and just bring back the fight. Patient could be an argument towards not doing so, but I feel like you are always rewarded in knockout with a solid Gene pull and your team being able to support you through it. But Chasmac are in the mid control, taking down the Tickhead very, very quickly. And that's good for them. Firecrow staying his ground, and VTZim very low here. This is where Chasmac need to keep AC Milan Qlash if they're going to take this to the final set. Otherwise, this could be over here.
Yeah, that Tick Super is actually going to penalize the side of AQM. Firecrow diving in as well, getting a pickup onto Motep. That's going to be one takedown. They need to try and take down the Tickhead. It was a close call. 440 HP should be enough to get out of this situation. 3v2 once again. AC Milan Qlash certainly have their work cut out for them here. They dodge the bow mines. There's another one being triggered as well. Firecrow can get back in cannon form, which is exactly what he's going to do here. Kyodog basically has to play this perfectly. 1100 HP. A bounce back though. Firecrow's actually in trouble here. He's going to fall. Once again, they're putting themselves in a prime position. Kyodog trying to line up a super 32 HP. No way. 2,900 HP. He's going to pop the gadget. Kyodog with the job done. Oh my gosh. Qlash actually did it. They took a round right there. One away from winning another grand finals.
Not to take anything away from AC Milan Qlash, but they shouldn't really be winning those kinds of rounds, in my opinion. That's why I think this could end in catastrophe here for Chasmac. One final chance. Tickhead coming in. Tufa will take it down quickly. Mines go out there in a great spot. Great placement there from Motep, but triggered very nicely on the other side of Chasmac. There's so little in it, but Kyodog has got the amplified shot. Does find again Firecrow, who's low HP now, and Tick mines all over the place. Tufa has got to start to hit these pulls, eradicate this pressure, and bring back the control.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation right now. Thankfully, Tufa does have a super available. Firecrow with one as well. Kyodog super in hand too. And Motep and VTZim just trying to keep their distance right now. Aggression incoming from Firecrow. Super available, diving on in. No connection. And the Tickhead ready to go. Now Firecrow is going to be falling weak. And this is a difficult situation. But CMG are the victors of this round. It is 1-1 overall. It is going to come down to the wire here. And this round is going to be very important. Will we go to a 5th set, or will AC Milan Qlash walk away with it right here?
I'm starting to wonder, is Tufa running Spirit Slap or something? He just doesn't pull anything. I know I keep hanging on about it, but I just can't work it out. It doesn't compute, but nonetheless, AC Milan Qlash here are in the back spawn, and this is exactly what Chasmac needs to do to hang on in this competition. So far, so good, but Motep does fight back, and Pekka needs to heal off the back of those healing paths from the Gene side here. it's looking better. Chasmac cannot falter. They've got to stay composed, and that is a good way to do it. Clouds are going down, makes it that all-important 3 versus 2. This could still be going to the 5th and final set if Chasmac can hold their own.
Yeah, this combination's working out really well. AQM have come out of some difficult situations already here in this set, but now the pressure's really on. Motep gonna be isolated all by himself. It's just a lone tick at this point. What can the guy do? He's gonna be forced into the zone. Firecrow chasing him away, and now we have a set 5. 2 match points were not enough. We're gonna have to go through at least a third, and this is exactly what we expected from CMG here today. It is 2-2, and I am on the edge of my seat. I really don't know who's gonna come out on top here.
Yeah, not just what we expected, what we wanted, what we needed. This is where it needs to be decided for a rivalry that goes back as long as these two teams have had, as you know, and especially what's on the line for Chasmac Gaming here today. Again, if this set goes their way, they will lock in a golden ticket. They will be confirmed in the World Finals and take away one more spot of this region, leaving only one more up for grabs. It has to come down to this. It wouldn't be right if it didn't. Surely Beatles to decide it all, whether it's going to be this month for Chasmac or the possibility of next month, providing they are able to continue to perform. It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be just, Kenny, if we didn't do it here.
Yeah, I give it all they've got. I mean, this is literally as close as it can get. A 2-1 in every single set. I mean, both these teams are showing their A game. There are even situations in that last one where AQM probably should have lost even more rounds than they did, and somehow they're out there performing their best and coming out on top of situations that are so perilous for them. Dueling Beetles, anything can happen. This map, things can get really intense. It can be close, but if you lose that spawn trap side, you know, you get pinned in your spawn, things can get out of hand very quickly. Hot Zone is a game of ups and downs. It's all about control, and we saw CMG playing Hot Zone earlier, and that's one of the sets that really stood out to me in the quarterfinals. They really excelled here. They did a great job of using a Gale strategy with the launch pad. They got very creative. They found ways to just continue to cycle on to that Hot Zone, and that's everything. Even if you lose in the kill death kind of matchup, doesn't matter. It's all about those percentage points and playing objective. Sure, that is important. You do want to get more kills than deaths, but ultimately it doesn't matter if that percentage shows differently, and that's exactly what CMG did earlier. I'm sure AQM is acknowledging that for sure, and it's definitely going to be a consideration in that ban phase.
Yeah, they're going to have to. They are a team that do their homework. There's no doubt about it. But again, you know, in the heat of the moment, you sometimes find yourselves forgetting simple details like that. Some little misclicks can occur, and you know, AC Milan Qlash are not a team that are going to be likely to do it very often, if at all. But you never know. You just never know whether that might be something to slip through the net here. It was a great strategy. I think Chasmac, though, are going to place a lot of value on the side of AC Milan Qlash, so being aware to those kind of strategies, no doubt, I'm sure in their scrims as well. Tried and tested and probably spectated along the way, because no doubt about it, they're going to be all of their friends lists. So let's see how they go into this one. One thing's for sure is that Hot Zone is not an easy game mode at the best of times. Well, arguably in the 5th and final set, it's the worst of times. Let's be honest. There's all that pressure mounting to a conclusion. So, you know, no pressure, guys, but this draft is your most important one, potentially, if you're on the side of Chasmac Gaming of the year.
Yeah, this is a big one for both teams. For AQM, it's for prize pool, it's for pride, it's for securing their spot and being confident in the fact that they're #1 in the region. And for CMG, a golden ticket to Worlds, some cash on their side as well, and of course pride. I mean, everybody wants to win. These guys are top level competitors. They want to show what they've got. CMG, I'm sure, don't want to reflect back on 4 of 5 going to AQM. This was something headed into the year where both teams were kind of evaluated pretty evenly. I think, especially for myself, I know for a lot of other people, they thought this was going to be a huge back and forth, and CMG have been great foes throughout the year. They've certainly shown their stuff, but it hasn't always been like this. There's times like last month where it wasn't necessarily as close, where AQM really showed their stuff, and now all of a sudden they've got another opportunity on their side. They can really prove that they have what it takes to be a world's caliber team, let alone one of the best in LATAM South, and we get to see it all unfold right here, right now on Dueling Beetles.
I think here you've got to place heavy consideration to banning out the big brutes. I mean, off the top of my head, Lou, Griff, Kenny, Max, Poco, there's so much that you've got to consider here when it comes to developing and devising your strategy coming into this one. You know, Gale, as we saw already, worked phenomenally well. Surge as well. I think it's one of those maps that actually has got so much potential for a variety of things, and it's just mainly about how you want to combine your comp. I think B can get some great results here as well, and various others. It really is, for me, one of the more diverse of them. Let's see what the bans are going to be, as it might give us a little clue as to what might be coming next, and already they are in. Janet, Gale, and Colette for AC Milan Qlash, as well as the Colette, Griff, and B for Chasmac Gaming BR.
And Stu first overall pick. Again, it's going to be a great way to get themselves to that hot zone very quickly. They can run that speed zone gadget, which is why Stu is showing up so much across the board right now, but they have an opportunity to pick up Poco on the other side, pairing it with a Surge. That's a pretty strong combination. They have done their homework for sure. They get rid of the Gale, who's already pretty pesky on this map. But as I said before, dueling Beetles and Chasmac Gaming, that's something they definitely could have used. They could have utilized that launchpad strategy, which was very successful earlier on in the day. I like the Stu pick. I like the Poco pick. Surge can honestly have a little bit of trouble at times with Stu, but oh my gosh, the response coming in from CMG, it's going to be Lou. This is going to be a full-on matchup we've got in our hands. I mean, a lot of brawlers that we're not as used to seeing as recent. We see some Lou kicking in. We see some Poco kicking in. I mean, what a way to kick off the opening weekend to balance changes with none other than a little bit of a shape-up here in the brawlers that are selected.
Double down with Penny, question mark. Oh, can you imagine the ability to deny the zone and also just rain down fire amongst it? Otherwise, you know, it's all for the taking for AC Milan Qlash here as well. It's not banned out. So I've got to feel like one of these two teams has got to go for that idea. And I think it could kind of work nicely for Chasmac or Meg. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. It's maybe arguably better on Ring of Fire, but it proves so much of an advantage in their favor earlier today. But can they do it again? Can they make this work? I feel like it can definitely provide a lot of pushback potential. AC Milan Qlash now are in the driving seat as to how they want to respond.
Well, that was certainly a surprise pick for me. Daryl as a response too. Ooh, that's a risky one, I feel like, when you see Lou and Stu on the field. But if you can get a shotgun brawler onto Meg, I feel like when she's in that mecha form, it can take it down a lot quicker. I don't think this is by any means a free matchup for Daryl, though. You do synergize it with the Poco, though. They've got a little healer going on right there. Surge can be really aggressive, too, but you just got to play it right. I really don't know what to expect. We haven't seen Meg on this map in a very long time. Poco now making a return. We know what he's got. I think it's all going to come down to how people like Kaio Dog play, how P.E.K.K.A play, brawlers that are not easy to rock with. If they can get some good control, they cycle out those supers, it's going to make all the difference in the world. It's just ultimately going to come down to who plays this better.
Like I said earlier, when you've seen a brawler kind of step away from the meta, I think oppositions forget how to play against it. And you just see Tufa there instantly gaining super. Motep fed into the idea. AC Milan Qlash have got to put a stop to that. Meg is so dangerous when you can cycle their way back into the zone, and already 32%. And AC Milan Qlash is climbing back here. There's a miss shot there from Kaio Dog, but the pressure's still on. Tufa will get probably super out the back of this. But AC Milan Qlash are digging their heels into the mid. That's not good for Chasmac. They need to retake this, and Tufa now coming in with the mecha would be the very thing to do it.
Yeah, Tufa back in action in that mech form. P.E.K.K.A getting hit actually cost Firecrow his life. He just had so low HP. Another diving coming in from Kaio Dog. Nice heals coming in from BT Zim. It's going to be a close call, but they're going to go ahead and release that gadget in order to stay up. And all of a sudden, it's looking like a very good lead here for AC Milan Qlash. Daryl's done a great job of cycling out. P.E.K.K.A hasn't had a super here in a second. They need to try and take advantage of that and throw it down on the hot zone. He's going to be able to release it just in the nick of time. BT Zim going to be looking to heal his teammate Motep here as he reigns in on Tufa. And all of a sudden, AC Milan Qlash are dangerously close to 100% in taking home this first game. They are going on a third match point now in this match.
And the thing for me here is that Chasmac's comp can work. But to get that Lou value to really deny AC Milan Qlash that zone, the super has got to cover the zone. We've seen it time and time again. If you're not covering that entire zone, you're just giving over free capture points. And that requires a bit of patience and a bit of time, a bit of awareness to the situation. It's hard when you're under frantic stress and strain, but you've got to land it. It really is the key to staying alive and in the mix. But there again, that left-hand side, it's open. And if AC Milan Qlash want, they can just sit outside of the zone there and cap it. Nonetheless, though, Tufa is in control. Motep goes down as well. Things are looking a bit better, but they are still shaky for me on the side of Chasmac, and they've got to change that to stay in this competition.
Well, if you're a CMG fan, good news is Dog hasn't quite gotten to that super yet. He has to pop this gadget in order to get to a tier 2 surge. Motep now rolling forward, and Tufa outside of that mech form is very squishy, and somehow they don't come away with that kill. Luckily, VT Zim is there to step up, but now Firecrow is going to be in his place. P.E.K.K.A looking for a pinch as well, and they are still in control, and now P.E.K.K.A has a super as well, ready to go, and that super covers the entire hot zone. Now we get Tufa with a mech in the mix. All of a sudden, things looking very good for CMG.
I like that placement. Perfectly done. Pause there to get the takedown of the surge. Motep rolling in. Oh, the stun just stopped him in his tracks. Firecrow not done yet as well. And Gas a heal away for a great amount of healing as well. Chasmac are looking so much better. This combo's starting to work, but it's not over yet. We've seen how they can falter and lose control. They cannot afford to do that. They've got to take this to match point. And Ace-Man Qlash are banking valuable time on the mid. Tufa though will connect nicely here. It is a team wipe. Chasmac surely are going to take this to match point. And you'd expect nothing less under the circumstances. We wouldn't want this any other way, Kenny.
Double match point inbounds, and they essentially removed Dog from that game. He stayed on a tier 1 surge, and that's a difference maker. If you can't advance your range and speed, it's going to be a problem for Surge. That's a make or break for me. You have to get that early on. You have to take advantage. It's something they did much better in game number 1. CMG came out swinging in game number 2. They corrected a few big mistakes that they had, and now things are all tied up. This is for everything. It went to a game 3 5 straight times, and now we get the answer to the big question: who is going to take home this month's grand finals?
Well, that's a great way to start. Chasmac with the team wipe and the full control. Tufa still rocking the mech, and that is going to be able to lay down valuable fire. Motep rolls in top barrel as well. He'll get so much value off the back of that. He'll actually win the lane. Firecrow to come in to pick up the pieces at such a crucial time. VT Sim has Hill. He's going to hold on to it. That's the right play, but it's forcing the hand. It really is. Ace-Man Qlash have got a lot of catching up to do. Dog hasn't even got the first stack yet.
Yeah, once again, Dog just not able to get it done right now. Motep is looking for any kills he can get. P.E.K.K.A and Firecrow band together, though. The sliding effect coming in from the ice rink. VT Zim falling weak, trying to take advantage of whatever heals he can, but all of a sudden, it's still Chasmac Gaming with a lead. Motep trying to get P.E.K.K.A taken down just in the nick of time, too. They can't pop that super quite yet. It is going to allow for Motep to at least hunker down. Dog still needs to get to the second tier. I can't stress it enough. It's very pivotal. He's just going to be a slow, immovable object right now, especially when he's sliding on that rink. VT Zim electing to go along with Motep. They synergize very well together, and now they're going to be trying to pinch Firecrow. They get the job done there. Heals coming out as well. P.E.K.K.A with the super available, and Motep is going to be in trouble here. Mech form coming out as well, and this is a neck-and-neck race. About 80% for everyone right now.
That's what I'm talking about. That placement for Lou was perfect. This is the time, the moment that Chasmac can shine. Only 7% now between them and a golden ticket to the World Finals, and they have done it. What an amazing performance from Chasmac right when it mattered, and they have locked themselves in. They've become the second team in the LATAM South region to secure their place in the BSC World Finals.
Another one on the list, and a worthy candidate as well. Congratulations to CMG Brazil. And there is the celebration with the cat in a very Simba-esque fashion. Nicely done there. Everybody celebrating. The cat doesn't look like he's having nearly as much fun as Firecrow, though. And congratulations to them as well. Big hug coming through, too. It looks like, it almost looked like he's putting up a hand there as well. Very tough for a camera to cut out in that moment, but I'm sure he was there to hug whoever that was. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm sure that looked much worse for him, but things that did look good. CMG, my goodness. In terms of recent memory, I don't know if we've had a match, at least in this region or this year, that's come down in a grand final to a final match point. That is one that is going to stick out in my mind, not only for this region, but for the entire year. This is what builds teams up, and CMG stepped to the plate when it mattered most. This was something they wanted so badly, and now they get to go to the World Finals as a result because of it. Only one spot remains in this region, and it is going to be an absolute train wreck next month to see who that one team is.
I've got to be honest, my heart hasn't raced like that in a monthly final for a very long time. You know, it does so when you've got like your friend groups and you kind of always have a little bit of bias just because you want to see everyone succeed. But when players are not necessarily in your friend circle, you don't know them that intimately, and there's always a language barrier. But I feel like Chasmac earned this. I felt like this year it's been a rough one, some really tough brackets, and you know, going up against AC Milan Qlash time and time again in the quarterfinals, where you can see it deserves a grand finals appearance. This is what we want to see, and oh my word, I mean, what an exciting way to end out the day. Wonderful stuff. Probably one of my favorite back and forth grand finals this entire year, to be completely honest. Compared to what was on the line for Chasmac, and you know, compared to what was on the line for AC Milan Qlash, what a way. So poetic, honestly, and a fantastic end to today. I wouldn't have wanted it any other way.
Absolutely. I mean, that's as good as it gets right there. That is just some peak Brawl Stars action, and that's going to be one that goes in the record books. I mean, when looking back at the day, AC Milan Qlash had a pretty good road here. I mean, Vatra Gaming sure gave him a little bit of competition, but nobody faced off against them quite like CMG, and CMG certainly came to play today. 2-0, 3-0, and it came down to the wire. They were faced with 3 match points between set 4 and 5, and they overcame every single one of them. Very well deserved. A team that is an excellent candidate to go to Worlds. Can't wait to see what happens next month, because again, you know, they both have teams in the finals right now for the Worlds, but there's still a lot of pride on the line. There's still a lot of money on the line. And ultimately, I mean, they're going to want to go in as the top dogs from the region. That's a huge boost in confidence. And now when we look at this leaderboard, things definitely shaping up here today. A lot of moving pieces, Ark.
Yeah, big time. I mean, I'm looking at ZERØZONE, I'm looking at Vatra next month. I mean, just imagine if one of those teams do not qualify, and what a knock-on impact that will have. Portuguesa as well, you know, let's not count them out of the mix. There's still anything to happen next month. You just don't know whether teams are going to be able to continue their, you know, their ability to keep within the competition. That's the reality. Starline as well, wouldn't count them out. I think it's definitely fair to say that ZERØZONE and Vatra is where that kind of like third place golden tickets is probably going to come down to. But honestly, anything can happen. I think that today, of all days, when you look at LATAM S as a region, you can see that anything genuinely can happen. And when teams want it, they just up themselves into a different level. The gears go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 5 very, very quickly. And yeah, don't count out any of these teams, honestly. This leaderboard will change next month for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, Embanados, a great reflection of what happens if you miss. They went all the way down to 7th place, and now they're in a very difficult spot. And now taking a look at our leading teams across the world, we're starting to get a better picture of what's going to happen, but there's still so much to be decided. Stalwart, of course, and Sesa won another monthly finals earlier today, and now Chasmac Gaming gets to join the regiment of teams that have made it to the World Finals. We've got Qlash and CMG Brazil from LATAM South. ZERØZONE still in it for now, but Vatra Gaming did get the best of them in today's matchup. A 1v1, a true test to see who could be the best for now, and they're going to have to do it again next month. Hope for the best in qualifiers and such too. NA, a lot of good action going down as well, with Tribe Gaming NA being the only team secured there. Even a team like Stamina, who made it last year, they are not safe quite yet. There's a lot going on. A lot of teams need to show up, like we said. You know, Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming EU, they're well on their way to making it, but there's still so many spots left undecided. Next weekend means a lot for all of these teams.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I cannot wait just to see how things are going to shape up to be. There's so many things that can change, and that's what always makes Brawl Esports so exciting. I think as well, I've got to mention as well, big story for today is that, yeah, my prediction got my pin, so I'm happy about that one. Chasmac, you got me out of that woods, and just to lock that in week 1, I think was very, very important. So, yeah, thank you for that, Chasmac. Yes.
Huge cushion for you going to the second weekend. You can really get bold with some picks now that you got that pin. What's the harm? Have some fun, you know. You got the pin, and that's all that matters. So hope you all at home, of course, got to flex it as well. Coming up very soon, we've got East Asia September 10th at 4 p.m. KST. There's going to be a lot going on. East Asia, a very important race here too. Been a very fun region to watch, and of course the Zetas have continued to put on a show. Teams like Rising Sun have been awesome to see this year. Ark, before we sign off from our doubleheader for the day, is there anything you want to say?
It's been emotional. No, it's been a joy. Honestly, I thoroughly enjoy it, and it's been a while since we've been able to be on the casting desk together. It's always so much fun, Kenny. And yeah, I mean, what a way to finale today as well. It's been a very long one for us. If you're not familiar, we did also the SSA and ANZ region today. Looking at the clock, it's also 8:30, which I just had no idea. We've been in the zone for a while, but yeah, a long haul, Kenny. But always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Good to be back with you. Big shout out to all the people behind us that make this show possible, from production to everybody who makes these graphics, to all the teams, to all the fans that have been with us all day long. It's been a great one. This is Kenny and Ark signing off for now. We will see you all next weekend for some more BSC action.